Raindrops fell hard on the blood-stained puddles, slowly mixing with the water, in the middle of the vast field of corpses. One survivor still clung to his last ounce of strength. This boy was David, leaning on his sword, trying to catch his breath as beads of blood ran down his forehead. Suddenly, David lifted his head and looked around, a pained groan escaping his lungs. The entire battlefield was covered with the bodies of his comrades in arms. So many had died to protect humanity. And he had been so careless. Suddenly, his attention was caught by a voice calling him a very strong man, adding that this was quite a surprise. David glared at his opponent, not expecting the bastard to still be alive. The boy approached the giant lying on the ground with its wings spread and climbed onto its chest. It was the giant Daniel, who had appeared unexpectedly in the Empire 20 days ago, so in chaos for unknown reasons. This monster was the last of the three giants. David said that because of him, half the Empire had become a graveyard. Yet he was still alive. The giant replied that the boy should not worry, as he did not have much time left, and would soon be joining them. David leaned over Daniel and said that was fine. His dead friends were already waiting for him there. Daniel looked at David and asked what friends he meant. And the boy replied that he meant those who had come with him. One of them was scorched to a crisp by a fiery red dragon. The second winged giant was sealed for all eternity by an old man named Charles. David smiled, forgetting his wounds for a moment, and asked if the giant understood. Daniel replied that a strong person should not try to hide the truth behind shallow words. The children of the stars share their feelings with one another, and they knew full well they had taken their enemies with them to the other side. But that also means there are no strong people left. Like yourself, David. The boy was outraged by these words and shouted that he was still alive and the giant should not talk nonsense. Daniel replied that the boy did not have to pretend, that he knew very well he did not have much time left. Daniel was glad, because if the boy had realized his strength sooner and started to perfect it, he would have been a great obstacle to their sacred wish. The giant's words infuriated the boy, as deep down, he was already blaming himself for it. In the end, David overcame his feelings and said aloud that he did not care. He knew, even without Daniel telling him, that he had ruined everything. The giant Daniel said the boy was a great man and therefore had every right to be proud. But in the end, your world will soon be engulfed by the starlight and dissolve into it. David decided he would hurt enough from the enemy who killed his friends and dealt him the final blow. Although killing Daniel brought the boy no satisfaction, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The boy looked around, not understanding how he could change what had already been done. David tried to walk, but after a few steps, an uncontrollable cough overtook him. The boy remembered his friends and brothers with whom he had recently sat around the campfire. David remembered the jokes and laughter, the feelings of happiness and unity. Life had been so carefree. The boy also remembered his best friend before they went into battle. Michael was such a cheerful guy. But now, he was gone. David knew this for certain because he was looking at his body right now. All of his friends were dead. David fell to his knees. They had fought to the death out of pride. Did they really think they were strong just because he was strong? How wrong he was. They should have assessed the situation properly and run away. They were fools. Right to the very end. The boy did not understand why the giants, who could repel the sword auras of the Empire's strongest swordsmen, could only be struck by his weapon. If it were not for that, the common soldiers would not have had to form a wall on the front lines. And all his friends would not have died at the start. The boy's body finally gave out. He fell to his knees, filled with despair, and slowly sank into darkness. Someone's voice, crying for help, pulled him from the darkness. Someone was screaming that they could not move because of their wounds. The boy felt he knew the owner of that voice all too well. And so, David resolutely leaned on his sword once more. Sometime later, David finally limped his way to a huge boulder, behind which a girl was still clinging to life. The boy gave a genuine smile. Could the commander have survived this hellish battle? This brave young woman was named Florence, and she had lost an arm in the fight. The boy said that Florence did not look so good. She asked if it was over and added that he did not look so good either, but for now, exchanging pleasantries was inappropriate. The most important thing was to know if the giant Daniel was dead. David replied that there was nothing to worry about. The giant was dead, and its body was lying nearby. The boy had killed it. Commander Florence sighed in relief. Daniel is finally dead. She thanked David for his good service. And tears she could not control welled up in the girl's eyes. David silently gazed at her beautiful face, which had not lost its charm even in such terrible circumstances. The young man said that if Florence was so grateful, would she listen to his request? The young man was worried about the bodies of the fallen soldiers. Normally, they are just thrown away or burned, but this time, I want you to give them a proper burial. Florence said she was not sure about that, since the young man seemed more alive than her. So why did not he take care of them himself? The boy answered that he could not, despite his burning desire, and coughed. A large bloodstain appeared on David's hand. He showed it to Florence and said it was not clear which of them was more alive. David added that he could die at any moment, as his wounds were more severe than he had thought. For most of his life, the boy had simply suffered from phygnia, so he had not achieved much, and it seemed unfair for him to die like this. Florence asked him what he would like to do if he survived, and he replied that he had many ideas. Looking at the sky, David answered dreamily that he currently only had one wish, which could be called his most cherished dream. The boy said he would like to know what it was like to study at the academy, and Florence asked in surprise if she had heard correctly. David admitted that he had been deeply moved by the words of that giant, Daniel, but in reality, his older sister had always wanted him to study at the academy, despite all his dreams. It was already too late. David would soon be reunited with his family. Florence said the search party would arrive as soon as the rain stopped, but the boy replied that she should not continue, as he would not survive. A few seconds later, the rain stopped. The storm suddenly subsided, and the conversation between the commander and the corporal was cut short. But something else happened that made the boy and girl gasp in horror. David saw before him a strange giant, resembling an angel with 8 wings. The most terrifying part of this vision was that this winged giant was not alone, but accompanied by a large number of similar monsters. The boy stared at this horde and could not understand who they were, or where so many had come from. Florence could not believe her eyes either. Could it be that those 3 giants were not the last? That this was not the end? In the end, she had failed for the 3rd time to save the world. She knew she had one last chance, but her strength was fading fast, and Florence was sinking into darkness. David's voice shouting in her ear woke her from oblivion. David screamed and asked her what she was doing. The commander had to snap back to reality and hurl him at the monsters with her telekinesis. He knew that from his current position, it was impossible to reach the enemies. So Florence had to help him. She asked if David truly wanted to fight from there, and he affirmed, saying they could not just stand by and do nothing, even if it meant his death. He was prepared to drag a couple of monsters down with him. Florence's eyes widened, shocked that David refused to give up, even in a situation like this. But a moment later, she realized this was just who he was, and it was only because of David that they had made it this far. If it was him, her life's work might still have a chance in the future. Commander Florence decisively placed a hand on the corporal's shoulder and called out to him. The young man turned around, and she told him there was no time for idle chat. Before David could even react, she pulled him in and kissed him. David was completely bewildered, not knowing how to react, as Florence transferred some kind of energy from her mouth to his. Finally, David managed to break free and immediately demanded to know what Florence had just put in his mouth. The commander leaned in close to his ear and began to whisper something. The young man could not believe what he was hearing. When she finished speaking, David asked her what kind of nonsense she was spouting in such a serious situation. Florence replied that if they ever met again, he must tell her not to do anything foolish and to just become a seamstress. The girl had done many things, but this was a first for her, which was why she was so nervous. Meanwhile, one of the giants began to gather energy for its first attack. The world around him began to lose its sharp edges, and the only thing David could see was a gradually intensifying bright light. A few seconds later, the boy regained consciousness in a clearing. It was a bright, sunny summer day. David looked around and saw a very familiar landscape not far from him. Some children were playing with a raft in the river, probably learning to swim. David could not believe he was suddenly in his hometown. Nimbutan. Had he really returned to the past? Time passed, but David did not move from his spot. He sat on the grass beneath a huge tree. It turned out the commander's words were true. The boy remembered how she had managed to pass something to him at the last moment with a kiss. He also remembered his reaction when she told him he had swallowed the time travel sphere. Thanks to that sphere, she had been able to transform from an ordinary seamstress into the commander-in-chief. This sphere allowed its bearer to go back in time only 4 times, and she had already used 3 of them. He had 1 attempt left, and Florence had entrusted it all to him, believing David had the strength to kill the giants. As a farewell, the commander embraced the boy sincerely, paying no mind to the enemies behind her. The girl whispered in his ear that she believed David was the key to saving the world, and that he needed to hone his skills. The commander was so glad that the boy wanted this for himself, just as she had told him recently. If David wanted to learn, he had to go to Filian Academy, where there were many exceptional people. So studying there would be beneficial for him. Lastly, the girl told him that if they met again, he had to do something for her. The boy had to tell her not to do anything foolish, but to simply become a seamstress. She had done many things, but in that moment she was doing something for the very first time. And now he understood exactly what Florence had meant. David began to slam his head against the trunk of the tree he was sitting next to. If this was some kind of dream, he had to wake up as soon as possible. Even if it was not a dream and he had really returned to the past. What was he supposed to do here all alone? Suddenly, David stopped, and a thought that entered his mind made his heart pound. If this was truly the past, he could see his older sister again. David ran through the city, dodging the crowds of people that seemed to fill every street. The boy smiled. If he was back in the past and ran just a little further, he could see something he had only ever dreamed of. Suddenly, the boy heard shouts and, looking back, he saw some thugs tormenting another kid. He knew the thugs well, but he did not understand why they had hung the boy upside down. This gang of thugs was exactly as he remembered them. Suddenly, David saw that the unfortunate boy was not hanging from a tree by a rope, but by magic. Mages were extremely valuable on the battlefield because they were rare. What were they doing in this godforsaken place? Now that he thought about it, around this time, that kid would have been here. The boy watched the gang of thugs, wondering when they would get tired of tormenting him. If they did not, something very bad could happen to the victim. The boy hanging from the tree kept screaming at the thugs to stop. He swore to everyone that he really had no money, that he had nothing to give them. This month, the price of his mother's medicine had gone up, but the leader of the thugs did not care about those excuses. The thug said he was just robbing him. Why would he care about some nobody's mother? Unexpectedly, he punched the kid in the face and yelled that he should earn money if he wanted to be a worthy son. Amid the cheers of his cronies, the leader suddenly looked at the red-haired mage nearby. He yelled that the bastard in the tree had passed out and was not waking up, so he had to be raised even higher. The kid started to say that he could not do it, that if he lifted the boy any higher, he might drop him. But the thug did not care. He yelled that it was not his problem, so he should just shut up and lift the kid higher. If the mage Thomas refused, they would hang him up right next to that scoundrel on the same tree. The red-haired boy began to sweat profusely. He did not understand how things had come to this. Was learning magic really such a bad idea? At first, he just wanted to prove to everyone that he was capable of doing something good, something worthwhile. Thomas knew he had to refuse the thug's demand, but the kid was terrified. He bit his lower lip, trying with all his might to overcome his fear. But his body betrayed him, and he began to lift the thug's victim. Suddenly, his actions were interrupted by a blow to the back with a stick. David stood behind him and told Thomas he had to stop, because his actions would kill the boy. The moment the stick hit the mage's back, the thug's victim fell to the ground. The leader of the thugs turned to Thomas and yelled, "What the hell are you doing? Has the mage gone crazy?" He lunged at the boy with his fists and accusations, and Thomas began to make excuses, saying he did not mean to do it. David stepped in front of Thomas and told him to forget about the thug. The boy should only look at him and talk to him. Suddenly, Thomas recognized the mysterious stranger. David said he had something to ask Thomas. While the thug tried to get his attention, David asked Thomas, "Where did you learn telekinesis?" And he replied that he had studied with the help of a grimoire he had bought from a merchant. The corporal was impressed that this red-haired kid had learned to do such things with a cheap grimoire. It was unbelievable. He needed to see what else Thomas was capable of, because sooner or later they would have to face the giants. Suddenly, the boy heard a familiar metallic sound, a sound that could not be mistaken for any other. It was the sound of a sword being unsheathed. The thug had decided to use his weapon against those who dared to ignore him. He muttered that David was starting to get awfully brave, all because he had gone easy on him a couple of days ago. Today, the bully was going to put the kid in his place once and for all, and he lunged at David with his sword. David was taken by surprise. He could not figure out where that bastard had gotten a real sword. How had he even managed to get his hands on it? The kid's stance was certainly poor, but he made up for his lack of skill with raw strength. And in a situation like this, that was more than enough. Everything would have been fine if the bully had not swung his sword at David, who easily dodged his opponent's first strike. The bully was shocked by the boy's agility. He had no idea he was so fast. David thought that his body was undoubtedly younger, but the combat skills he would gained during his service in the Penal Battalion had not vanished. The bully laughed, saying he wanted to beat the kid so badly he would not be able to lift a spoon. David replied that today, success was just flowing his way. The bully wanted to force David to his knees and beg for mercy, threatening to break his arm anyway. David wanted to feign surprise and fear, but he could not do it. He felt no fear at all. The last straw for the boy was when the bully threatened to go after his sister after killing David. The boy asked if he really just said something about his sister, and the bully, without even blinking, said yes. He was still rambling on about his lust and his sister's round ass when David's stick smashed into his head. A second later, the bully was still standing, but an ear was missing, and blood was gushing from the wound. The sword immediately clattered to the ground, and the bastard clutched his head, screaming in pain. His henchmen did not immediately understand what was happening and kept laughing. But when their leader fell to his knees before David, they began to realize something unexpected was happening. The thugs could not comprehend how it was possible. Some nobody had just sliced off their leader's ear with a simple stick, having done what he set out to do. David glared at the other bullies and asked if those idiots enjoyed his little show, shoving their leader towards them. He told them to get out of there with that freak, if they did not want to end up the same way. When the thugs agreed, David added that they had to leave the kid's money and pay him for ruining his mood. The thugs promised to return everything and meet all of the intimidating stranger's demands. A few minutes later, the boy, still in shock, got his money back, and David told him it was all for him. The boy said there was much more money in the bag than what they had taken, but David replied that he only wanted the sword. He added that the kid should not worry. The bullies would not be back for him. They would not be brave enough to hang around here anymore. David waved off the boy's words of thanks, saying it was nothing, and urged him to get home as soon as possible. Suddenly, the red-haired boy caught both of their attention, interrupting their conversation. Thomas said he was so sorry, that he understood you should not do those things, not even under threat from bullies. Tears streamed down his face as the boy confessed he was terribly scared and could not control himself. He apologized again for his actions, because he felt everything that had happened was his fault. Unexpectedly, the boy replied that Thomas was crying just like when Paul first brought him here. The recent victim of the bullies added that when he first saw him, he immediately thought that the bullies picked on him, just like everyone else. He walked over to Thomas, put a hand on his shoulder, and told him not to blame himself for everything that happened. But despite everything, the boy was extremely grateful for all the apologies the mage Thomas had offered him. The boy said goodbye to his savior and went home, leaving only Thomas and a watchful David on the lawn. David nudged the boy and told him they needed to talk urgently, and Thomas flinched in surprise. Seeing that he was not going to argue, he added that in that case, they would meet in the same place in 4 days. Thomas looked at his new acquaintance and asked what he meant. David replied that he was busy now, but they would meet at the beginning of the month. Finally, David said that if the boy did not show up on time, he should understand what would happen to him. Seeing that he had scared Thomas enough, David ran off to take care of his business, his own knees trembling. Some time later, David stood at the door of a small, neat house in the middle of the woods, unable to go inside. The bouquet of flowers he had picked along the way was stopping him. It had seemed like a good idea at the time, but now it felt like too much. He remembered that his sister loved getting flowers, so he had picked every one he saw on the way to her house. In the end, the boy decided that giving her a bouquet now would be too much and turned to throw them away. Halfway there, he was stopped by a girl's voice, saying she was trying to guess who was at the door. And it was her dear brother. The young man remembered how, back in the Penal Battalion, he used to think about what he would say to his sister when they first met, but then he would leave without saying anything. He thought about it constantly. But those were all words that only David from the Penal Battalion could say. Looking at the girl joyfully spreading her arms before him, the boy realized there was only one thing he could say now. Bowing his head, flowers still in hand, the boy told her that he was home. A few minutes later, they sat at the table, which the girl had lovingly prepared. Suddenly, Willow exclaimed that she never would have thought her brother, so cold, would give her flowers. The boy saw with his own eyes how happy his older sister was, and felt a little guilty for having thought about throwing the bouquet away. Suddenly, the girl turned to David and asked if he wanted seconds, but he replied that he was already full. David asked her how old she was turning this year, and she replied 22. wondering why he was asking such questions. The boy said he had simply forgotten, which greatly upset Willow. She said that you should not forget things like that. Willow got up from her chair and began to worry. She suspected the boy had caught a cold. But he had just been calculating how much time he had left. David realized that if the girl was 22 now, then there were about 10 years left before those monsters arrived. The boy looked at Willow and realized that his sister was still the same as he remembered. As she checked his temperature with her hand and asked how he felt, he saw kindness and warmth in her. This moment was so precious to him that he wanted to make it last forever. This time, he wanted to protect his sister and the entire world 10 years from now, but he only had one chance. David stopped Willow's hand and told her he had something to tell her. And the girl replied that she was listening intently to her brother, without letting go of his sister's hand. The boy told her that he planned to go to the academy. This news shocked the girl so much that she froze on the spot. Could her dream be coming true? A second later, she started shouting for her brother to repeat his words. Had she misheard him? He had never listened to her advice before. Suddenly, she let go of his hand and ran off somewhere, saying she had something interesting for this very moment. Willow said she had always known this day would come, that he was a very smart boy, so everything would work out. After a few minutes of diligent searching, the girl brought out a huge cauldron. As the boy approached and they both leaned over the cauldron, Willow said it was her gift. The boy asked where his sister had gotten so much money, and she shyly replied that she had been saving it in secret to surprise her brother. She said she wanted to be able to pay for his studies at the academy if he changed his mind, which the boy found incredible. He was very grateful to his sister for caring so much about him. But he asked her to keep the money because it would not be enough anyway. Willow began to say that there was more money than he thought, that it should be enough. But David announced that he would enroll in Felion Academy. The Imperial School Felion Academy was the greatest educational institution in the empire. With the finest teachers and massive funding from the imperial family itself, this place provided the best education to its applicants. Felion Academy was so prestigious it was called the Hero Factory. Its status was extremely high, and Florence also graduated from there. The commander-in-chief, the Sword Master Joseph, the worst of the bandits, the Winter Witch, and others all studied there. During the war, the Academy's students proved their worth. They were so invaluable that the commander-in-chief himself recommended this very institution. But the problem was its popularity, not to mention the insane tuition costs and impossibly high standards. David felt a surge of motivation from his sister's reaction to the news that her brother was going to study. He had to face this. The young man stopped and made a solemn vow that no matter what, he would prove to his sister through his actions that he could handle this training. When he arrived at the agreed meeting place, David saw Thomas there, though he had not actually expected him despite his threats. The red-haired boy stepped out from behind a tree and whispered that his name was Thomas. He added that there was no reason to be surprised, because David himself had said he would not let it go if he did not come. And he said they could put the matter behind them. David slung his backpack off his shoulders and said they had a lot of work ahead, but first he wanted to test the kid. Thomas asked fearfully what he meant, and David replied that in reality none of that was what awaited the boy. He pointed to himself and said the red-haired boy had to test his telekinesis on him. Thomas had to lift him into the air as high as he possibly could. The young mage was completely stunned. He never expected to use telekinesis as a test. This was completely unexpected. Thomas asked why he had to do something so dangerous, and David replied that it was not dangerous at all, that the boy just had to do as he was told. To finally calm the boy down, David added that he definitely would not die from this, so there was no need to be so afraid. Thomas announced that he would do it in the next second, and he used the invisible hand spell on David. The young sorcerer's beams of energy quickly found their target, and they enveloped the boy from head to toe. David felt his body become as light as a feather. The kid was far better than he had initially thought. Of course, he still lacked altitude and stability, but overall it was similar to what Timothy had used during their last battle. It was the mages who possessed the ability of telekinesis. It was what allowed him to fight Daniel on equal footing. Telekinesis is a very rare ability among mages. Not to mention the fact that sorcerers themselves are quite a rarity. Based on all of the above, Thomas would become a key player in David's future battle against Daniel. Looking at Thomas, David said his skills were pretty good, but the mage replied that for now it was quite difficult for him. The kid begged him to lower David back to the ground, but he replied that he had to wait a little longer as he had something to check. To Thomas's great surprise, David shouted that he would get down to the ground himself. A second later, the boy was already on the ground, sword in hand. Thomas was in shock. David had severed his mana. The kid asked him what he had just done, and David replied that it was nothing. Just an acrobatic trick he had learned a long time ago. Thomas had never seen anything like it and he was curious. But David stopped him with a tap on the head, saying that he himself did not know how he had done it. This was true. And understanding what that ability was became one of the boy's main tasks for the future. David looked at his sword, believing that it was thanks to this ability that his weapon had worked against the giant. Deciding this was not the time to think about such things, the boy sheathed his sword. Right now he and Thomas had more important things to do. In any case, the kid had passed the test. David said that the boy should follow him immediately. They had something to do before the moon disappeared. This matter would become the first page of David's biography, the most important history book in the empire. Thomas followed his new acquaintance and asked him about his intentions to enter Philion Academy. The kid was curious to know if they were really going there, since only people from the empire's elite studied at this academy. David replied that Thomas had heard him correctly. Why was he asking again? It was very tiring and annoying. David looked at the kid and asked if he really did not want to go there. Thomas replied that it was not like that. It was just that David had a talent for martial arts, while Thomas had very low self-esteem and thought he was useless. The red-haired kid considered himself a coward and extremely timid. David interrupted him and asked if he wanted to keep living like that. He saw in Thomas an innate talent that the kid was wasting on entertaining stupid scoundrels. Did he really enjoy that? After a pause, David said that to be honest, the kid had a lot of stupid traits. He was a coward, and he was timid. On top of that, he was a crybaby who was ready to burst into tears over any little thing, and he was also a loser. Those words struck Thomas right in the heart. David finished his speech saying that none of it mattered at all, because the kid could fix everything right now. He had to forget the past because it could not be changed in any way. Many years from now, Thomas would remember his past and regret it. David knew what he was talking about because he did the same thing every time he remembered his past life. The boy walked up to Thomas and put a hand on his shoulder, asking if he had changed his mind. Thomas could not say a word, suddenly realizing that someone like David cared about him. David said he would not force him, then turned around and walked away. It had the desired effect, and Thomas shouted that he wanted to change. The red-haired mage said he agreed to go with the boy to Philion Academy. He wanted David to teach him everything he needed to know. David stopped. It was the first time Thomas had behaved bravely, and now his first obstacle awaited him. The words of his new mentor scared the kid. Did he really have to do something right now? David was pleased with himself. A few seconds later, they were standing by the clearing hidden behind the bushes. Thomas asked if that was really his first obstacle. David believed that the moon goblin was the perfect opponent for the young mage to demonstrate his skills. Besides, this was not just any goblin but their leader, which made the task even more exciting. David laughed and, putting his hand on Thomas's shoulder, asked him if he liked the assignment. The boy decided there was no time to lose. They had to start immediately because they were running out of time. Moon goblins usually appeared in this area and caused many problems for the locals. Most people distinguish these goblins from normal ones by their yellow skin and deformed bodies. But their true distinguishing feature was their boundless love for gold and treasure. These terrible creatures loved to ambush merchants and steal their valuables. Then they would gather everything they had stolen in one place. They would build an altar for their looted treasures, and they would hold a massive party around it on nights like this during the full moon. Thomas finally understood David's plan, and he was stunned by his mentor's audacious scheme to steal all the goblin gold. Thomas had never heard of goblins gathering their treasures in one place and throwing a party. He asked David how he knew, and David replied that he had his sources. But he could not just say that he had encountered such creatures in his past life. In any case, all Thomas had to do was use telekinesis to transfer their treasures into their backpacks without them noticing. David thought the conditions of the test were easy, but Thomas disagreed. He was worried about what would happen if he made a mistake and woke the goblins. David replied that in that case, they would both be in deep trouble, and things would get ugly. Thomas began to whisper loudly that it was too dangerous, and that they had to plan everything first. To which David replied that he was a coward. The corporal ordered Thomas to look at him closely, and told him that to get into Philion Academy, they both needed two things. The first condition was money. They needed to cover the sky-high tuition cost. The second condition was experience. Money was also a problem, but experience was far more important. David said Thomas had to know that Philion was full of aristocrats who had received an elite education since birth. The boy asked Thomas if he wanted to beat those rich kids, and if there was only one way to do it. From that moment on, Thomas had to start gaining experience by risking his life. These guys were ideal opponents, thanks to whom the boys could get money and experience, killing two birds with one stone. Thomas cried his eyes out. and David asked if he had any better ideas. If not, then it was all decided. David opened the first backpack and patted Thomas on the back. They had to start immediately, very slowly and carefully. Thomas used his telekinesis spell, and the first backpack slowly filled with treasure, in a matter of minutes. The last coins and the dagger landed in the boy's other backpack. David looked at the treasures and felt satisfied. The task had been completed perfectly. The boy ruffled Thomas's hair, remembering what he had said before. The most important thing for the boy was experience. The mage let out a sigh of relief. The plan had worked. In fact, David had not been sure everything would go well. But on second thought, the kid was a fast learner. It turned out Thomas was even better than he had imagined, and the boy had finally found a wonderful servant. David said that since they had filled their backpacks to the brim, it was time to run. Thomas did not immediately understand that they were finished. The corporal confirmed that they had done everything they needed to. So they had to leave immediately before something went wrong. At that very moment, two boys were running through the forest, trying to catch something moving at high speed, unable to keep up with the chase. One of them started shouting for the chicken flying ahead of them to stop immediately. Everyone heard this shout. David could not understand what kind of sick freaks could be causing such a commotion in the middle of the night. While the boys had their backs to the goblins, their leader woke up, as the same shout had woken him from his sleep. The leader looked around to see where the noise was coming from, and he saw that there were no treasures in the chest. His voice, in turn, woke the other moon goblins, who tried to figure out which thieves had stolen their shiny trinkets. Looking around, two of them suddenly noticed David and Thomas, who had not managed to escape the clearing yet. David was displeased. To say the least, their situation was bad. The moon goblins were rushing towards them in a horde to attack. The boy dropped his backpack to the ground. Thomas could barely stand on his feet. David felt that, from the beginning, events had been unfolding a little too well. He expected a trap, and he got one. Thomas asked what they should do. Maybe throw the treasure away and run. David was against that idea. In that case, they could not pay for their education. And that was their goal, to get some money. And even though Thomas thought that was not the most important thing, they were out of time. The goblins were dangerously close. Thomas drew his sword from its sheath. It was made of cheap steel, and with its weight and strength, it would last for about 15 strikes. There were about 30 enemies, and they all rushed their one opponent at once. Because Thomas could be ignored, the boy only had 15 strikes, and the first goblins were already within striking distance of him. After making the necessary calculations, David drew the sword from its sheath with a swift motion, and sliced the heads off the first goblins in a single swing. Thomas watched in silence as the monsters' heads flew around him, mixing with their own blood. David smirked. He still had 14 strikes left, which was almost equal to the number of enemies. Finally, the last strike landed on the goblin leader, and the boy's sword pierced through its skull. David was even a little disappointed. Everything had gone pretty smoothly. Thomas, however, was in a state of shock. In his opinion, what had just happened was impossible. Before his very eyes, David had decapitated 3 goblins with a single strike, after which the entire horde rushed him. The monster's tactic did not work because, when that happened, the boy simply vanished for a moment. But when David reappeared a few seconds later, almost nothing was left of the goblin crowd. This battle, which Thomas believed would be his death sentence, turned out to be the death sentence for the goblin leader and his horde. Thomas was even more impressed by the spectacle David had put on. He had not even asked for help. Suddenly, the corporal's voice broke the boy's thoughts. David asked why he was just standing there like a statue. When Thomas started to apologize, the boy told him not to, but to hurry up and grab their things. David looked at his new assistant and added with a smile that they were going home. The boys' backs ached from the large amount of treasure in their backpacks, and David was displeased because they had not followed the plan. He also noticed an ache in his muscles, which appeared after the battle with those goblins. Could it be because he was still growing? David promised himself he would get back to his physical training as soon as he returned home. Thomas was curious about the screams in the forest that had ruined all their plans, but David had no answer. He called those guys sick freaks, and promised they would pay for all the trouble they caused during the gathering. Absorbed in conversation, the boys did not notice the red-tipped arrow flying toward them. Thomas's sixth sense told him to look back at the last moment, and he saw the arrow approaching the back of his head with a lightning-fast move. David caught the arrow in midair before it reached its target, and the young man was furious. Thomas only realized the danger when he saw the arrow in his mentor's hands, and sweat ran down his forehead. David was beginning to feel that this forest was cursed, which was why so many sick freaks were wandering around. In front of them, two young men stepped out of the darkness and into the light. And they were also surprised to see that the boys were human. After taking a closer look at David and Thomas, the young men realized they were not just humans, but children. One of the young men slung his bow over his back and apologized to the boys. He said he heard a noise and thought it was a monster, so he just started firing, spotting something shiny in one of the bags. The men approached David, talking about how they would almost killed someone. Realizing where this conversation was headed, David cut them off. He said the strangers were not even trying to make their lies convincing. David demanded they stop this pathetic charade, telling the young men to just say who they were and what they wanted. The archer scratched the back of his neck, apologized, and said he would forgotten to introduce himself. Suddenly, he lunged at David with a knife he would drawn at the last second, shouting that they were the Calaboro. But the man's plan failed. David grabbed his arm and, with lightning speed, struck him in the jaw. One of the Calaboro choked on his own blood as it gushed from his nose and mouth. David knew that name all too well. Could it be? He would run into those bastards again, seeing his accomplice in trouble. Another Calaboro drew his knife and lunged at David. But Thomas, who was standing nearby, had no intention of letting that happen. The boy yelled for David to be careful, casting a binding spell with an unseen hand against the thief. The blond Calaboro could not believe it. He was completely unable to move. David, however, was pleased with Thomas's skill and seized the moment to strike the weapon from the attacker's hands. A moment later, he snatched the dagger from the ground and struck the blond man several times with lightning-fast blows. Not understanding what had just happened, the blond man demanded to know who they were. But a moment later, Thomas had to leap back as the man collapsed, bursting into pieces and splattering blood everywhere. In shock, Thomas asked David if he would really killed him, and David confirmed it, saying the man had tried to kill him too. He then added that Thomas must have heard that those two were members of the Calaboro. They are a gang that kidnaps and sells people. There is no crime they won't commit. They are the most ruthless group in the entire empire. Walking over to the second man, David stabbed him in the chest with the same dagger. With the job done, David added that if he had not killed them, they would have cut Thomas up for his organs and buried the remains somewhere. Leaving guys like that alive, knowing who they are, is a crime in itself. That is why Thomas should not make a scene. He just needed to gather all their belongings. Suddenly, one of the men's bags started to jump around. David looked on in surprise, wondering why it was moving. Could the Calaboro have brought it with them? Thomas was curious about what was inside. Maybe it is a stolen animal. David replied that they were about to find out, and decisively untied the knot. Just then, a bird flew out of the bag. Even David was struck by the bird's beauty. It was sky blue, but it looked kind of like a chicken. Thomas was thrilled. It was the first time he would ever seen a blue bird. David added that it was a first for him too. Despite all his experience, the boy looked down at the shackles on the bird's legs. They were poacher's shackles, designed to disrupt a captive's mana flow. He had always thought they were only used in rare cases, like for capturing magical beasts. Maybe this blue bird was something special. Because unexpectedly, it began to speak. The bird demanded a response, finally shouting that it had made contact. The boys were so stunned, they could not move. The first to snap out of it was, of course, Thomas. He ran to hug David, but David stopped him, realizing it was communication magic. Judging by how it started speaking as soon as it left the bag must have been blocking its mana. David asked who he was speaking to, and the voice introduced himself as Paul, a student of magical beasts at the Institute. The bird's name was Marpus, and he had been trying to contact her with no luck. But thankfully, it all worked out. Paul asked who they were, and David explained they were just passing through. They were ambushed by poachers from the Calaboro and had to fight them. And those poachers were the ones who stole the bird. David did not go into detail. What happened was too bloody to speak of. All the bird's owner needed to know was that they had saved her. Paul said he had, of course, considered that possibility, but he had not dwelled on it. After all, he owed them a great deal for saving her. He did not know how to repay them. But Thomas asked for the best way to return the bird to Paul. As Marpus seemed exhausted by the shackles, David asked if the bird could fly normally if he removed them, and Paul replied that it should be fine. The bird has an excellent homing instinct, so if they just set her free, she will find her way home. With a single swing of his sword, David cut the shackles from Marpus's legs. and she chirped happily, sheathing his sword. David said the bird was free now and could fly home so its owner would not worry. But the bird was in no rush. For some reason, it kept pecking at David's face. Paul explained that Marpus was asking him to pluck her feathers. David did as he was told, and Marpus's feathers acted like a compass, always pointing in the bird's direction. As he said goodbye, Paul told them that if they ever visited the institute, they should come see him and Marpus. The bird shot from David's hands, and Paul's last words faded into an echo. David noted that Marpus was an incredibly fast creature, but Thomas's attention was on what was left in David's hand. Thomas noted that the small gift was even pinching David's hand, but neither boy knew what it was. A few days later, they arrived in a city where everything seemed to be business as usual. The market was bustling with activity. Porters unloading carts filled with countless goods. A local merchant, Don Carable, was buying a piece of jewelry, offering 20 gold coins for it. Turning to the boys, he told them that a great many wonderful goods had been brought to him today, and he was having a good day. Don Carable was delighted to meet such a valuable customer, and the young man was pleased with the encounter as well. Finally, he had found a true specialist. All the other merchants in the market had turned out to be swindlers, which had greatly annoyed him, but David realized his wandering had not been in vain, since he would manage to meet such an honest merchant, and Don Carable blushed. The young man asked if he would appraise one more small item, and he agreed. David took the bird's gift from his pocket, asking what could be done with it, as he did not want to sell it. That night, the blue bird of dreams, or simply Marp, had left him this egg. At first, David thought she had just pooped in his hand, but that was not it at all. She had rewarded his kindness in another way. He even threw the egg against a nearby rock, but to his surprise, the purple egg shattered the rock into dust. It turned out to be incredibly durable. Don Carable examined the egg closely, saying he would never seen anything like it, and had no idea what kind of bird it could belong to, but it undoubtedly belonged to an extremely rare species of magical beast, and a treasure like this could be worth a fortune. The egg's color and texture were also a source of surprise. It forced them to rack their brains, searching through all the knowledge stored in their minds. David laughed. He did not want Don Carable to declare in a few seconds that it was just horse manure. The merchant gave the egg to the boy, telling him he really did not know what it was, but he thought it was something unusual. He asked David if he wanted to take the egg to a specialist. David replied that it was the only option he had left. He could not sell the egg without knowing what was inside it. After checking his treasures, David asked if the merchant still sold books about Filion Academy. David explained that he and Thomas were going to apply there, but they knew nothing about it. Carable replied that it was quite a coincidence. Don Carable explained that his daughter was also planning to apply there, and he was sure she would not mind helping them. He was trying to explain that she would be there soon, when the boys heard her voice. The girl asked what was going on. David looked around and saw a beautiful blonde, whom Don Carable called his only flesh and blood. The girl's name was Mary. The dealer said the boys were very important clients with whom he had just closed a big deal. Mary did not believe her father's words and called Thomas and David brats, which made them furious. The merchant apologized for his daughter, saying she grew up in a merchant family and was therefore very sharp-tongued. Thomas replied that it was nothing, but David was not bothered by her manners. He saw something very familiar in the girl's face and asked if her name was really Mary. When Mary said yes, he asked if her middle name was Alice, and she replied, "How did you know that?" David replied that it might seem very strange, but she looked a lot like someone he knew. But to be sure, he needed to whisper one more question to her. Mary Alice allowed it, and he whispered, asking if she had something down there that was not typical for a girl. The girl was shocked by the nonsense she had just heard from a stranger. David ignored her reaction and continued thinking aloud that it did not look like she had a penis. The boy looked at Don Carabella and said he preferred to believe the old man had another son he knew nothing about. But David's thoughts were cut short by a slap from Mary, who now considered him a sicko. But the effect of the slap was the complete opposite. The sensation was quite familiar to the boy. After that feeling, the boy was certain this girl was Countess Mary Alice. When his penal battalion was in the city of Armelin, Countess Mary was in charge of their supplies. Thanks to her excellent work ethic and affable nature, she could befriend anyone. She was an impressive person. However, as soon as someone mentioned the word member in conversation, she would become extremely angry. When she lost her temper, she started slapping everyone, and David was no exception. At the time, he did not understand why it suddenly happened. David had always wanted to ask Count Mary why this happened the next time they met. But he never got the chance. Count Mary Alice died in combat. Like all of David's other friends and comrades, he saw her body with his own eyes. But it seemed David had just found the answer to his question. Who would have thought that was the reason? He looked at Don Carabella's furious daughter standing before him and realized that Count Mary Alice was a girl. Seeing the boy smile, Mary Alice exploded even more, deciding she had to punish him again, and lunged at him. The girl's next attack was instantly stopped by the boy, who chopped Mary on the head and told her to calm down. Mary clutched her head, and David told her not to get arrogant just because he let her slap him once. But the boy decided to point out that he had also been wrong about some things. David's comment provoked Mary even more, and she screamed that she would hit him twice. Mary Alice grabbed David by the hair, and he tried to stop her pointless efforts. The boy no longer doubted that she was seriously unhinged. Thomas and Don Carabella watched everything unfold in shock, not knowing how to react, finally recovering from their shock. The boy and the old man rushed to separate the two opponents, who had completely lost control. A little more time passed and everyone more or less calmed down. Thomas still did not understand what was wrong with those two. The two of them had just fought as if they wanted to kill each other. Mary asked if they really did not want to sell it. David replied that it was true. He was just curious to see if everything was all right with them. David assured the girl that if not, he would buy something from them to replace it. Now Thomas watched as the two weirdos seemed to become friends. The boy decided to buy 3 swords and a magic wand from Don Carabella and his daughter. Mary asked David why he needed 3 swords, since they would be very difficult to carry, and he replied that it was just in case, since they often broke. The girl asked him what he thought of the weapons she had offered, and he replied that they were not bad, but the black one was the best of all. Mary explained that black iron was very durable, which is why all the famous knights wanted weapons made only from that material. The girl added that she did not know how rough the boy was with his swords, but he probably would not be able to break this one. And the staff she offered him had a very beautiful magic stone, so the boy should take good care of it, especially since he now had such a handsome boy by his side. She turned to Thomas and asked if he was a mage. Mary asked what kind of magic Thomas used, and he modestly replied that he had telekinetic abilities. Mary was delighted, in her opinion. That was incredible, and if the boy worked hard, he could even get a scholarship to the academy. The only question left was for David himself. What technique was he going to demonstrate in the practical exam? The girl said that to get into Filion, he had to impress them and show his techniques in the practical exam. The written exam was also difficult, but not as much as the practical one, and if the boy got good results, he would undoubtedly be accepted into the academy. If the boy did not prove his worth, he could forget about getting into the academy. David believed he only needed to be skilled with a sword. The boy asked what people usually showed the teachers on the committee, and Mary replied that most nobles showed their families secret techniques, but most martial artists and other applicants showed off their own fighting techniques using mana. David did not know that kids his age who wielded swords could already use mana even if they were not mages, but it turned out that he had to be able to do it too. Mary said that if he wanted to join Filion, he had to be able to use his mana in battle. The girl saw David's reaction and suspected he had not yet learned to feel his mana. In the end, the boy had to ask if mana was the same as aura, and this question left Mary speechless. Mary Alice covered her face with her hands and groaned. Was David really trying to enroll in Filion Academy? She said they were completely different things, but her reaction slightly offended the boy. Mary Alice stopped laughing and suddenly said they had to go out to the courtyard, which made David a little nervous. She stood up and grabbed the swords from the table, saying she would borrow them. David asked where she got so much confidence, since she could damage the weapons, but she told him not to worry. Mary said that if she broke any of the weapons, she would pay triple for them. Looking at David, who was still sitting down, the girl urged him on, saying this was no time to talk and he should follow her. Mary explained that mana was the primary source of nature's power, that it was like air and was everywhere, but not everyone could use it. To use mana, you must first feel your own mana and develop a mana sense. This can be achieved through talent, training, a strong desire, or anything else. There are many factors that influence the outcome. It usually takes people about a year to achieve it, and after that year, they start to feel it. Potential candidates hoping to enroll in Filion have already passed this stage. Mary told David to forget about it for now, since he did not even understand the difference between mana and aura. However, Mary acknowledged that aura is a type of mana, but the difference between them was as vast as the heavens and the earth, even with talent and unbelievable effort. It takes at least 10 years of training to even get a whisper of the power of aura, after she would said her piece. Mary Alice asked the boy if he understood any of it, and David replied that he did. A little. He remembered that he would sometimes met people like that on the battlefield, who boasted about using their aura or other unusual powers. They were his enemies. But not so incredible that they did not die like anyone else when you killed them. Mary Alice announced that the explanations were over for now, and asked if they could begin. She was certain that with practice, David would understand it all much faster by using his body instead of his head. The boy did not expect anything extraordinary from Mary, because in his eyes, she was just a kid. But a second later, Mary Alice attacked David so quickly that he was forced onto the defensive. At first, he could not even process what was happening. This girl. She had clearly impressed him. He parried her first attack, but she did not stop, and was already rushing toward him again. David was amazed that at such a young age, Mary was already able to exert so much force, especially while using two swords. David had not seen anything like it before, so he could not be sure. But it seemed to be the Manhwa combat technique she had told him about. But Mary, on the other hand, was the one who was impressed. She wanted to end the fight in a single strike, to demonstrate the power of Manhwa, and force the boy to give up on entering the academy. In her mind, that was the best way out of this. Because if he failed the entrance exam, it would be even worse for him. But things did not go as she expected. And for some reason, she felt that David was pressuring her, that he was able to do it even without using Manhwa. Mary Alice tensed up. This is ridiculous. Her opponent's voice snapped her out of her stupor. He asked her what she was thinking about. With a lightning-fast move, he knocked both her swords aside, sending Mary flying backward, shouting for her to dodge instead of blocking. He launched a second attack, and Mary had to leap back. The girl's eyes shone with excitement. She understood she was in danger. But now she had a few seconds to catch her breath. She asked David if she was right in thinking he was no ordinary boy, and he replied with a smile that the same could be said of her. She not only possessed Manhwa, but skill with a sword too. Though her center of gravity was off, if Mary could fix that, she could become much stronger. Such bold behavior enraged Mary Alice, who was not used to losing. She screamed that David should not consider himself the winner. The boy was only worried about her keeping her word, because one of the swords had broken, and she had promised to pay triple for it. Hearing the sound of shattering steel, David glanced back and said that Mary Alice should get the money ready. Thomas, who suddenly appeared behind the girl, said with excitement in his eyes that he was so brave. But at that very moment, David yelled that he was exhausted and that the kid needed to hurry up. The next morning, David went to the market to collect the money he was owed from the previous day. But to his surprise, instead of money, the boy found books on theory for admission to Felion Academy and Mary's notes. The girl said there was only a month left until admissions, but David was surprised by her generosity, since she was so against it yesterday. David even threatened her, but Mary replied that she had no ulterior motives. She just liked them. She decided to do them a small favor so they could all enter the academy together, and offered her services for free. Mary would have loved to teach David personally, but her caravan could not wait, and it was time for them to leave. So Mary Alice wished the boys luck with their studies, saying that if David failed after everything she had done for him, there would be no forgiveness. David just laughed in response and told the girl to worry about herself. It was strange, but he was starting to like her even more. Hopping onto the carriage step, Mary Alice waved goodbye and said she would see them in the capital for the entrance exams. She entrusted the boys with her most prized possession, and told them to review and study it from cover to cover. David understood that he had to train his weak body and study as well, but he found himself enjoying the huge effort. When the boy returned home, his daily life began as usual, but with a few small changes. David loved having lunch with his sister Willow, but she immediately noticed that he was now eating so much he looked like he was going to burst. He would then burn those calories at night, hunting monsters around the village, gradually increasing his physical fitness and endurance. Over time, these nightly excursions became more and more fruitful, and this continued until there were no monsters left around the village. On top of that, the boy studied constantly, which was already an incredible feat for a soldier from a penal battalion. He did not understand why he had to learn the table manners of the northern nobility. He did not know what results to expect, but he gave it his all. A month passed and finally, the friends arrived at the main stage of the story, the capital of the Balan Empire. The capital housed the best educational institution in the empire, the small city of the White Tower, standing before Felion Academy. The boys had finally arrived. The magician Thomas was filled with excitement. He could not say anything other than how beautiful the place was. for the boy. Everything that was happening now was like a fairy tale. But David tried to snap him out of that state and get him moving. He told Thomas to stop acting like a country bumpkin and get inside, because they would be late for the exam. Thomas looked at his mentor and said that only a month had passed. But David had grown so much. That was the last straw for the corporal. He walked up to Thomas and punched him in the head. It was time to go. David realized that if they arrived at Filian Academy at this moment, it was very possible they could run into him. The boy hoped to meet the descendant of a famous family of swordsmen, Geoffrey, a genius who had become famous for being the strongest swordsman in the empire. Geoffrey must be about his age now, so maybe David could meet him during the exams. In fact, the meeting was not that important to him, but it would have been a pleasant surprise. Thomas asked David if he had brought that thing, but the boy did not immediately understand what he meant. The young mage was referring to the feather the dream bird had left behind to save him. It was supposed to show him the way to him. David replied that, of course. He had the feather with him. He had grabbed it before leaving for the capital. The old man lived somewhere around here, so the boy immediately decided to go look for him after the exams. He had not forgotten about his quest. Now, the blue bird's feather was pointing to the top floor of the building the friends were standing in front of. Meanwhile, in one of Filian Academy's offices, a professor was going through another crisis. He believed he was not cut out for this job. He had always had doubts about his calling. He really wanted to go back to being a seeker, and Marpus did not object. The bird began to sing beautifully, and Professor Paul realized it was supporting and encouraging him. Paul understood that he had to keep working in this position to repay his savior. He was a professor of zoology at the academy, his unique biological trait. He was a Verlov, and now, Paul wanted to check his room, worried it might be uncomfortable. Suddenly, the door to Paul's office swung open right in front of David. It was as if he was expecting a guest. The young man did not even bother to knock. Seeing Marpus, David was both delighted and surprised. He said he had no idea its owner could be a beastman. The unexpected visit startled Verlov Paul. He scrambled to the other side of the room, demanding to know who David was and how he got in. His office was on the top floor, but the two friends had not taken the stairs. Thomas reminded David with a pained expression, his ears still ringing, but Verlov Paul just kept talking. He was desperate to know if these strangers had come for his precious bird. Marpus. David showed the feather to Paul, who instantly realized these two were the ones who saved his friend. The Verlov's demeanor changed instantly as he tried to be hospitable. Realizing he had started off so rudely, David replied that it was fine, and his apology was more than enough. The young man confessed that it was all Thomas's fault. He was the one who brought them to the office, though he quickly added that it was David who had asked him to. But the young man did not let the mage finish, grabbing his cheeks and forcing him to shut up. David did not want to waste any more time and got straight to the point. He was shocked that the bird's owner was a Verlov, a rather rare species of beastman, and what is more, this Verlov was a professor at Filian Academy. Paul, in turn, was surprised that Marpus's rescuers were Academy applicants. The Verlov noted that if he would known sooner, he would have prepared letters of recommendation for them, but the exams had already begun today. David decided to ask a few questions, since they were short on time, and he did not like what the Verlov said about the possibility of failing the exams. He pulled a dark purple egg from his pocket. Asking what this thing Marpus had left him was stunned. Verlov Paul stared at the egg in the young man's hand. It was the egg of a fantastical bird. Paul asked if Marpus had really laid the egg, and David confirmed it, not understanding what was so strange. The Verlov explained that it was true, but Marpus was not just any bird. She was a dream bird, and that was not even the most interesting part. Paul held the egg and declared that he had no idea what would hatch from it, and David was left completely speechless. David argued that it was a bird's egg, so a bird should hatch from it. But with a dream bird, things were different. Depending on its environment, a dream bird absorbs different types of mana and lays an egg, and when it hatches, a phoenix shrouded in flames emerges. If the bird lays an egg in a monster's nest, the hatchling will resemble the monsters living there. And sometimes, no bird hatches at all. Of course, by analyzing the mana flows from the egg, you can predict what kind of creature will hatch from it. Countless types of mana are intertwined within this egg, like boiling, molten metal, but right now, it is impossible to know for sure what is inside. David felt overwhelmed by how much trouble this one egg was causing. He looked at the blue bird and asked it just where it had been wandering to lay such a bizarre egg. The young man had never seen such a shameless bird. It was looking right at him while covering its head with its wing. Unexpectedly, Paul asked David if he could take care of the egg, and David had no objection. The Verlov was pleased with this answer. A dream bird lays only one egg in its entire life, so he understood its value perfectly. If Marpus herself laid this egg right in front of her saviors, he believed the bird felt a special connection to them. He scratched the bird's neck, saying he wanted to respect the choice of his longtime friend. David agreed again, adding that he was also curious to see what would hatch from the egg. The young man knew he and Thomas were short on time, so after settling things, he started to say his goodbyes to Paul. But Paul asked them to wait. The Verlov had been thinking this whole time about a reward, and a wonderful idea had just come to him. He handed the boys a scroll, on which was written everything they needed to help hatch the egg. A short time later, the boys headed to the practical exam hall, located in the main building of Jelulian Castle. They sat in the waiting area for prospective students, all martial arts masters, and were called before the committee one by one. Slowly, the line moved forward. Then, the announcer called out that examinee number 111 was finished. After the announcement, he called for the next applicant, number 112, to follow him. David watched with a bored expression as the kid entered the next room. Judging by the last applicant's number, he was up next. The young man was annoyed by the long wait, but Mary told him it was like this for every exam. David asked Mary why she was dressed like that, calling it impractical. But she replied that she would paid special attention to her appearance because this was Philion. She said this is where the nobility comes, and they could become her future clients. So she had to dress to impress. Mary Alice lamented that Thomas was not with them, but David replied that he was taking his exam elsewhere. With the mages, applicant number 112 finished his exam and walked out in utter despair. The kid was certain he had failed. David realized it was his turn. Mary told him not to be nervous and to just give it his all. The girl yelled that if he failed, there would be no forgiveness, and David sarcastically thanked her for the support. At the door, the young man glanced back at the other applicants and said he would be back soon, in the next room, where the admissions committee was gathered. The young man finally saw the professors of Philion Academy. Every single one of these professors stood out from the rest. They all looked rather interesting, but the one who caught his eye the most was the old man, sitting at the center of the table, the academy's headmaster, Archmage Donald. But the woman sitting beside him was also an incredibly impressive figure. In his past life, David had rarely felt an aura of this magnitude. The young man bowed respectfully before the admissions committee and stated his name. The headmaster greeted him politely and introduced himself. He announced that the young man's opponent would be a magical mannequin, and that David would have to demonstrate his skills on it. They asked him what technique he wished to demonstrate, and he replied that a single slash should be more than enough for a mannequin like that. Some of the professors thought there was always one kid among the applicants started spouting nonsense when they saw this mannequin. The mannequin could withstand a blow infused with aura and, on top of that, it recovered quickly. A truly well-designed product of magical engineering. Even the genius, Jeffrey, could barely put a scratch on this mannequin. It would be interesting to see what this kid could show them. Could he really slice the mannequin in half? The headmaster did not appreciate such comments from his colleagues. The boy was standing right there. Yet they were not holding back at all. He did not want to jump to conclusions, because for some reason, he felt this boy could show them something completely unexpected. Looking closer at the applicant, the man saw an incredibly strong aura coming from the boy, and was shocked. Given his young age, in an instant, David completed his part of the practical exam, striking the mannequin with what seemed to be a single blow to the neck. Turning to the committee and sheathing his sword, the young man announced that he was finished. The two skeptical professors began to laugh, saying it was difficult to evaluate such a. After a hearty laugh, one of them turned to the headmaster, asking for his thoughts on the matter, but Donald had no time to respond, because the woman next to him shot up from her seat and lunged at the boy. The woman's name was Emma, a fencing instructor at the academy. She aimed her sword at David's throat, her eyes blazing with fury. After a pause, David said she had startled him. But instead, he heard a question. Who taught him such swordsmanship? David did not even know how to answer. So Emma decided to ask another question. She asked if he saw her movements when she lunged, and David replied that her technique was truly astonishing. He pointed out how difficult it is to draw a sword that fast. Yet she had managed to swing it 3 more times. Emma replied that David was right. She had struck 3 times. Just as self-indulgent as the moves the boy had shown, the corporal did not know how to respond, nor did he want to. This was how the academy's best instructors tested their students. The woman continued, saying that he must have thought no one could see through his stupid little trick, but in reality, David slowed down his final strike, as if to make sure they saw it. Donald, arms crossed on the table, analyzed everything that had just transpired. Emma saw it as the height of arrogance. That boy had forgotten his place. The theory instructors did not understand the commotion. What were they supposed to have seen? But Emma had completely misunderstood David's intentions. He only held back on the final strike because he feared his sword could not handle the force and would shatter. But now, looking at the furious woman, the boy knew. Even if he told her the truth, she would never believe him. Emma's rage subsided as quickly as it had flared. She sheathed her sword and said she would remember him, leaving the boy stunned. But just as David relaxed, the woman turned back and declared she would definitely teach him herself. The academy's fencing instructor returned to her seat, leaving the entire committee, especially Donald, in awe. The headmaster was shocked. That remark sounded as if she would already accepted him as her student. The headmaster thanked the young man for his performance, making a mental note to pay closer attention in the future. Finally, Donald concluded the test with a simple question, one with no right answer. The boy had to answer from his heart. The headmaster of the academy asked him why he wanted to study at Fidgeon Academy. After a moment's thought, the boy said it was an interesting question, and his answer was, to live with no regrets. That was the main reason David had come to this institution. As the door closed behind the applicant, the headmaster sat there, deep in thought, his expression unreadable. Those words had taken him by surprise. Suddenly, the man smirked and said that was a tough one, adding that he had no idea how to teach the boy something like that. The theory instructors began to ask what the kid had done to provoke such a reaction. If he would pulled off some kind of amazing trick. The headmaster replied that you could call it a trick, but he preferred to call it talent. The next second, right after he spoke, the head of the magical training dummy fell to the floor. David also had a lot on his mind. He wondered if he could have defeated that instructor, even if he would met her in his past life. The boy felt he would already faced enough hardship, but it seemed he still had a long road ahead. He remembered his commander's words and realized, coming to Filion Academy was not a mistake. The young man was certain he could learn a great deal at this institution. Now, all that was left was the written exam. He would spend an entire month memorizing everything. So this should be a piece of cake. But soon after, it turned out his assumptions were dead wrong. The young man realized he had screwed up big time. Mary was shocked. The guy had not even answered half the questions, and she told him to check the notes in his bag. Thomas hesitated, then replied that David had actually just grabbed a couple of books and left the bag behind. Then he just got absorbed in his studies and forgot about everything else. The mage admitted it was his fault for not reminding David about the other materials, and Mary finally realized. That guy was a complete idiot. David had been in a slump ever since the written exam ended, and the girl was hoping the results would be posted soon. Realizing this was not good, Mary started trying to snap the boy out of his daze. She told him everything would be fine, because the practical exam was more important anyway. Suddenly, her speech was cut short by an applicant who saw the exam results appear in the sky above the plaza. All the applicants rushed into the plaza to see the list floating in the air, all of them desperately searching for their names. Mary and Thomas were among them as well. According to the girl, the results were posted way earlier than she expected. Thomas placed 12th in practical and 1st in written, while Mary placed 9th in both. The two of them were ecstatic with joy. Now they could finally relax a bit. They were officially students of Filion Academy. Mary noticed Thomas had placed 1st in theory and congratulated him. Even though he had not seen his own score yet, 2 other people tied for 1st place with him. But that did not diminish his achievement in the slightest. Even if he himself just called it luck. In high spirits, Mary Alice turned to David, about to ask how he did. But the boy was not happy at all. His face was a mask of pain and sorrow. David was not on the list. Mary and Thomas rushed over, unable to believe what they were hearing in their minds. Those results were absolutely impossible. Mary pried his eyes open with her hands, telling him to look again, because David must have just misread it. Suddenly, the sky above the plaza erupted in flames, and all the students shielded their eyes from the brilliant light. The friends thought it was just fireworks, celebrating those who had passed the entrance exams. But it was something far more spectacular than that. A blazing phoenix soared over the plaza, spotting David in the crowd. The bird launched a sphere of fire toward him, and the boy froze, unsure how to react. Suddenly, the flaming sphere exploded mid-air, and fire painted the entire sky above the plaza. Against this fiery backdrop, An announcement appeared. David. Second place in the martial arts faculty and first place in the practical exam. After a moment of stunned silence, his friends hugged him in excitement. The young man had made it into the most prestigious academy in the country after all, despite failing the theory exam. David secured second place in his faculty thanks to the practical exam. The boy himself was probably the only one who ever doubted his abilities, because Mary and Thomas never believed he would fail. Suddenly, it hit David. He had placed first in the practical exam. That meant Jeffrey had lost to him. He knew that guy would not stand for it, which was a little scary, but it could not ruin his happiness. For a while after the announcement, the boy celebrated, until he heard a voice from behind ask, "Are you that David?" The corporal had a feeling his meeting with Jeffrey would be something like this. He turned around and saw the sword saint himself, standing right in front of him. Everyone at Filion Academy knew of Jeffrey, but seeing him in person always inspired awe. Mary realized Jeffrey wanted to speak with David, but he himself saw that the boy was the same as he was in his past life. The Jeffrey from his past life could not stand anyone better than him with a sword, and had a vile desire to always be the victor. David decided to handle this peacefully. So he simply said he did not know what the man was talking about. Jeffrey was not satisfied with that answer and demanded to know why he was lying, but David insisted his opponent had no proof. The moment the boy mentioned proof, Jeffrey unsheathed his sword and lunged at him. Mary Alice and Thomas, who were standing nearby, could only stare in shock. No one could have predicted this turn of events. After landing a single strike, Jeffrey declared that was enough. If the young man was not the top-ranked student, he would have never been able to react. Meanwhile, a crowd of onlookers gathered around the two. Stunned by such a bold move, Jeffrey demanded David show him skills that surpassed his own. While David just thought of the guy as a sick monster, finally giving in, the boy decided to show him something and sent Jeffrey flying a considerable distance away. The holy swordsman could barely keep up with his opponent's attacks. But somehow, he managed to block every single one. After a flurry of strikes from David, Jeffrey realized the boy's technique was flawless, and he finally understood why he would take in first place. However, in the holy swordsman's mind, that still was not enough to defeat him in a one-on-one duel. David was getting tired of trying to prove anything to this lunatic. He wanted to stop Jeffrey, but the man just would not back down. The holy swordsman screamed that he still did not acknowledge David's victory as he unleashed his first strike. David could not understand why this idiot was picking a fight. Maybe he had a death wish, and David did not want to be the one to grant it. At this rate, he was afraid he would have to use his aura. The only problem was, he did not have one. With a single swing of his sword, Jeffrey could summon a tempest. His incredible aura was called the Storm Sword. There was no way David could handle that. The boy saw only one way out of this. He turned on his heel and started running for his life. Jeffrey was stunned. His opponent had actually turned his back on him. Did he really think he would be allowed to escape so easily? Thomas, who David was now hiding behind, was absolutely terrified. He could not understand why his mentor had picked him to be a human shield. Jeffrey called David a bastard, saying he would stoop so low as to use a girl as a shield. He was no knight, that is for sure. Thomas screamed that he was not a girl, he was a boy. As David remarked that Jeffrey's personality was just as rotten as ever, even at death's door, declaring that a holy swordsman puts nobility above all else. David shoved Thomas aside and lunged forward. The surprise attack caught Jeffrey off guard, and the holy swordsman took a sword hilt straight to the face. The holy swordsman dropped to his knees, clutching his face in his hands. David glanced at his friends and yelled that this was their chance. By the time Jeffrey could open his eyes, he saw David fleeing the square, pulling Mary and Thomas along with him. A few seconds after they fled, a guard pushed through the crowd to the holy swordsman, demanding to know who had caused such a commotion. But when he saw it was Jeffrey on the ground, his stern demeanor vanished, and he began asking who would dare do such a thing to a nobleman. He started asking about the attackers' descriptions, promising that the guards would find them without fail. Jeffrey said he was just a regular student now and told them not to worry, because it had been a fair fight. As he got to his feet, he noticed his sword was cracked, and this was a blade forged from high-quality mithril. All this time, Jeffrey had thought there was nothing special about his opponent's skills, yet he had done this to his sword. This piqued the young duke's interest. He vowed that from this day forward, he would remember the name David. The next day, on the outskirts of Shimo Forest, David and Thomas were searching for something, a map in hand. Thomas asked nervously if he was sure everything was going to be all right. The young mage was referring to his mentor's battle the day before. He would heard his opponent was the Duke of Gracia, second in power only to the imperial family. In that duel, David had broken Jeffrey's nose. What if he decides to take revenge? But David replied that the Duke was a good man, a man of principle who could be trusted. He was a role model for all who defended the weak, the very embodiment of an ideal nobleman. Besides, Jeffrey himself said it was just a duel. Otherwise, we would already be in jail. Do not you think, Thomas? In the end, David just told the boy to forget about it. He believed they had finally arrived at their destination. It was the manna vein Professor Paul Warren had told them about. The Fernando Spring, manna envelops the entire world. And a place where it pools for unknown reasons is called a manna vein. Here, simple stones can become high-quality manna stones. And common weeds can transform into magical healing herbs. Everyone wants to find these manna veins because of their incredible properties. A place like this is unbelievably valuable. But Professor Paul is a very generous beastman. This Burleff had shared the estimated value of an unknown egg with them. David asked Thomas if he felt anything unusual. And the boy replied that he would never felt so much mana concentrated in one place before. He felt he could easily cast magic far more powerful than usual here, on top of everything else. They also had the egg. But now, the strange object was absorbing mana at an incredible rate, as if it was enjoying it. David admitted he did not understand it either, but he suspected Mary would love to be here. It is a shame she is so busy. Thomas agreed, but there was a hint of tension in his voice. Something was bothering him. The young mage asked his mentor if something about this place felt off. Professor Paul said that with so much mana, many fantastical creatures should be drawn to this place. That means there should be plenty of normal animals here too. But that did not match what they were seeing at all. Hearing that, David realized he would let his guard down and immediately became alert. He was not surprised that things were going wrong again. Trouble just seemed to follow him wherever he went. When Thomas asked what was wrong, David told him to get ready, because he could already smell blood. Thomas asked what he meant by the smell of blood, but David just answered with a question of his own, forcing the boy to figure it out himself. Someone had already been here before them. That is why the clearing near the spring was so eerily quiet. And these uninvited guests were aiming their bows at them, right at that very moment. Arrows, charged with the mana from the spring, shot swiftly toward Thomas and David. David swiftly drew his sword and began shattering the enemy's projectiles one by one. The arrows shattered, but he realized he had seen them before. In his past life, in the Pennell Battalion, one of his comrades had shown him an arrow just like it, saying it was so powerful it could rip an orca's head clean off after his sail's pitch. The guy asked his captain if he wanted to buy some. David was tired of these daily offers. He pointed out that the guy selling them had just been caught poaching. He was probably just full of lies, but the guy insisted. The man swore up and down that these arrows were only used by the hounds, the ones who had successfully completed 100 raids in this country. The elite units and special squads were called the hounds, which meant they were now facing them. David ordered Thomas to hide somewhere and be careful. He could not let those dogs turn the kid into a pincushion. The corporal was going to be away for a while, or so he had told his assistant, hiding behind the trees. The hunting dogs could not understand how this guy could slice through all their mana-infused arrows with a single strike. As the Calabaro squad speculated on their opponent's identity, David was closing in fast. Finally, the detachment commander spotted him and ordered his men to scatter immediately, surround the enemy, and attack. David figured the commander was quick on the uptake. These guys were different from the petty thugs he had encountered in the forest before. When he saw the squad members running in different directions, the boy realized things were about to get a little complicated. If things kept up like this, David decided to use a trick. Shouting that the Calabaros could no longer tell friend from foe, David kept up the act, saying it was strange the hunting dogs had not heard about the new assignments. He introduced himself as the youngest hunting dog from the Damas branch, named Kenneth. The squad members returned to the clearing and surrounded the boy, demanding to know if he was telling the truth. David stuck to his story, but the squad leader yelled that the kid must take him for a complete idiot, even with connections. The hunting dogs could not stand such a disgusting smell. The corporal replied that he could just ask the wolf of his branch. Finally, the boy advised the squad leader that thinking everyone around him was useless just because he was not the best habit, calling the squad leader a stray mutt. David added that is exactly why he looked so pathetic. The bandit could not understand where the boy got the nerve to insult him. Did he really have a death wish? But David just kept on taunting him. Even the gang members started to calm their captain. telling him not to doubt the boy just because he was a kid. After all, only true Calabaros knew the system of ranks and branches. And the boy understood it all. The fighters insisted on waiting for the captain. And if the boy was not lying, they could have a conflict with the Damas branch. Suddenly, the captain's voice boomed, asking what kind of mess they would made. As the man stepped out from the bushes into the clearing, the captain turned out to be a burly man with battle scars on his face and body. He was a wolf from the Demir Bume branch. The squad leader immediately released David and briefly told him everything the boy had said. David was already tired of this conversation. But if the captain had joined them, then everyone was now gathered in the clearing. The wolf asked if the boy was really Kenneth from the Damas branch, and David hastily replied that he was, to the captain. This claim was rather strange. He did not understand how Kenneth could have forgotten that this part of the mountain range was Demir territory. David laughed and pretended he was simply unaware of this territorial division. After a brief pause, the boy added that it was all because he was not Kenneth, and the wolf stared him down. A second later, everyone surrounding David was struck down by his blade, and the boy was done talking, as he continued to kill the hunting dogs. The boy said he had simply used the worst name he knew. The wolf had no time to respond, because his head flew from his shoulders in a single blow, and the captain was no longer among the living. When only David and the squad leader remained in the clearing, the boy turned to him and repeated what he had said before about his grim end. With a lightning-fast strike, David severed the fingers of the hand holding the dagger. The enemy's reaction was unexpected. He fell to his knees, his back to David, and began to scream in agony. David tossed the map toward his opponent and told him that if he did not want to die, he should pull himself together and grab it. The commander of the hunting dog squad was to mark the location of every branch he knew on the map. Seeing the silent question in the Calabaro's eyes, David laughed. It was all quite clear, or the enemy simply refused to do it. Raising his sword, the young man said that if the enemy resisted, there was no point in leaving him alive. The commander of the hunting dogs said he had nothing to write with, but David said he had just made him the perfect pen. The enemy just had to look at his right hand. It was much better than any pen in the world. Some time later, when the work was done, David looked at the map with the new markings and said the commander had worked very hard. The young man added that, in his opinion, the commander of the hunting dogs even had a talent for drawing, and he asked if he would be set free now. But he should not have asked, because a moment later, David's sword split the man's face in two. David stood bathed in the moonlight, radiating a powerful aura. The young man had no intention of leaving anyone alive. The gruesome sight that appeared before his eyes made Thomas stumble back against the tree where the boy was leaning. David looked at his protege and told him that he had warned him about this beforehand. But in Thomas's opinion, it was too much. Before the boys lay a huge pile of corpses of magical creatures and forest animals. David looked at the pile of corpses and said that, as he had said before, not killing a Calabaro when you meet one is a crime. But still, Thomas had nothing to worry about, since they were all wanted criminals who should have been executed. Suddenly, among the dead animals, the boy saw a blue bird and said that if Professor Paul saw it, he would be furious. Finally, David asked Thomas if it was time to return to the academy dorms. Suddenly, the boy felt the egg at his belt move. So he untied the pouch and tried to take it out, but Thomas paid no attention to his mentor's words. The boy pointed at something in front of them, and David looked in that direction. A literal tsunami of blood rose over the clearing, but the entire flood froze in front of the boys. David forgot about his egg and grabbed the hilt of his sword, preparing for another fight. Suddenly, all the boys' worries vanished, as the egg flew into the air and glowed a brilliant purple. A moment later, the boys saw that the strange egg, with an unknown creature inside, was absorbing blood. Thomas peeked over David's shoulder and asked him what he thought was happening, but he did not know what to say. David was only sure of one thing. Whatever was inside that shell, it was undoubtedly something extraordinary. Shortly after, not a single drop of blood was left on the grass. The absorption was complete. David thought it was an interesting trait, but he realized that nothing had changed, and in that moment, the egg cracked. The boy realized the time had come for the unknown creature to hatch. He was thrilled. An incredible bird was about to be born, but as he got too close, the boy let his guard down, and the thing inside the shell flew right into his face. David clutched his nose, not understanding what the hell was happening. Was this creature going to attack them? He opened his eyes and saw a very strange-looking, dreamlike bird in front of him, which answered him in its own language. But no matter how he looked at it, This creature looked nothing like a bird. It was more like a dragon. Thomas agreed with him on this. In the books the boy had read, dragons were described in a very similar way. David's mind flashed back to the image of Marpus. He was curious where it had absorbed the mana to give birth to such a creature. The boy held out his hand, and the creature approached, nuzzling his finger with obvious delight. David leaned toward the dragon's snout, and said that hitting him in the face was a bit of a rough greeting. The creature closed its eyes, and in an instant, a strange pentagram formed in the air. When the pentagram faded, David realized that all the wounds on his face were healed. It turned out this little creature knew healing magic. On top of all that, the creature felt an incredible affection for David. The creature was far more capable than it appeared. Thomas was thrilled and wanted to name the creature. Since he could not just keep calling it the dream bird, both boys pondered what name would suit this creature. But the creature did not let them finish what they started. Suddenly, the little dragon darted from the clearing into the forest. David was stunned by his new friend's speed. Could the creature actually sense someone's presence from a distance? A short while before, a messenger from the Calabaro tribe named Stephen had been sprinting toward the clearing. He stopped at the edge of the clearing, unable to comprehend how his entire squad, including the captain, had been wiped out while he was on an errand. And then, the boy managed to see a vast sea of blood being swallowed by some unknown object. Stephen decided to flee, but as soon as he took a few steps, a strange, dragon-like creature gave chase. The boy glanced back in terror so many times that he lost his balance and tripped over a root. He turned to the creature looming over him, and it began to suck the blood from his wounds. The boy started screaming that he was bleeding out, begging anyone for help. It all stopped with a single word from David. He called out to the creature, "Siddha," and told it that it was going to kill the boy. Thomas asked if David had just named the dragon Siddha, and he confirmed it, saying the name had been on his mind for a long time. The boy scratched the creature's paw and asked if it liked its new name. Much to the messenger's astonishment, Stephen realized that David had been in the clearing with this creature all along. Could he really be this monster's master? The corporal turned to the messenger and asked how he was feeling, calling Stephen by name. The boy was startled at first, but quickly replied that he was only alive thanks to the stranger. Stephen realized this strange boy somehow knew his name. But David, threatening him with his sword, said that was none of the messenger's business. Who would have thought they would meet like this? In any case, David was glad to see him and asked how the poaching business was going. Finally, the corporal called the boy a chattering hound, which left Stephen completely stunned. He immediately started making excuses, claiming to be just an ordinary messenger. David replied that the boy was going to do something for him. Laughing loudly, the corporal added that he needed to explain something right away. This was not a request at all. David played with gold coins, tossing them in the air from his palm. Completely satisfied, for the first time, everything had gone even better than he would hoped, and Thomas was pleasantly surprised as well. Thomas was a bit confused when David said that even the spring water was worth its weight in gold, and had him take some with him. At that moment, the boy could not have imagined that Mary's father would offer such a high price for that water. Thanks to Don Carabal, they no longer had to worry about money, and on top of that, they owed a great deal to Professor Paul. The boys were disappointed when they went to thank the mage and show him Siddha, only to find he had already left on a business trip. Still, David figured that with the map he got from the hound he killed, and the task he would given that idiot Iran boy Stephen, their next conversation would be about more than just gratitude. The boy had scared Stephen so badly that night. There was no way he would ever dare to betray him. Thomas asked David what he planned to do with all that money, since he was exempt from tuition and even received a scholarship. The mage asked if he wanted to do anything specific with the money, and the corporal thought it over carefully. Come to think of it, the entrance ceremony was about to start, and they needed to hurry. A few days passed, and another carriage arrived at the stagecoach station in downtown Bologna. The page politely opened the door and asked the woman to step out, informing her that they had arrived at their destination. The girl was overjoyed, looking around, unable to believe her eyes. So this is what the capital is like. David's sister, Willow, was in high spirits. Everything around her glittered and shone, and the buildings and people were all so beautiful. David appeared out of nowhere and asked her how the trip to the capital was. This made the girl even happier. He asked if anything had happened while he was gone, but Willow insisted she should be the one asking that. She told him he could not imagine her surprise when a luxurious carriage pulled up in front of their house. She wondered where on earth he got the money to buy it. She was also curious why her brother had lost so much weight. Wondering if he was not eating properly, David barely managed to get a word in, replying that he was eating just fine, reassured by her brother. Willow finally noticed the unusual creature on his shoulder, which was looking back at her curiously. She adored it and asked what the cute little creature was. David replied that, for some reason, the little dragon had followed him, but they could discuss that later. They did not have time right now. They had to hurry. David took his sister's hand, telling her he would be very busy once classes at the academy started, so he decided that before then, he had to do everything he would planned. He decided to buy his sister some clothes. Of course, she knew David had earned a lot of money and had also received a scholarship. But still, she thought the dress she was wearing was far too expensive a gift. The young man ignored her comments and asked the clerk if he could take everything. The fact was, besides the dress, he had bought many other things for her, all packed in boxes behind her. David rightfully believed that Willow had gone through so much hardship because of him, so it was time for him to repay her. At his word, his sister's eyes filled with tears. She had not even realized how much her little brother had grown up. Now Willow was simply unstoppable. She started running around the shop, shouting for everyone to look at her kind and brilliant brother. David was extremely embarrassed by his sister's behavior, so he decided they were done there and had to get going. He wanted to take his sister to the artisan street. He needed to buy himself a decent sword. He opened the shop door, saying his sword had been damaged by some crazy idiot. But he did not see Jeffrey in the doorway. Looking towards the door, the boy froze in fear. Even Sita was startled to see the eccentric Duke, who, it seemed, was waiting for them. David asked him what he was doing there, and Jeffrey replied that he was just picking up a new sword he had commissioned nearby. He happened to see the boy while passing the shop and decided to wait. David realized this was exactly how a crazy stalker would act, and he was also puzzled by the comment about a faulty sword. The corporal was furious. It was Jeffrey who had damaged his weapon, and he could not understand why he was the one being blamed. The guy yelled that he could show Jeffrey what a truly faulty sword looked like, and the Duke replied that he was very interested to see it. The two had nearly drawn their swords when Willow stepped between them and told David to stop swearing. The corporal started to make excuses, trying to explain what was going on, but Willow cut him off again. The girl apologized for David's actions, explaining that her brother could be abusive, but deep down, he was a good kid. But in that moment, the vexing Duke had already forgotten all his grievances against his rival. Jeffrey, the heir to the noble house of Grantia, the star of the empire. He would later say that in that moment, he had met a goddess. The Duke was utterly speechless, and the only sign he was alive were his reddening cheeks. Willow continued to apologize, saying she had not raised David properly. But Jeffrey, snapping back to reality, apologized to the girl as well. He insisted the entire situation was his fault, a result of his own explosive temper, and that she had nothing to apologize for. The Duke was the only one at fault for what happened. He insisted that she should not worry. Winning her heart in that very moment, Willow said that Jeffrey was so kind. She could not believe David had such a wonderful friend, and she liked that very much. A moment later, the young woman grasped the young man's hands and began to plead with him to look after her brother. Jeffrey Grantia placed a hand over his heart and swore he would, and to start, he would compensate David for the cost of the sword. He did not have enough gold on him at the moment, so he gave the girl his family's insignia. With this insignia, they could go anywhere in the empire, and David was left completely stunned. He doubted the Duke even understood the value of what he had just given Willow. So Jeffrey recommended he go to the forge at the west end of the Artisans' Street. This forge had a 500-year history, making it nearly impossible for commoners to even step inside. But with this insignia, they would be granted access. Turning to leave, the young man said one last thing. He hoped they would forge a fine sword for them there. David was blown away. He never expected such a turn of events. Didn't the Duke understand what he had just done with the Grantia family insignia? You could buy an entire town with that. Could this really be the same sword saint? Jeffrey, from his past life. The next day, the Filion Academy entrance ceremony began in the main plaza. The Academy's headmaster, Donald, welcomed the first-year students of the 787th class. He then announced his title and name in a booming voice, pausing deliberately, so that everyone could hear and remember. He said that everyone present was known to be talented, and that, having been admitted to the academy, it was because they had proven their potential by overcoming a rigorous selection process. The headmaster was convinced he had gathered the most limitless talent from all the applicants. In that moment, in that very plaza, the Academy's finest instructors had now joined this pool of talent, and everyone gathered here today would go down in the history of the Empire. Finally, Donald once again congratulated all the students on their admission to Fillion Academy. Willow, watching the ceremony, could not hold back her tears of joy, and David realized that moments like these were necessary in life. Suddenly, the headmaster snapped his fingers, and a powerful energy filled the air, lifting all the first-year students into the air. Suddenly, one of them screamed that the sky above them was collapsing, and sure enough, the scene before their eyes began to crumble away, as they discovered a moment later. The 787 students of Fillion Academy's entering class now found themselves in an arena. David told Thomas it was as if the headmaster had transported the entire field of people in an instant, with just a single snap of his fingers. Donald announced that to conclude the entrance ceremony, they would begin the welcoming event between the seniors and the first years. This event was a tradition, designed to facilitate an exchange of experience between the newly enrolled students and the second years. This event is unique to Fillion Academy and is always held in a tense atmosphere. It usually unfolded like this. The first and second ranked students from the entrance exams would each choose an opponent. These opponents were chosen from among the 4 strongest second years, each with their own unique fighting style. Donald explained that this event reflects the core teaching philosophy of their prestigious academy. One must learn not only from their instructors, but from their fellow students as well, because discovering vulnerabilities, teamwork, and rivalry are the very foundation of learning. This ceremony was the first step in learning through duels between students of different grades. Donald noted that the first years, of course, had the right to choose their opponents, and could also refuse to fight. The headmaster hoped they had not frightened the newcomers too much, and that they would wish to participate. The top-ranked second years immediately recognized Jeffrey and David, the year's biggest celebrities. The third and fourth ranked students noticed this, calling David the Comet for surpassing the Duke in the practical exam. The second years were eager to duel them, and one of them noticed David's strong physique. The boy decided that if this went forward, it would be a perfect chance to show his sister he could stand up for himself. More importantly, David saw a great opportunity to make new friends, something that had never been a problem for him. Donald, for his part, announced that the representatives of the new students could now choose their opponents. David decided to take the first step and raised his hand. Donald bid the boy to speak. The boy said that if he had the freedom to choose his opponents, he would be honored to receive a lesson from all of his distinguished seniors, and he did not want to limit himself to just one opponent. So he proposed to take on all 4 second years at once. This proposal somewhat surprised the instructors, and Donald asked instructor Emma for her opinion. The woman replied decisively that the boy should be allowed, as the Academy's core principle was that you could do anything you had the strength for. Therefore, whoever won this fight would serve as a valuable lesson for many other students. Nevertheless, instructor Emma promised that she would gladly intervene in the duel to de-escalate the situation. If necessary, the second years thought the kid was just a rookie, yet he had the audacity to treat them with such contempt. His opponents decided to teach him some manners and put him in his place. But their leader calmed his friends down. He said that no matter how insolent David was, the kid had defeated Duke Jeffrey and was not to be underestimated. For that very reason, they had to go all out from the start, and the young man drew his sword. Willow was terrified for her brother, as his opponent's determination could prove fatal. She screamed at the top of her lungs for David to be careful, and to surrender immediately if he could not handle it. Donald finally announced that if both sides were ready, the first battle between the upperclassmen and the underclassmen could begin, the moment he finished his sentence. The first of the second years rushed into attack. The strike was good, much better than Mary's attack. It seemed this quartet was on a whole other level. David also noted his opponent's speed and how cohesively they all moved. As soon as one opponent struck, another would immediately join the fray, but David managed to avoid their blows. Despite the second year's excellent teamwork, in the end, David had to fall back to a safe distance, deciding he needed to change his tactics. And fast. He did not realize that a fourth opponent, the strongest student, had already appeared right behind him. He raised his sword over the boy, declaring that David had started all this for nothing. He wanted a real fight, something he thought was now impossible. Though David skillfully dodged his strike, his opponent's attacks were powerful, a relentless barrage with no pause. He realized the second years were all on another level, but so was he, and in a flash, he was no longer where his opponents were charging. The burly student's sword slammed into the ground. But none of them noticed that the boy had vanished from their sight. David was impressed by the skill at Filian Academy. Even as he managed to strike 3 opponents in a split second, in the end, only 2 remained standing. And the burly student was stunned by the freshman's power. David asked if he would lost his fighting spirit. If not, he promised to get serious until the very end. Without waiting for an answer, David lunged at his opponent, who braced himself to repel the attack. Suddenly, the second-year student noticed something familiar: Instructor Emma's unique stance. It was reflected in David's movements. While he was focused on this, David managed to land a series of blows to his torso. In the end, the powerful assault shattered the second-year's giant sword. The duel was over. David turned to his opponents and told them he had learned a great deal from them. The entire crowd leaped to their feet, the arena erupting in a massive uproar. Everyone was curious. Who was this newcomer who had managed to turn the tables in an instant? Even the second years themselves, as they came to their senses, could not believe David was really a freshman. The top-ranked second year looked at his broken sword and said he had no complaints about his opponent. David glanced at his sister, who grabbed the person next to her and yelled, "That is my brother. Now I do not have to worry about him getting beaten up here." He turned back to his opponents and said they had fought well, and that he would learn a lot from them. Overjoyed to be accepted into the academy, he admitted he might have gone a little overboard, but they were still much stronger than him. And now, he knew that for a fact. He sincerely thanked the second years for accepting his challenge, which left Mary and Thomas completely stunned. He asked them to forget his rudeness from today, hoping he could continue to learn from them in the future. After a moment of silence, the burly student grinned and shouted that at first he thought David was some punk, but he turned out to be a strong and respectful guy. He grabbed the boy's hand, telling him not to be so modest, that he had won fair and square with his own skills. "You need to act more confident, because that is what Filian Academy is all about," the second year declared, raising David's hand high above his head. Willow was taken aback. Now that David had proven his social skills, she realized she had nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, another one of the Academy's students, who was also very interested in David and his abilities, watched the entire scene unfold. As night fell over Filian Academy, all the students were invited to the dining hall. David had always wondered what an academy admission banquet would be like, and he looked around with interest. In truth, the celebration was more magnificent than anything he could have ever imagined. Mary repeated what she had said before. "This is the most prestigious academy in the imperial capital. You can't expect anything less." David replied that he had stopped being surprised by anything at this point. Thomas asked him if he had seen his sister off. He answered that Willow was too worried about him, so it took a long time to calm her down. He even had to send Sita with her, just in case. So there was no reason to worry about the girl. Sita was a dragon, after all. And Thomas was impressed that David cared so much for his sister. David considered that behavior completely natural and decided to drop the conversation and see what kind of food they served at this academy. Just as he sank his teeth into a chicken leg, he heard Jeffrey's voice from behind him. Jeffrey was not pleased to see him simply enjoying the food. Startled once again, David leaped from his chair and yelled at Jeffrey, asking what the hell he wanted from him this time. He asked why the Duke was back, and he replied that he had not come to fight, but simply wanted to check on something important. He pulled out a notebook and asked where Lady Willow's main base of operations was located, and how far it was from the imperial capital. Before David could even answer the first questions, the young man fired off new ones, asking if she was well protected and how often bandits appeared there. Finally, Jeffrey asked if David had taken care of her escort properly. "You should have hired mercenaries, at the very least," David snapped, saying he took perfectly good care of his sister, and that someone far more reliable than common mercenaries was watching over her. So Jeffrey has nothing to worry about. Nothing will happen to Willow, unless a wyvern or something like that shows up. But these words only provoked Jeffrey, who now worried that if a werewolf appeared, the girl would be in danger. David had had enough of this, and demanded to know what the hell he was doing making a scene over his sister. And who the hell did he think he was? Unexpectedly, the argument between these two stubborn rivals was interrupted by a girl's voice, saying they were putting on an interesting show. She turned to Jeffrey and asked since when the Wolf of Grantia had become so chatty. Judging by the Duke's expression, he clearly despised this girl, and he asked what she wanted, calling her Corinne. It was Corinne Ekalucia, who had earned the top spot among those entering the magic division. The girl laughed and apologized. saying she did not want the Duke to get the wrong idea, but right now, she was not interested in him, but in the person he was talking to. David. The boy was shocked and did not know how to respond to such a confession from a stranger, as David thought of a response. Jeffrey said that she was probably back to her malicious little hobby. The Duke finally commented that his business here was done, so she could do as she pleased. And finally, he suggested to David that he send a couple of guards after Willow, but David told him to get lost. Thomas leaned in and whispered to him that she was the same girl who had shocked everyone during the duels. David told him not to remind him, because he remembered all too well how Corinne had shown absolute superiority over all her opponents. Remembering that explosion in the arena, he concluded that, in his opinion, she had gone a little too far. The girl smiled sweetly in response, and asked if he did not think it was necessary to teach a lesson to those who had become completely arrogant. But David said he did not know what she was talking about, and told her to just get to the point. Corinne gave a predatory smile and replied that she was very impressed by his talent, and had come to make him an offer so special. A little thief like him would not have even dared to dream of it. David stared in amazement at the medallion the girl held in her hand. It was an invitation from the House of Ecologia, unlike other nobles who value blood ties. For the House of Ecologia, talent is the most important thing. And that is how they became one of the pillars of the empire. This family gives a chance to all those talents who, in their opinion, have potential, the opportunity to become one of them. The symbol of this opportunity was the invitation from the House of Ecologia itself, the very medallion he now held in his hands. David asked if she was even allowed to be handing these things out to people, and Corinne replied that if he was asking such questions it was because he already understood what it was. The young man could not reveal the whole truth, so he simply said he would heard something about it. He had first heard of this medallion in his past life in a penal battalion. When the commander showed him the medallion, the young man asked if a commoner like him could ever join such a noble family. Florence stared intently at the young man and said that it was indeed possible. But first the boy would have to pass a test given by the head of the family, which should not be a problem for someone with talent, so the boy was to keep that in mind. As soon as he washed away his sins with achievements in this war, he could receive an invitation. The woman considered David a truly talented warrior who undoubtedly possessed great skill. Corinne said that if the boy already knew, there was no point in explaining further, and that he hoped David would make the right choice. He gave him a parting look and said that even if you are born a wolf, if you live among sheep you can become one of them. He walked away, leaving Thomas with a wildly beating heart, and David wondered, do geniuses always get to do whatever they want? The good thing was he could now contact Ecologia, and that clan could prove useful. At Philian Academy a student's skill was valued above all else, and depending on their grades their entire environment would change. The most striking example of this was the dormitory system. All students with average grades were assigned to Nishan Hall, a perfectly decent building with no claims of being overly sophisticated. Each student had their own clean room, a high-quality cafeteria, and so on. A pleasant enough dorm with all the necessities. On the other hand, the bottom 30% of students were assigned to Crater Hall. The first day for any newcomer to this dorm always began with cries of outrage. The nobles were especially distraught at the thought of living in that ruined shack without any servants. But the commander would always apologize, explaining that the academy had no staff for Crater Hall. 4 students were meant to live in each room of this dorm, and the cafeteria, showers, and bathrooms were all communal. To all the indignant cries, the commander would simply reply that those were the academy's rules, and that they should not glare at him like that, but instead focus on their studies. If after moving into this dorm their grades for the semester did not improve, the students would be stuck in this hall for the next semester as well. The final dorm, home to the top 10% of students, was called Navardo's Hall. According to David, this dorm could be easily described in a single phrase. Everything about it was pure luxury. The boy was amazed that all these perks and luxuries were meant for students. This truly was an exceptional academy. Suddenly David spotted the course selection form they had been told about on the table. The young man realized he just had to pick the subjects he wanted to take, but the list was incredibly long. In the first year you were supposed to get used to the academy's pace, so everyone advised against picking too many subjects. But to him they all seemed so interesting. This was a common mistake first-year students made, one that led to a harsh reality check. A few minutes later David was sitting comfortably on the sofa in the middle of his living room. Perhaps his choices were a bit over the top, but since he had gotten into Philian Academy he felt he had the right. But the boy's plans began to fall apart one by one. First, the professor for Fundamentals of Imperial Swordsmanship said the boy did not need his course. At first David did not understand what he meant since they had just started training. But the professor responded that he meant exactly what he said. That the boy had already perfectly mastered all the fundamentals of imperial swordsmanship from the very beginning. According to academy rules, students were dismissed from classes as soon as they mastered the curriculum. Otherwise they would just demotivate the other students. But finally the professor added that the boy should not get carried away. David needed to focus on his studies. In the end, the behavior of his professors, in some courses, greatly annoyed the boy, leaving him in despair. He was kicked out of not only the imperial swordsmanship courses, but the archery courses as well. Next was the monster hunting instructor, who was blown away by David's skills. Now that he had been kicked out of everything, the boy had a completely different outlook on his studies, and his despair was interrupted by Emma's voice. The swordsmanship instructor asked if the boy should not be in class right now, as he looked very familiar. Suddenly the woman smiled, realizing David had already completed every course he signed up for. The boy replied that he thought the academy would be better than this. In truth, Emma was also surprised that the boy had completed all his courses on the very first day. But then again, it was to be expected. David only needed a single glance to copy her personal fighting style. The woman said that as an instructor at Filion Academy she could not turn a blind eye, and told the boy to hand over his sword. David was confused and asked why the instructor needed his weapon. Without answering, Emma snatched the sword from his hands, and simply added that she was going to teach him something important. The boy was still protesting when suddenly the water in the pond behind him exploded. To David's surprise, Emma replied that she figured that was all the piece of metal in her hand could do. The woman added that this sword could not even be called a weapon, and it was just holding the boy back from unleashing his true power. Emma told David to watch closely, then drew her own sword and showed him the mana strike again. The swordsmanship instructor's mana was so powerful it could stir up an entire hurricane. As the attack subsided, the boy and the woman were engulfed in a torrential downpour from the lake. Emma sheathed her sword, looked at the boy, and asked if he now understood what he was missing out on. A weapon is a strong, sharp piece of iron made for fighting enemies, and it is best not to break it while using it. But even if the weapon breaks, you can always get a new one. In other words, it is a consumable. That was David's opinion until he saw what instructor Emma did with his own eyes. It was completely absurd. The woman switched her sword and made the same move. But the difference in power was enormous, just a whisper and a tiny drop of force. It might seem like a small thing, but on the battlefield it can cost you your life. Wasting energy like that is a sure way to die. Emma said that if he is going to use mana, David simply has to choose the right weapon for himself. But of course he does not understand that. He does not understand these things precisely, because he still does not know how to use his mana. David had no idea that Emma knew. But she replied it was hard not to notice, since the boy showed such strength without using any mana at all. The woman stated that someday the boy would eventually be able to use it, and that he should not worry about it. However, to use his skills properly, he would definitely need a good weapon. Emma saw her words had made the boy think deeply, and so she invited him to her class. The instructor added that only second and final year students were allowed in her course. But she would be happy to make an exception for him. However, David had to show up to his first class with a proper weapon, not that piece of iron. That was the condition for being admitted into her class. On their first day off, fired up from their talk with the instructor, David and his friends went to commission a new sword. They headed to the very smithy Duke Joffrey mentioned when he gave David his medallion. His friends thought the place looked like a total wreck, like it would fall apart if you so much as breathed on it. Mary wondered aloud if the Grantia family really got all their weapons from a place like this. And David, with a knowing smile, replied that it seemed so. The boy said they would only know for sure once they were inside. But it looked even worse from there. This struck the boy as odd, because Joffrey was not a man who would lie. Suddenly, a furious voice boomed out, demanding to know who was making a racket in his house while he was trying to sleep. A moment later, the door to the room flew open, revealing a giant wolf who demanded to know who they were. When they did not answer, the wolf growled, asking if they could not see that even the forge's fire was out. So why were they making so much noise in the middle of the day? David could not tear his eyes away from the incredible sight. Werewolves lived in this smithy, the werewolf snarled, demanding again why they were here. The boy pulled out Joffrey's medallion and said they had come for weapons. David added that Duke Grantia himself had recommended this place, saying they forged invincible weapons here. The werewolf recognized the crest, but sneered at David, asking what good it was. It did not make him a Grantia. He added that he did not know how word of this place got out, but they needed to leave. They do not serve kids. However, after a moment, he added that there was Another option for David and his friends. The werewolf pointed a claw at Thomas and said David could hand over that soft, squishy friend of his. If he did that, then maybe he would reconsider, baring his fangs. The werewolf said he was starving and would not turn down such a generous meal. David had heard enough. He would not tolerate this insolent beast's behavior any longer. As far as he was concerned, the werewolf had crossed the line. A second later, the boy's sword plunged into the werewolf's chest, making it howl in pain. The giant leaped back to save his own life. Clutching his chest with a massive paw, David realized his strike felt strange. And only then did he notice that the werewolf was wearing armor that had appeared out of thin air. But that did not matter to him. He declared he could still run him through. Armor or not. Wait! The werewolf yelled at David. The giant beast shouted at the boy not to be so angry. It was just a test. A mandatory procedure for all new clients. Besides, he wanted to test out his new invisible armor, one he would forged himself, so he might have gone a little overboard with the taunts. Finally, the werewolf cried out that he never really meant to harm his friends, but David just saw it as a lame excuse. His friends did not believe him either. The werewolf insisted, saying it would be strange if the forge that serves the Grantia family did not have some kind of test. He added that if the boy still did not believe him, David could go ask Duke Joffrey himself. The boy scoffed, saying it was a pretty funny kind of test, one where you could die a quick and painful death. And the werewolf admitted again that he might have taken it a little too far. Finally, the werewolf got to his feet and, with a smile, said they should forgive him. He did not mean to scare them, especially not Thomas. Looking at the boy, the giant added that he does not actually like eating people, so he had nothing to fear for his life. Realizing he had not introduced himself, the werewolf said his name was Edward. He added that he was not only the master's assistant, but also the guardian of this place. He asked for David's name, and if he had truly come seeking a weapon. The werewolf opened the door behind him and told them he would lead them inside. This place was just the entrance, not the actual workshop. The real smithy was through the door he was now inviting them to enter. As David, Thomas, and Mary stepped into the next, completely empty room, the werewolf asked if they were steady on their feet. He pressed a brick in the wall and said his new clients were about to see a real miracle. Suddenly, the room began to shift and fall away. David looked up at the gears and mechanisms turning above them. The room was an elevator, built from magic stones and pulleys, the fastest way down to the forge. The werewolf declared this to be the greatest forge in the empire, the Great Cappadocia. The boy was amazed that a place like this actually existed so deep underground. He was at a loss for words. Edward added that David should be glad he passed the test, because now he would take him to Cappadocia's finest artisan. This magnificent man was the empire's greatest artisan, an expert at forging weapons without equal. David never would have imagined such a massive forge existed beneath the capital. Almost no one on the surface even knew it existed. Edward agreed it was incredible. But this forge worked exclusively on commissions for the royal family and the nobility. It was not about discrimination. It was simply because the best artisans in the entire country worked here. But the very best of them all was old man Brian, who had lived here, smelting metal, for 400 years. Edward said the old man was stubborn as a mule, but his skills were unmatched, which is why he respected him. Edward kicked the door open and greeted the old man, announcing that he would brought guests. Brian grumbled that Edward was being rude, barging into his workshop like that, and told him to be more discreet. But as usual, he was ignored. Edward just clapped his hands together and said he could not help it. There were weapons piled in front of the door, so he could not open it properly, ignoring the old man's mood completely. The werewolf added that it would be nice to clean up, prompting Brian to grumble that the wolf complained too much, forgetting his annoyance. Brian approached the wolf and said that, in any case, the guests he would brought along did not seem half bad. Edward mentioned he would already tested David, whose sword skills were unmatched, and that Brian would definitely be surprised when he saw him in action. Brian was taken aback by this introduction, remarking that the boy just looked like some punk. The master asked if the boy could demonstrate his skills, saying he could tell a lot just by watching. David agreed, but just then, Brian noticed his chipped sword and let out a loud snort. The master snatched the sword from the boy's hands and shattered it with a single swing of his hammer. Brian asked if the boy had seriously been using that thing as a weapon. After a moment of shock, David exploded, yelling at the master for destroying his property. But Brian told the boy to just grab any of the swords lying around, saying he could not properly judge his skills otherwise. The master agreed to give David whichever sword he chose for free, so the boy had nothing to worry about. He said that any of the swords here were 100 times better than that piece of junk he would just shattered. The boy's anger vanished in an instant. He picked up one of the swords and could immediately feel the difference in his hand. But the boy was still curious about what exactly made it so different. David warned that if he broke anything, it would not be his fault, and Brian agreed. The master told the boy to become one with the new weapon, and David decided to recall Emma's training technique from the boy's very first movements. Brian recognized who he was channeling. David had mastered Emma's technique. But the master's shock grew even greater when one of his workshop walls simply exploded into dust. Other blacksmiths came rushing to Brian's workshop. No one could understand what was happening in the middle of the day. Did the blast furnace explode? The answer awaited them all as the smoke cleared, revealing the master and his new clients inside, unharmed. But even though they were physically unharmed, David and everyone else in the room could not comprehend what had just happened. David was the first to approach them, asking what in the world had happened. Brian's workshop had been completely shattered by his strike. The kid said he had not planned it at all. But Brian pointed out that technique undoubtedly belonged to Emma. Stepping closer to David and looking him square in the face, the master asked if Emma was teaching the boy martial arts. The corporal answered in surprise, asking if the master knew instructor Emma. And he confirmed that he did. Brian added a moment later that he had forged the sword for her, which made David wonder if he meant that comically long sword. The master blacksmith added that he had christened this weapon the secret sword, Iris, and rightly considered it one of his masterpieces. The sword David held could not even compare to the Urus blade, but Brian asked the boy if he liked it, and he replied that he did. The corporal called it incredible, admitting he never thought a weapon could be something special, and Brian said the same thing about the boy himself. But it turned out the master had not seen such immense talent in a long time, and he felt alive again. Brian pointed out that great talent is also a great problem, as it would be difficult to find a sword that could suit him, because it is so hard for any weapon to withstand the boy's strikes. He looked at the blade he was holding and saw a crack in it. David looked at the blacksmith and asked what he should do then, and the blacksmith replied that normal materials would not be able to handle it. He said he would have to use the highest quality steel and alloy it with a special material, which would have to be, at the very least, a byproduct of a wyvern. David pulled the fragments of his treasure from his pocket and asked what it was. He was not sure at first, but he had picked it up just in case. The master did not recognize what the boy was holding at first, but then explained that it was the eggshell of a magical creature. Shortly after, the sound of hammer strikes echoed through the forge. Brian could not believe what he was seeing with his own eyes. The mithril hammer did not leave a single scratch on the shell. Could such a material really exist? Brian turned to David and excitedly asked if he could use such a precious material for his creation. The boy replied that the shell held no value for him, so it was more important to see if there was enough to make a weapon. The master promised to make the boy a sword in 2 weeks, and assured David that this weapon would be the best in the entire empire. Turning to Maridel and Toms, the man remarked that since they were here, they could go see other artisans and commission weapons from them. Brian could not send the friends of such an important person away from the forge empty-handed, not after telling them he would take care of them. The master added that he could take care of them himself, but he did not want to get distracted and waste time on it right now. The friends watched in awe as Brian worked feverishly, and David realized this master was insane, completely obsessed with his craft. Meanwhile, discontent was stirring beneath the smithy, and one of the speakers noted that the people upstairs were making a lot of noise, and it was getting really annoying. He wanted to burn everything upstairs to the ground, but his opponent said that, for now, they had to be patient and not rebel. To calm the young man, he added that the wait would not be long, starting with the blacksmiths and ending with everyone in the empire. They would destroy them all. Soon the day would come when the entire empire would be buried under torrents of light. And no one knew that those two were now standing beside one of the giants. David was thrilled. The foreman, considered the best blacksmith in the empire, said he would forge a sword for him personally. Thomas and Mary also placed their orders with other blacksmiths, and it looked like it was going to cost them an arm and a leg. But David was not worried at all, because he was not even going to pay for all those orders. He charged all the expenses to Jeffrey's pocket. The only problem for the boy was that it would take half a month to forge the sword. David was walking down the street, wondering what to do to kill time while Thomas and Mary were in class. Suddenly, the boy realized he was near the third hall for senior students, the Halilian Hall. Instructor Emma seemed to be teaching a class there, But he had not attended because he had not bought a suitable weapon. But now that he had a temporary sword, he could afford to attend her class. Suddenly, Emma appeared beside him like a ghost and grabbed the boy by the ear, saying it has been a long time. She told him she had given him permission to attend her class as soon as he found a weapon. And she asked him what he had been doing all this time. Without letting go of his ear, she asked if he had decided to start skipping class. But the boy began to deny it. He mumbled that he had very good reasons. But Emma was not listening anymore and dragged him inside. To David's endless protests, the woman only replied that she would listen to his excuses and explanations on the way to the gym. The boy was screaming so loudly that he could be heard even inside the building. A girl with a stack of papers approached the window to find out what was happening, but she was not allowed to satisfy her curiosity. A boy walking by shoved her by the shoulder and told her to get out of the way. The girl dropped the papers she was carrying and began to apologize. But he replied that the professor's assistant was too slow. He said he did not have time for distractions and needed to get ready for class as quickly as possible. And the girl agreed. Emma brought David to arena number 1 and introduced him to the other students, who might already know him from the academy's entrance ceremony. But the woman decided to introduce David to the students one more time. They lined up in several rows and listened intently to their mentor. Emma paused and said that this idiot's name was David and that, from now on, he would be attending class with everyone else in the hall. The boy bowed to his classmates and said he was very happy to meet his seniors. The upperclassmen began to whisper about whether this was the kid who had placed second among the first years. Some of them had already heard that David had passed his classes as an external student. Was he really that good, despite looking like such a dandy? David thought that those idiots were not paying any attention to what they were saying, because he was standing right in front of them and could hear everything. But he was still glad to see some of the upperclassmen in the hall. Although among the rows of students, he also saw Duke Jeffrey, who was still the person he disliked the most. Suddenly, the door opened and a female voice apologized to Professor Emma for being late. The girl quickly approached her mentor, walking past David, and said she was late because she was preparing for the class. The boy recognized the voice, but he did not dare admit it to himself yet. Emma replied that the girl should not worry, that she needed to catch her breath. The instructor had just introduced the newcomer, the freshman everyone was talking about. Emma told the girl to greet him, because he should get to know her assistant. The boy heard a greeting from the stranger directed at him. The girl turned around and said she was a second-year student and worked as Emma's assistant. It was Florence. She approached David and held out her hand, hoping they could get along, but the boy could barely hear her words. Florence was famous for her exceptional leadership skills, and she was also known for being the first woman to hold the position of commander-in-chief. She ruled the battlefield with her calm prudence and extraordinary leadership qualities. She was a true Iron Lady, and everyone under her command spoke very highly of her. Some said that it was not blood that ran through her veins, but red-hot iron. David never would have imagined the commander-in-chief could smile like that. It was clear she had no memories of her past life. David gazed at the woman who was once his true commander-in-chief. He remembered her request to live as a seamstress in her next life, but he had no idea what to do now. But right now, something else was bothering him. One of the upperclassmen asked the girl to watch his spot, and she happily agreed. After the first, a second upperclassman complained that his towel stank, and asked if she could get him another one, and once again, the girl agreed to help. David watched as Florence rushed from one student to the next. He could not understand why they were making her work so hard. The boy's thoughts were cut short by the voice of an upperclassman. He offered to spar with him. The corporal was taken aback by the offer. He scratched the back of his neck and said to forgive him if it was too sudden. The upperclassman introduced himself as Anthony. He said he was a third year. He would heard rumors about David and thought the kid's performance was just incredible. Anthony added that if the rumors were true, he would like to duel David and learn a thing or two. But David replied that he was busy right now. It was as if Anthony did not hear David's response at all. He said he was challenging him to a duel, but he did not even bring his own weapon. Spotting Florence, he yelled for the loser to bring him a training spear, and the girl agreed, not even seeming offended. The arrogant man's words sent a surge of rage through David. He could not believe this bastard dared to insult the commander-in-chief. A moment later, Anthony received his spear, but it was not the one he wanted. He lashed out at Florence, who started making excuses. Anthony scoffed at the girl's behavior and told Florence to take a good look at herself and her pathetic excuses. He struck the girl on the head with the spear and added that a teaching assistant can't be this brainless. She did not even have the right to attend the classes. Florence was only allowed in because she begged instructor Emma with tears in her eyes, so she would better do her job properly. Anthony yelled that the girl was shameless. She started apologizing, saying she would be more careful from now on. David could not stand to watch any longer, and grabbed Anthony's spear. Just as it was about to come down on the girl's head again, Anthony was furious at David's interference. But David replied that if the esteemed senior wished, they could duel right here, right now, if Anthony did not agree to his terms. David said he could not guarantee what he would do him then. Growing more furious, David's glare seemed to ask Anthony if this idiot really did not understand that he was looking for a fight. Anthony smirked and asked if he would hurt him right. Wondering why the kid had such a sudden change of heart, he glanced at Florence, saying it was probably all because of that idiot girl, and that the guy must know her, or even worse, in his opinion, if they were both commoners who decided to date, and Anthony just had not known about it. David told the guy to shut his mouth and focus on blocking his attacks, unless he wanted to die. A second later, David's sword pierced through Anthony's chest. He did not even have time to defend himself with the very spear that started it all. The upperclassman gritted his teeth in pain. He could not comprehend how this rookie could be so strong without even using mana. With a powerful strike, David sent his opponent flying back, and he barely managed to stay on his feet. David said Anthony had been complaining about using a long spear, so he went ahead and shortened it for him. He asked if he liked his weapon better now, a question that only enraged Anthony further. For this bastard to dare speak to him so condescendingly, the upperclassman lunged at David, yelling that he had forgotten his place, and threatening that he would not get out of this unscathed. A second later, the spear in Anthony's hands shattered into pieces before the boy could even blink. Seeing the look of shock on his opponent's face, David told him he should be worrying about himself, and struck the boy hard with his sword. Anthony choked on a mouthful of saliva and blood, and losing consciousness. He collapsed at David's feet, who stood impassively over him, gazing down at his unconscious opponent. David told him he was lucky, because outside the academy, he would have been killed. Anthony's classmates were stunned by the outcome of the fight. After all, he was one of the top third-year students. Meanwhile, David turned to the other students who had been harassing Florence, and addressed the lazy brat who demanded a towel. He told her if her towel stank, she could deal with it herself. Why was she bothering everyone else with such nonsense? The boy could not understand why everyone treated Florence this way. The teaching assistant was not their personal servant. He started calling out to the girl, telling her to come here, and promised to fix her nose so nothing would ever bother her again. Florence tried to stop him. She stepped between the two of them, and said she did not know why he was acting this way, but that everything was fine. But her reassurances had no effect on the boy. David told the girl to get out of the way. He had no intention of putting up with these idiots. He could not bear to see people looking down on Florence, in this empire. At least, no one should be allowed to look at her that way. David calmly asked Florence once more to step aside, and swore he would not stop until he tore those monsters to shreds. David's intentions were cut short by the voice of instructor Emma, who ordered the boy to stand down. The woman said she would not blame the student for what happened during the spar, since this sort of thing happened all the time. But the instructor warned him that if he continued to cause trouble in this training hall, she would not let him get away with it. The corporal felt his body go rigid, no longer obeying him, but the instructor continued to insist that he drop his sword and back away. Looking back, David saw a giant serpent looming behind him, ready to strike at her command. David realized this enormous creature must be a manifestation of the instructor's aura. Emma, the former sword saint. Meanwhile, the woman stated that what the boy was trying to do now could hardly be called a duel. She was the one in charge of this class, and therefore, she could not permit such a disturbance under any circumstances. David replied that, now that he thought about it, the woman had known all along how her assistant was being treated, but she ignored it, simply watching from the sidelines. Emma replied that this was a matter between her and her assistant, and that it was none of David's concern. The instructor stated that she was giving the boy one final warning. He was to stop immediately and calm himself. But David replied that no matter who she was, his answer in this situation would never change, and told him to go to hell. The instructor realized he had no idea what was coming. David. It was as if he was back in the past. He turned to Florence with a question. Why did she want to command in this war, when everyone else had already run away? She answered that someday he would understand that destiny exists in this world, and that everyone has their own path. David could not understand why she had answered that way. What was going through Florence's mind at that moment? This woman had taken on such a heavy burden in her life. Suddenly, he saw Florence's face. and she said she was sorry, that he should not forgive her for placing that burden on him. David shot up in bed, not knowing where he was or what had just happened. Suddenly, he heard the commander's voice asking if he would had a nightmare. The boy was confused at first, but he quickly regained his composure. He laughed and said he had not had a nightmare, that he had not had a nightmare. And he replied that he had not had a nightmare, that everything was fine. He asked if they were in the infirmary, and she replied that they were, adding that the instructor had ordered him to be brought here. Florence also said that instructor Emma had promised to correct David's behavior in extra classes. Unexpectedly, she asked if it was because of her that David had gotten so angry and caused such a scene in class. Florence replied that she could not stand seeing the rules of decency ignored. He was a true gentleman. Florence added that he was also a terrible liar. She asked David not to hate Anthony and the others, since she understood how they felt. David was shocked that Florence could say something like that, because she always did her best to help those around her. He was so curious why the commander-in-chief would let them insult her like that all the time. David thought it was strange that all the senior members did it to her. He was also very curious about instructor Emma's behavior, who saw everything and just let it happen. Surely Florence was upset about it. Right. She laughed and told him not to misunderstand. The instructor acted that way because Florence had asked her to. It was because she was enjoying privileges she did not deserve. Initially, only those who had reached the senior level were asked to do so, but she asked him not to. Originally, only those who had reached the expert level could even attend this course. But even after a year of academic leave, she could barely control her mana. David could not believe it. Florence, who used such an incredible and powerful aura, had once been a girl like that. The commander said she had asked the instructor not to intervene if any of the students acted out against her. She did not want to be a burden. Of course, she did not want to be the one who was just taking up the spot of Emma's assistant instructor by skipping all the rules. If she was going to enjoy such privileges, then of course, she believed she had to pay the price, which was being treated with disrespect. She said it was not hard for her to endure it. But still, she thanked him for his concern. In fact, Florence seemed to have already grown used to that treatment. But today, it was especially hard. Of course, if Florence was enduring all of this, it was because she wanted to become commander-in-chief, and she covered her mouth with her hands. Florence was surprised it was so obvious. She could not say it out loud with such confidence. But she still dreamed of becoming the commander-in-chief of the empire. Even though she was still so weak, she realized how foolish it must sound, coming from someone who had not even reached the expert level. However, Florence still had no intention of giving up. You might not say it, but you are amazing at military science and tactics. Suddenly, she stood up and said the next class was about to begin, adding that David needed to get proper rest. He thanked Florence for her care and help, for watching over him while he was unconscious. As the door closed behind her, David remembered her last words from his past life. Should I tell her to quit the academy? These thoughts tormented the young man. He did not know how to make the right choice in this situation. A few days later, the weekend came, and his friends returned to Grand Cappadocia. David was annoyed that no one had come to greet them, even though they were invited to come today. If the master was going to act like this, why did he send a carrier pigeon in the middle of the night saying he would created the masterpiece of his life? David thought it was a crappy move and kicked a nearby helmet, muttering that no one even bothers to clean up around here. David said there was nothing to be done. Mary and Thomas looked at him, wondering why he would been so on edge lately, especially after Emma's class. David cut them off, saying they had to go down on their own. Mary said that was impossible, but he replied that the master himself had ordered them to come down, so there was no reason to argue. The boy found the right brick, and the elevator descended, rapidly picking up speed. He was right. Mary and Thomas started heading into the workshop, but David was focused on the master and how he was going to teach him a lesson. When the elevator brought them down, the friends witnessed a horrific scene. Grand Cappadocia was in flames. The bodies of blacksmiths and customers who had come to pick up their orders were lying everywhere. Thomas yelled for David to look where he was pointing. Down below, a stone giant was chasing several blacksmiths, and the men had nowhere to hide from it. David asked in shock what they were doing there. Thomas yelled that there was nothing they could do, but Thomas said anxiously that the blacksmiths would be caught soon, and they had to help them. As soon as he finished his sentence, David grabbed him by the arm and ordered Mary to get the master or someone else. A moment later, the boys leaped to the ground. David ordered Thomas to use his telekinesis in mid-air, and he used his invisible hand. Meanwhile, the blacksmiths were already exhausted and collapsed to the ground. David turned to Thomas, saying the blacksmiths were helpless. The boy said there was nothing they could do. The blacksmiths were already exhausted and collapsed to the ground, preparing for their fate. These were probably the last seconds of their lives. The stone giant rushed the men, swinging its massive stone fists. A second later, the giant monster crumbled to pieces. And David's powerful strike saved the blacksmiths' lives. David turned to the blacksmiths and said, "So much has happened these past few days. My head is killing me. Those giant piles of stone. They picked a damn unlucky day for an attack this big." The second stone giant appeared out of nowhere. It rushed the boy. Trying to strike him from behind, David managed to dodge just in time. Leaping over its head to launch a counterattack, the stone giant crumbled, just like the one before it. But its head made some strange noises as it hit the ground. The blacksmiths were in awe. Was this really the same kid who came to see the master? And the second stone giant fell apart. David's powerful strike saved the men's lives. He thought to himself that so much had happened these past few days. It was making his head ache. Was this really the same kid who came to Master Brian back then? This young man, killing stone giants in a single blow. Meanwhile, David climbed onto the remains of his last opponent and demanded an explanation for what the hell was going on. When the rescued blacksmiths told them how it all started, how a horde of stone giants had attacked the forge, Thomas and David did not believe them at first, but the men were so confused and shaken. The boys realized they truly had no idea how any of this could have happened. These stone giants just burst out of the ground and started destroying everything in their path, targeting the blacksmith specifically. It also turned out that one of them had grabbed several artisans, including Old Man Brian, and then retreated back to where it came from. The werewolf, Edward, chased after the stone giant, but he is not much of a fighter, so it is likely that all the captives will be eaten. David got to his feet and asked if there were any more stone giants. The blacksmiths told him he would already taken care of the last one. David turned to Thomas, telling him that he and Mary needed to find anyone injured under the rubble. He gave the kid his instructions, noting that the dragon's ability should be enough to provide first aid. Thomas asked what David was going to do. He answered that he was going to rescue Old Man Brian. Of course, the old man owed him a weapon. He promised to give it to him today, which is why they came to the forge in the first place. Meanwhile, Brian, clutching his new masterpiece to his chest, assured Edward that he would come down for him for nothing. Though he was grateful, he wanted the werewolf to escape the dungeon, something he should have been able to do with his invisible armor. But the old man told him to just shut it. Edward growled that this was hard enough without all his nonsense. But the old man had no intention of shutting up. He said if Brian had enough energy to complain, he could use that sword he was holding. But the old man closed his eyes and replied that he could not. It was his masterpiece, his magnum opus. He could not possibly defile such a blade with his pathetic swordsmanship. Edward thought the old man was insane. As if the blacksmith was not already going crazy over his weapon at a time like this. This was no time for that. The stone giants were getting closer. As one of them rushed forward, it slammed its stone fist down on the werewolf and the blacksmith with all its might, trying to crush them. But, to Master Brian's surprise, Edward proved to be tougher than he looked. He withstood the blow, and neither of them was injured. But as he held back the opponent's attack, the werewolf realized that even the protective enchantments on his armor had shattered. The stone giant pulled back to strike again, and the werewolf thought, if I knew I was going to die, I would have just made what I wanted to make. He regretted the last years of his life and braced for death, never knowing that David was already flying to their rescue. With a flurry of lightning-fast strikes, the boy stopped the stone giant's attack, landing on the ground, ready for more opponents. The boy said, "You did well, Edward. I will handle the rest." Master Brian immediately grabbed the werewolf, and just like Edward, was overjoyed by David's sudden appearance. They asked him how he made it here, since there were so many giants on the path. But the boy replied that he would take care of all of them, while rescuing the other blacksmiths. Stunned, Edward fell to his knees, unable to comprehend how it was possible. But David pointed out that this was not the time for talk. He pointed to the bundle Brian was holding, telling him to hand over the sword because his own was already broken. The old man did not understand at first, so the young man added that the thing Brian called his masterpiece was probably his sword. They came to an agreement, and the master handed his creation to David, adding that he had not had time to make a sheath, but the blade itself was ready. David unwrapped his new weapon and said he was about to test Brian's skill as a craftsman. The boy swung the sword once, and with that single blow, shattered the other two stone giants with incredible force. Even David himself did not expect such power. He stood frozen, admiring the sight before him. Brian rushed excitedly to the boy, asking him over and over if he liked the sword. La Mancha, named for the dreamer who wanted to reach the stars. The old man said the sword was so light its weight was barely noticeable, yet stronger than mithril, able to withstand any sword technique. Furthermore, the old master had not added any enchantments to the alloy, but by absorbing blood, the sword could repair itself. David was pleased to hear that. Could it be that the abilities of Saita's eggshell had now been transferred to his sword? David replied that the old man was far more skilled than he would thought. But Edward said this was no time for boasting, in his opinion. They needed to get out of there as soon as possible. He and Brian were at the forefront, so there should not be anyone else left in the dungeon. David replied that in that case, Edward should take the old man and go, since he still had something to check out. The surprised master and werewolf asked what else he could possibly want to see here. David answered that he thought there were rats, in his opinion. These rats were pretty big, so they needed to be dealt with urgently, but the werewolf Edward did not move. He asked David again what he was talking about, and the boy replied that something was deeply troubling him. From his past life, David knew very well how stone giants behave. These monsters do not gather in groups, and they do not attack first. Besides, he would never seen suspicious tattoos like these on the back of their necks before. Brian pointed out that it was a magic circle, and David asked if the old man knew what it did. But the master did not know much about it and could not say for certain. He moved closer, and after a careful look, he said that judging by the residual mana, the circle was a treacherous one, in his opinion. The stone giants had gone berserk precisely because of this strange magical tattoo. Old man Brian became very curious about who could have done such a thing, but David did not have an answer yet, though he was determined to find out. However, the boy was sure they could find out if they seized this chance and went deeper into the dungeon. They decided to follow David's lead, and soon the boy was running at full speed through the underground tunnels. At first, the boy was not completely sure, but the deeper he went, the more convinced he became that among the giants' tracks, there were human ones too. Finally, he began to see mana-reactive stones, placed there to guard the tunnels. Now David was certain. Whoever these terrible people were, they had planned this very carefully. Suddenly, as he reached another corner, David heard voices and stopped to listen. The boy was sure of it. This story was about to reach its conclusion, and he would soon discover who was behind all of this. Peeking around the corner, the boy saw a massive stone creature, and standing before it were a pair of hooded strangers. To David, it was obvious that those two scoundrels were behind all this chaos, and the murders of the Empire's innocent citizens. However, at that moment, the boy was more worried about not understanding where that mountain of stone had come from. That giant. It was far larger than the others. It seemed to David that this colossus was still sealed, and thankfully so, because once it started to move, the people would be in grave danger. Suddenly, the two strangers began to speak. One of them sensed that a stranger had entered the dungeon, because the connection with the giants had been lost. The girl replied she was sure a third party had interfered in their affairs, and the boy asked why the Imperial monsters had reacted so quickly. The boy asked her what she was going to do, since they had lost all the giants, and were not yet able to control this one. He pointed out that if that was the current situation, he could kill them all himself. The girl told Matthew to forget it, since most of the workshops had already been destroyed, so the Empire's weapons were rapidly deteriorating. Besides, if they rebelled now, that person would not just stand by. So she suggested they retreat. Matthew said that in his opinion, Lola was being too cautious, and in that case, he had no other choice. He looked at the stone giant looming before them, and said they had to deal with it. Lola raised no objections. Matthew began to cast a spell, saying the smell of sulfur was already stinging his nose and bothering him. The corporal watched intently as the sorcerer turned toward the tunnel. The next second, a stream of fiery energy flew toward David, exploding in the tunnel as it collided with the boy. When the flames and smoke cleared, the villains finally saw the man who had been watching them, and Matthew asked who David was, but, without waiting for an answer, he said it did not matter. Considering how the boy had managed to dodge the blow, Matthew began to gather energy again, realizing that the boy was quite agile, so he asked if he should bind his legs first. The sorcerer attacked David a second time, and the boy was impressed that Matthew had materialized so much magic so quickly. These two were no ordinary thieves. Matthew asked David again how he had gotten there, because the guards should not have died so easily. After analyzing his opponents, David stood up, leaning on his sword, and said that he was the one who would be asking the questions here. The boy did not care how passionate their relationship was, because coming here was a big mistake. Matthew told the boy to behave in a way that would not make killing him a pity, and Lola said they were wasting time. But her accomplice replied that he wanted to enjoy the entertainment, because there really was not much time left. He added that the day would soon come when this empire would be engulfed by starlight, and his words made David recall his past life. The boy took a few steps toward Matthew, and asked what he had just said. Now the corporal was even more interested in this pair, and particularly in whether they knew the meaning of the words that had just left their mouths. David prepared to attack, and said the two strangers were to accompany him immediately, as he had many questions to ask them. Matthew laughed and asked if the boy had completely lost his mind. Surely he wanted to capture them by himself. Did he really think that was possible? David did not respond to the insults. His weapon spoke for him. As the young man sliced off the arm Matthew was about to attack him with, after the limb was severed from the body, the boy said briefly that it was possible, but for now, the enemy should stay still. The sorcerer fell to the ground and began to crawl toward his amputated limb. As David approached his partner, Lola did not know what to do. Her accomplice, Matthew, was completely unable to react to the boy's swift attack. As the girl watched in confusion while her accomplice slowly recomposed himself, David grabbed her by the neck. The corporal told her she would better answer his questions truthfully if she did not want to end up like her friend. After David's words, the girl finally snapped out of her stupor and used a protective mana shield against him. The corporal sighed. Realizing that the girl was not going to give up so easily, he observed that Lola had created a strong protective shield. But the barrier's fate was decided by a combination of his lightning-fast strikes, and the shield shattered to pieces. Lola lowered her hands again in amazement. This boy had managed to break through her mana shield with just a few blows. But the girl's surprise was short-lived, because a few seconds later, David threw her to the ground and stabbed her in the chest with his sword. The quick fall knocked Lola's hood off, and the boy saw her elven ears. She was a half-elf who had gotten involved with a complete monster. Suddenly, a powerful explosion erupted behind the boy, drowning out his words. To save himself, David had to pull the sword from Lola's body and defend himself from the attack. The first explosion was followed by several more, all coming from the stone giant. David turned around and saw Matthew, whose hand had morphed into something quite hideous. He thought, I definitely cut that hand off. After all, Matthew screamed at the boy to get his hands off his accomplice immediately. David smirked, and driving his sword into the girl's leg, said that Matthew did not seem to understand how things really worked. The boy stared into the sorcerer's eyes and said that he really needed to understand. They were insane. David added that Matthew had a choice. Either do quietly what the boy told him, or this half-elf lying on the ground would also lose an arm. David wondered if she would also be able to grow a new limb. Matthew suddenly calmed down and said he agreed to obey David, and the boy was satisfied with this choice. In fact, the corporal did not want to shed any more blood either, so he pulled his sword from Lola's leg. He looked at the girl and told her it would be a shame if she died, but a smirk froze on the half-elf's face, as David wondered why Lola was smirking. The stone giant's hand struck him with such speed that he barely had time to raise his sword. A second later, the boy was sent flying across the cave, unable to withstand such a blow. Meanwhile, Matthew approached Lola and asked how she was. The girl replied that she was fine and that she owed him one now. If you had not distracted the guy with a feint, I would not have been able to activate the giant to protect us without being noticed. I only activated its arm. But that guy must be seriously injured. Matthew ordered the girl to go to the church to report. He himself was going to finish off that little monster. Lola was worried for her accomplice and told him to be careful. The girl thought that this boy was a monster in a child's body. Matthew replied that the girl should not worry, that he would not be careless again. The sorcerer understood that this was no child, and that if he did not kill him now, he could become a huge problem in the future. Matthew decided he needed to watch his opponent's every move, but he did not get the chance, because he lost all of his limbs. A moment later, with a sickening squelch, all the parts of the sorcerer's body fell to the ground, and David stood near him. The boy turned to Lola and asked where she was going. I already said I had a lot of questions to ask you. The half-elf was shocked. She did not understand how the boy could have survived such a blow from the giant, and she hastily activated some kind of rune. David gritted his teeth and said he would not let either of them escape the cave, but after a moment, he realized that, strangely, he could not move his limbs. His body would not obey him. Lola stood before him and, after a brief pause, said that everything had changed drastically, and she had to report all of this, activating the portal. The girl added that David should prepare himself, as she would find out everything about him and take away everything he held dear. Your family, your lover, and your friends. David could not let that happen. He had just found a way out. He could not lose it now, or it would all happen again. The boy tried to move with everything he had, but could only manage to move his hand. He screamed at the girl to stop. Suddenly, a green light flooded the cave, and a woman's voice commanded the half-elf to stop. Instructor Emma said she had plenty of questions for the girl herself. But first, she had to answer this one. The question that interested the instructor the most was whether the half-elf, Lola, was the one who dared to lay a hand on her student. Emma approached David, telling him she knew what had happened. She praised her student for a job well done. David looked at her and said with a smile that the instructor had arrived just in time. The boy said he did not expect to see his instructor there, adding that he was incredibly lucky. The woman replied that if he had the strength to talk, he would live. But now it was time to deal with those two criminals. Lola felt the snake's aura paralyzing her entire body. Could it be that the person I was looking for has come here? Meanwhile, Emma approached the girl, grabbing her face with such force that she choked on her own blood. The woman said fleeing was not an option, because Lola had done too many unforgivable things. But what enraged her most was that her student had been injured. The instructor dragged the girl to the snake's mouth, telling her to look at the future that awaited her. A few minutes later, Lola was on the ground, crying and begging for mercy. Emma said David had done well, and that as soon as he was treated, everything must be reported to the headmaster immediately. The boy asked if the future the instructor mentioned was Rodelin Prison. The woman confirmed it was, and asked why he was so interested. The Fortress of Screams, Rodelin, is a prison located in the heart of the sea. It houses criminals who rebelled against the Empire, and is infamous for its use of every kind of torture imaginable. Once he learned what he needed to know, David began to ask for permission to attend the interrogation. Emma feigned ignorance, but the boy would not give up. He grabbed her hand, pleading with her to at least hear him out. David looked pleadingly into his instructor's eyes, holding her hand, and told her how important this was to him. Meanwhile, the medical mages administered first aid to all the victims at the smithy before carrying them up the mountain. Mary and Thomas could finally breathe again, as if a great weight had been lifted from their shoulders. It seemed they had managed to help all the victims. Thomas was still worried about his friend David, who had not returned yet. Could something have happened to him? Suddenly, the friends heard the boy's voice coming from the dungeon. He told them they both did a great job. On the way, they told him everything. The boy learned that while Mary went for reinforcements, Thomas and Sita had rescued over half the people buried under the smithy's rubble. He asked if his friends were okay, only to have the same question thrown back at him. Thomas saw that the boy was covered in wounds. Thomas rushed to David's side, urging him to get medical attention immediately, but David replied that he already had, and that his friends needed to rest. Besides, the boy still had some business to take care of. He watched as two unconscious criminals were carried out of the dungeon on stretchers. A few hours later, David, accompanied by academy instructors, arrived at the meeting point with the Rodelin escort. Suddenly, a carriage appeared over the cliffs of Greno Forest, pulled by a gigantic, flying magical beast and driven by a masked man. When the carriage landed, the man approached the instructor and greeted Emma by name. Two others joined him in silence, and he stated they had come to escort the criminals under imperial order. He walked over to the bound criminals and asked if they were indeed the ones he was looking for, and they responded in the affirmative. Emma added that the man possessed an astonishing regenerative ability, and that they should take that into account during the interrogations. The escort replied that the interrogator would be delighted, as it had been a long time since they would had such an interesting subject. After clarifying all the details, they took the prisoners away, promising to contact Emma once the interrogation was complete. A few minutes later, the prisoners ascended into the sky, likely for the last time they would ever feel free. The instructor watched the escorts depart and said that after a week in Rodelin, the two of them would definitely talk. She added that she would be sure to tell the boy as soon as they contacted her. So now, all they could do was wait. David had no choice but to accept his instructor's terms. If he had to wait, then he would wait. From that moment on, time flew, and the restoration of Grand Cappadocia progressed swiftly with the Empire's support. David gladly returned to the academy, dedicating much of his extra time to practicing combat techniques with instructor Emma. A few more days passed, and finally, the call from Rodelin Fortress came. The chief interrogator was questioning another prisoner. So engrossed in the case that he almost forgot one thing. They were about to receive guests. A rare occurrence in these parts. An elderly man with gray hair politely greeted Instructor Emma and David within the walls of Rodolan Fortress. He introduced himself as the interrogator assigned to the criminals they had captured, and said he would be escorting the guests for the day. The man's name was Larry, and he asked if the guests wished to see the prisoners right away. Emma replied that they did, as they were there to obtain information. David was completely taken aback by the interrogator's appearance. At first glance, you would never guess this kind-looking old man was the executioner of Rodolan. The instructor replied with a smile that, to be honest, she still could not believe it. But everyone says the same thing the first time they meet him. But you can't judge a book by its cover. And the boy would soon see why this man was called the worst nightmare. Larry said the prisoner's cell was nearby, so he would just cover the main points. First off, he had to admit he would suspected it from the start. The two of them turned out to be members of the Clavier Nebula. That was the name of their criminal organization. But Instructor Emma noted she had never heard of them. The woman asked if they were anything like Caliboro, and Larry confirmed they were. But he added that they were far more dangerous because their identities were a complete mystery. From the Great Fire at the Nalanda Granary to the bombing of the Magical Engineering Institute, they were behind everything that had happened this year. The boy had not heard anything about them. But it was clear things were so bad that he had to intervene. David asked if either of the prisoners had said anything about Starlight, or about the coming of the star. Larry, surprised, replied that this was the first he was hearing of it. David, not wanting to draw attention to himself, said he would overheard the pair talking before their capture, and it seemed related to their objective. The young man decided to repeat his question. Thinking the old man might simply be hard of hearing, Larry did not answer. Instead, he silently pulled a mask from his pocket and put it on before a stunned David. He seemed to transform into a completely different person. The man even felt a little flustered. It seems I made a bit of a blunder during my first meeting with the young man. How utterly embarrassing. It seems these two prisoners have yet to be moved by my sincerity. I will just have to open my heart to them once more. David stared at the old man in horror. Not knowing what to expect, an image of his past, tortured enemies flashed before his eyes. Were they really the same people he had met that day? Larry said Matthew was a fascinating specimen, restoring his body with some unusual dark magic. He asked if his visitors knew how one should approach such a person. It was simpler than you would think. You just have to cut him up so he can't regenerate. Larry said he poured his very soul into severing Matthew's limbs, to show him his sincerity. And so, from that moment on, he and the stump became the best of friends. But that is what the investigator thought. Until he realized Matthew had been insincere with him. The man was so disappointed. After everything they would been through, the boy was still hiding something from him. He grabbed the prisoner by the hair, yanked his head up, and stared into his eyes. Larry said he thought they had truly opened their hearts to one another. Matthew screamed that he was not hiding anything, that he had already told him everything. But Larry said he had maliciously withheld information about the star's arrival. He told Matthew he wanted to end this delicate conversation, because Lola did not have the strength to recover like he did. Of course, not that he cared, but the guy had to know. The girl could die if the interrogator decided to continue with her. David looked at Lola, moaning in agony, begging for death. The corporal had never witnessed such cruelty, not even in the army. But looking at Matthew, David could not understand how he still had the strength to hide anything from his tormentor. The one thing David could not understand was why the identities of both criminals were exposed. So surely the guy could not just refuse to talk. Emma and Larry looked at David, and a heavy silence fell over the torture chamber. The young man explained that it was something they used to do to soldiers on the battlefield, to prevent vital information from falling into enemy hands. Soldiers were often placed under a spell that blocked their ability to reveal secrets. It was entirely possible the same had been done to these two criminals, just as he explained. Larry exclaimed how embarrassed he was to have missed such a crucial detail again. The man asked him to wait just a bit longer, then left the room. A few minutes later, the torturer returned to the room, holding something rather unpleasant. He explained that this thing was called a cursed eye, and it devoured any curse placed upon a person. When interrogating criminals who are unable to speak due to a curse, it is absolutely indispensable. The man approached Matthew, one of these creatures in his hand, and told him they were about to begin the execution. He promised the prisoner would soon be free, so the cursed eye could devour everything it desired. Seconds later, the room was flooded with a purple light, and Matthew screamed in agony. When it was over, Larry approached the prisoner again and repeated his question about the star. The boy said the star was an eternal being, the one blessed being who will save the wretched creatures of this land. They are nothing more than torches, awaiting the arrival of the star that will descend upon them from the heavens, and their only wish is to destroy anything that might interfere with that sacred day. Lola could not bear it any longer and screamed for the boy to shut up. Larry leaned in closer, saying he would heard too many words. Matthew needed to explain it to him more simply, for his own sake. The man asked what was about to fall from the heavens, and the captive replied, "The children of the star." Hearing those words, only David was afraid, for he understood perfectly. They were talking about Daniel. The young man could not help himself, despite all of Larry's warnings. He approached Matthew and asked if he meant Daniel when he said children of the star. Matthew raised his head and stared at David, unable to comprehend how he knew that name. Suddenly, his face began to blister and swell in every direction, and the corporal could not understand what was happening. Without warning, Larry lunged at the young man, shoving him away from the prisoner as he activated some kind of protective shield. A moment later, a massive explosion lit up the entire interrogation room. When the dust settled, Larry said he had not expected that. The cursed eye had absorbed the curse, but the prisoner exploded anyway. David cursed under his breath and asked if this always happened. The interrogator replied that it happened quite often, but curses this strong were rare. According to the torturer, it seemed the prohibition was twofold. First, they could not tell anyone about the star's arrival, except for other members of the organization. Second, they could not speak the words associated with it, which is what caused the prisoner to explode. With that, Larry got right in David's face, stared into his eyes, and asked him, "Who is Daniel?" If the torturer was right, then that name was a secret of the Clavier Nebula. And now he was very interested in how the young man had learned it. He insisted that he had to know, as the interrogator assigned to this case. David replied that he did not know much. He had just overheard the name by chance, and the torturer asked under what circumstances that had happened. The young man replied that, as everyone knew, he was the first person to encounter the two of them in Grand Cappadocia. In fact, it was all an accident. He had simply overheard their conversation. At first, their words did not seem significant to him, but now he realized it was a crucial clue. That is why he interrupted the conversation. He apologized and asked Larry if he was satisfied with that answer. The torturer was suspicious of David's words. He was sure the young man was hiding something, but he did not believe he posed a threat to the Empire. He guessed it might be because of the look in the young man's eyes. His eyes burned with hatred for those monsters. David's impromptu interrogation was cut short by Instructor Emma, who placed her sword at Larry's throat. She said the conversation was over, since the man was interrogating her student right in front of her. Larry immediately backed away, saying he had no such intention. He apologized, adding that he only wanted to confirm his suspicions. He asked, in her opinion, it was not better to verify all the information that had come to light. Turning to David, the torturer apologized for his rudeness, but the young man replied that he held no grudge, and that they had cleared up the misunderstanding. In truth, the young man was drenched in a cold sweat under his clothes, and if he had slipped up, Larry would have undoubtedly wanted to interrogate him. Meanwhile, the interrogator said it was a shame the cursed eye had died, since they were harder to catch than most magical beasts. David asked if these creatures were really that strong. Larry said yes, adding that if you looked closely, they were actually quite cute. He offered to let the young man touch the one on his shoulder, but then he suddenly noticed the creature had changed color. Larry stared intently at the cursed eye as the creature swallowed a curse, but Lola was too far away to be the one who'd cast it. Suddenly, he remembered the moment he protected David from the blast. He had to touch the young man's shoulder. Could it have happened at that exact moment? The torturer turned sharply to the young man and quickly placed the cursed eye on his hand, apologizing in advance. The magical creature immediately changed color and began to grow, clearly absorbing a curse. Unexpectedly, a few moments later, the cursed eye exploded right in David's hand. He barely had time to shield his eyes. He cried out, asking why it exploded. And Larry replied that the curse was so powerful the eye could not handle it. He took the young man's hand and told David not to be afraid, but to hear him out. The investigator believed the young man was cursed, and asked if he felt any sort of limitation in his daily life. For example, an inability to run, or to touch iron. Something that only he could not do. It seemed to him There was something like that. Larry did not demand an answer from the young man, not wanting to press him. In the executioner's opinion, he could not help the young man anyway. But the boy had to know that judging by the curse's power, whoever cast it on him, that person or creature hated him immensely. Some time later, he escorted the guests to their carriage. Noting he would resume Lola's interrogation as soon as the prohibition was lifted, Instructor Emma agreed, saying she would eagerly await the report. Larry, meanwhile, watched the boy, who was completely lost in thought. Taking no part in the conversation, Kat asked what was on his mind. And the boy replied that he had just learned about the curse that had been placed on him his entire life. The interrogator said he understood, but told David not to worry so much, since he was a student at Fillion Academy. The young man did not understand what that comment was supposed to mean. Larry smiled and replied that, as far as he knew, there was a mage who had been working there for a very long time, and she knew more about curses than anyone else on the continent. This incredible woman's name was Professor Lillian Secret, and she was the one to see for a problem like this. On the way to the academy, the boy's eye was still bothering him, itching constantly and forcing him to scratch his eyelid. Seeing this, the instructor asked him to stop touching his eye, wondering if it was itching that badly. The boy confirmed it was, saying that ever since the cursed eye touched him, the itching had been unbearable. Emma said that was a sign that the curse was weakening. She added that he should not worry, and asked if he could think of anyone who might have done this to him. He had no idea who it could be. In his mind, no one could possibly hate him that much. He had always lived a quiet, normal life. But the boy decided he had to thank Emma for her help. She had stopped Larry when he was glaring at him with such rage. If it were not for the instructor, he would have been forced to confess to a crime he did not commit. Emma laughed, replying that she was just doing her job as an instructor, and that he had nothing to thank her for. David looked at the instructor intently. She not only had excellent skills, but also a strong character. Every day, she seemed more and more like a truly worthy person. But the boy was deeply troubled because, for some reason, he knew nothing about her from his past life, and had never seen her anywhere. He worried that it might be because of the infamous Nebula Clavier. Could those criminals be connected to her somehow? The next day, David and Florence met at the entrance to Sherry Forest, near the park columns. The girl greeted him, adding that they had not seen each other since that day, and if not for the instructor's order, they might have never met. Florence asked him how he was doing. David suddenly realized he still could not figure out the commander's intentions. The young man clutched his head, unsure of how to act around her, or how to behave. Pushing the thought aside, David decided he would figure it out later. For now, he just had to smile. He replied that it really had been a long time. He said things were going well, and Florence added that after that day, everyone had started treating her better, which made things much easier now. Although, it was still a bit strange. Anthony always got spooked and ran away whenever he saw her. Still, the girl felt that the situation was not exactly to her liking, and David was quite surprised by that remark. Florence mentioned that the instructor had told her about his curse, and he confirmed that it was true. That is why he had come here today. He needed to meet Professor Lillian Secret. But now the boy realized, this eccentric must have some very specific tastes to live in a place like this. Florence agreed, adding that the witch's office was unusual too, and only students from the magic division could find it. That is why she asked a friend from the magic division for help. But it looked like she was running late. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Corin materialized beside Florence and shouted, hugging her, that she missed her sister. They launched into a casual conversation, while David just stood there in shock. He had definitely seen this Kalusha before. She was the one who had talked to everyone about wolves and sheep. But now, the girl was completely different. Florence apologized for asking the girl to come on such short notice, but she replied that her sister could call on her anytime. Suddenly, Corin's smile vanished as she asked anxiously why Florence needed Professor Secret. A silence, and David realized it was his cue to step into the conversation. He greeted Corin, explaining that it was his idea. The girl's reaction was unexpected. She clutched her head and yelled that David had forgotten something. A short while later, they finally arrived at a strange little house, and the boy asked if this was really the professor's office. He added that it looked very suspicious, and asked Corin if she planned on killing and burying him here. The girl snapped, shouting at him and demanding to know why he would think she was going to kill him. Finally fed up, she stormed ahead, saying that was enough and telling him to just follow. David watched her back as she walked on, still muttering something under her breath. They were Florence's friends. Even though the commander-in-chief was also a Kalusia. A few minutes later, Corin opened the door to the small house and invited the boy inside. David's jaw dropped. He might have been standing before Professor Lillian's secret herself. But Corin noticed the boy was not moving. They had not reached their destination yet. Approaching the woman in the chair, the girl aimed her hand at her, generating magical energy. She warned David to stay still and not move. No matter what happened, the girl loudly chanted a magic spell. A few words that were meant to open the way. David looked at the old woman, who remained motionless, wondering what the point was if nothing was happening. Suddenly, the old woman began to transform and grow, opening a mouth as vast as a room. In that moment, David genuinely feared for his life. But Corin told him not to worry, because this was the entrance to the professor's true office. Lillian Secret's office was called Separatio, and the boy stared in awe, so the old woman was the entrance. The boy found that to be to put it mildly, very strange choice. Suddenly, he heard a voice from behind him. The professor flew toward him through the air, and said he must be the student sent by instructor Emma. Coming closer to David and touching his eyelids, the woman said it was just as Emma had described. She could sense something incredibly sinister inside the boy. Lillian was, in fact, the greatest expert on curses on the entire continent. The most remarkable thing about this young woman smiling at David was that she was 83 years old. Seeing the boy's shock, the woman told him not to be surprised, explaining it was for personal reasons, and that this body was indeed over 80 years old. David asked how she managed to look so young, but the mage replied that they could discuss that later if he wished. Right now, they needed to remove the curse from him. And fast. She snapped her fingers, and David saw strange rings with runic inscriptions appear all around him. But the boy was not the only one who was surprised. Lillian mused that she never would have imagined a single person could be afflicted with so many curses. Moreover, most of them resembled ancient prayers. It would be far too dangerous to even attempt to touch them with ordinary abilities. David asked what he was supposed to do then. Lillian told him not to worry. Their appearance and sheer number were certainly shocking, but then again, she was no slouch herself. The woman told him to listen very carefully. The curses on you will materialize within your very soul. You will have only one task. David, find the source of these curses and destroy it. The boy stared at the sorceress, uncomprehending, and simply repeated the words he had just heard out loud. David asked, how was he supposed to do it? And she replied that it would all happen instinctively. The moment he came face to face with the source, after saying this, Lillian touched David's forehead with her finger and wished him a safe return. The boy began to fall into a kind of abyss, and above him, he saw Lillian, standing in the doorway. Watching him, a few seconds later, David was already looking around, surveying his spiritual world, one created from his own curses. After a few more steps, the boy saw that he was standing on the lawn, right in front of his own house. David processed the information in shock. Could it be? The source of the curse is really in there. Suddenly, Willow ran right past him. Inside, the little girl ran straight to her brother and began to gaze at him with curiosity. After a moment, Willow asked her mother why the baby slept all day, and if he was sick. Her mother told her that babies always sleep a lot when they are growing, and Willow was no exception. But if David ever got sick, she would have to take care of him. His sister did not mind at all. She added that she would protect him, because he was her little brother. David realized this was his home right after he was born, that the baby lying in the crib, the one his sister was leaning over, was him. As he got closer and looked into the crib, he saw a small baby, himself as an infant. The sight stunned him. He always thought he would have been hideous since birth, but here David was, in his own past. Suddenly, the door behind him creaked open, and the boy sensed someone else's presence. The corporal's body went rigid. The man in the shadows walked past him, and was greeted warmly by his mother and sister. It was clear they knew each other. David could not hear the stranger's voice, but he heard his mother talking about the baby in the crib, inviting him to take a look. She added with a smile that the baby looked just like him. It turned out David was looking at the shadow of his own father. Suddenly, the tone of the conversation shifted. The man raised his hand toward her, dark energy crackling, and she screamed that her son could not possibly be dangerous. All of his mother's objections were silenced by a magic spell, and she collapsed to the floor, unconscious. After his mother, it was David's sister's turn. She was on her knees, staring at her father in horror, asking what happened to their mother. The man approached the little girl and repeated the same gesture he would used on his wife. The scene deeply disturbed David. He was terrified for his family, unable to control his emotions. Once he was done with the women, the father approached the crib where David lay, and magical circles began to form on his hand. David recognized those runes. He would seen them around himself before. The room was flooded with a brilliant light, and even squeezing his eyes shut did not help. He realized it was his father he had to destroy. The source of the curse. Lillian, too, was surprised. She had prepared thoroughly, but her mana was depleted. According to the sorceress, they were now facing curses of unbelievable power. Corin noted with alarm. If even the master says that, just how many curses are there in total? Lillian answered that there were about 10 of them, and the girl remarked that, in that case, it must be difficult for her to remove all 10 at once. But the sorceress replied that it was difficult and shocking, not because of what they were doing now, but because this was only one of the 10 curses. After his dirty work was done, David's father headed for the door. He stepped over his wife and his son's sister without a second glance, while the corporal remained unable to move. As the shadow left the house, the restraint binding the boy was released. David rushed over immediately to check on his sister and mother. He saw that his family was only asleep and realized he desperately needed to calm down. In this world, there was only one thing he could do. He had to destroy that monster. The one he could not even call a father. As soon as possible, filled with rage, David kicked the front door down and ran into the street, chasing after the source of the curse. But to his surprise, his father was not going anywhere. He was simply waiting for him in the street. David glared at the phantom with hatred and asked what the hell that bastard wanted from him. The phantom remained silent, which only enraged David further. He demanded to know why that bastard did this to his family right in front of him, screaming that he would never forgive his father. The boy lunged at him, and the shadow prepared to defend. The two opponents' swords clashed in a ferocious battle, but no matter how hard the boy pushed, his strength was not enough. He could not understand what was happening. The shadow fought with the same ferocity as him, maybe even more. The boy started to suspect his sword was also under some kind of curse, and that is why he was losing so badly. After a few more clashes, the boy realized his opponent had severed his arm. The enemy had no intention of stopping and lunged at the boy again. This time, David could not dodge the attack. Blood poured from the corporal's mouth as he was riddled with wounds. The young man could not believe what had just happened. At this rate, he would not just fail to lift his curse. He would die. David's incredibly powerful sword could not even touch the enemy. It was terrifying. He could do nothing. After landing its final blow, the shadow did not attack. David could not let his story end like this. So he forced himself to his feet, because no one else could do it for him. He had so many questions to ask that monster. And as he got to his feet, David screamed that he was not done yet, barely containing his rage. The boy asked why his father did this. His sister and mother had never shown such emotions. The boy felt a clear connection. No stranger would ever have brought out such positive emotions from his family. Without a doubt, it could only be his father. Because his sister, Willow, looked at him the same way she looked at the shadow, with tears mixing with blood. The boy screamed at the shadow that it had to be him. There was no doubt about it. No matter how he looked at it, the boy realized his opponent had no answers to any of his questions. He gripped his sword and said his opponent was not even going to try to explain himself. Not after what he did to his own wife and daughter. A few seconds later, with a lightning-fast attack, the young man cut off his father's head. The head of the curse's source fell to the ground, bouncing several times like a frog. David approached it and, kneeling on one knee, said that if he did not want to talk, he did not have to. The boy would find out everything on his own. Now, all David needed was for the curse to leave his body. Suddenly, the boy came to his senses back in Lillian's office. He heard the sorceress's voice behind him and turned around. The woman asked him how he was feeling. At first, the boy did not recognize the person before him. Could this really be the same sorceress? Lillian's secret. The old woman smiled at him. The boy asked her why she suddenly looked so. Oh, was it because of me? The woman replied that David had sharp instincts. But Lillian added that he should not worry. That it had nothing to do with him. Instead, he should focus on how he feels. Perhaps there have been some changes. The boy replied that, to be honest, he knew from the moment he met her that she was an extraordinary person. But now, he could truly see just how incredible Lillian's secret really was. The sorceress smiled in reply, and said that meant everything went well. For a time, the woman could not believe that the curse was hidden in old memories the boy himself did not even remember. What is more, It turned out the person who cursed him resembled his father. And the boy admitted it was possible. The mage asked why he would say that. And the young man replied that it was impossible to see the person's face. But David had heard what his relatives used to say. To be honest, the corporal believed that when that bastard touched his family, he felt something. It was a feeling so alien. He would not have been able to recognize it on his own, an unfamiliar sorrow. That is why he thought he would gotten so angry. Now that he thinks about it, it seems that man, his opponent, felt the same thing. The woman asked if the young man had any memories of his family, and David said no, adding that his sister did not either. The young man explained that neither he nor his sister had ever given it a thought, as if the memories were completely wiped clean. The mage realized it was not just his ability to sense mana that was sealed, but the boy's very sense of self. It seemed David's own father was the one who cast such a powerful curse upon him, and just in case, he also erased the boy's memories. Which is why some of his father's memories transferred to David. Sometimes, memory-related spells have this side effect, allowing his memories to influence the boy's imagination. The very fact that David could use mana before the curse was broken meant he would already begun to sense it for a while. This was likely a reaction to his lost memories starting to resurface. David looked at his hand and asked Lillian if the brilliant tendrils spreading out from it were really mana. The sorceress confirmed it was, and that for now he could only see it. But soon he would be able to manipulate it freely, just like the other students. But that would only happen once he broke 2 more of the 9 curses that bind him. Of course, this will take time. The origin of the curses is unknown, but each one is incredibly powerful. The woman said she would send for him when she was ready, and that for now, David was free to go. The young man could not believe his eyes as he looked at the woman sitting before him. It was the same young woman, Lillian Secret, who he had first met in that very office. He asked if the mage's appearance changed with the time of day, and she replied that her body was the same as his, but with a few differences. The woman added that he might be confused after learning such a harsh truth, but he needed to protect his mind. A person's future is far too precious to be weighed down by the past. David rose from his chair and said his goodbyes, stating that he had complete faith in the professor. Meanwhile, elsewhere, beneath Grand Cappadocia, a well-dressed man approached the stone giant. He thought, "This giant is smaller than I expected. Could that student really have stopped it alone, without Instructor Emma's help?" After a moment, a guard approached him from behind. The man seemed to be expecting him, and introduced himself as Donovan. He asked how the guard's recovery was progressing, and the man replied that all was well, and he would be fully recovered within a week. Also, as the master ordered, we investigated those degenerates, but for now, we have no new information. However, at the academy, we have pinpointed the location of the student who was in this dungeon. Donovan asked if Duke Joseph Grancho wished to meet the boy himself. He agreed. And instantly, the eyes of the stone giant behind him glowed red. Seeing the giant raise its fist, Donovan urged the Duke to step back. The guard said he and the others would try to stop the monster, but the Duke replied that it was not necessary. With lightning speed, Joseph drew his sword and, turning, struck the stone giant. A series of powerful, mana-infused strikes made the giant roar in agony. The Duke turned to the exit, sheathing his sword as he walked past Donovan and beckoned him to follow. They left the dungeon to the sound of crumbling stone, all that remained of the giant. The next morning in the dorms, David heard a loud banging on his door. The boy got out of bed and, scowling, went to open the door. Donovan, the corporal, stood in the doorway and, without hesitation, called him a madman, not holding back his own anger. David demanded to know what he wanted, asking if peddlers were now allowed in the dorms. Hearing the insult, Donovan exploded, demanding if he knew who he was talking to. The young man saw a dark mana enveloping Donovan from head to toe, a truly sinister energy. There was definitely something else mixed in with that energy. Unexpectedly, the Duke intervened, saying it was his fault for arriving unannounced. Donovan began to argue, but the young man suddenly realized he was standing before the man they call the Duke of the Empire. Duke Joseph Grancy apologized for the words and actions of Donovan, his escort knight, his bodyguard. He asked the young man if he would grant them a moment of his time, provided he had no objections. Of course. David stared in amazement at the box the Duke had brought, and asked if he heard right, that it was just finished yesterday. David examined the sword scabbard. It was truly an exquisite work of art. The boy asked why the Duke was doing this, and he replied that the masters of Grand Cappadocia had personally requested it. To be precise, Master Brian himself insisted on it. He asked it of me as a personal favor. Besides, the Duke himself wanted to personally thank the boy for what he had done. The Grantia and Grand Cappadocia families have been close friends for a very long time. My own favorite sword, Pale Lord, was also forged by Master Brian in that very smithy, so it is only natural for me to congratulate the hero who saved Grand Cappadocia. He reached into his pocket and, saying he would prepare a separate gift, revealed an object in his palm. David was left speechless. Duke Joseph had given him a Grantia token of recognition, one that even bore the family head seal. The young man asked if the Duke was truly giving him something so precious, something worth as much as 3 villages. Joseph replied that they were bound to treat their benefactors with such honor, and that 2 other students had also received gifts. They also helped you at the smithy. So they received gifts from the master and an award from the Grantia family. David replied that his friends, Marito and Toms, were probably singing the Duke's praises right now. Joseph said he was glad to hear it, but that they needed to discuss another matter that concerned him. He asked David to tell him everything he knew about the incident in the dungeons. The Duke of Grantia remarked that he was quite interested in these reckless individuals. David was struck by the aura emanating from Joseph. So this is what brought the Duke of the Empire all the way here. The boy said he did not know how much the Duke knew, but he understood now that those rats were far more insane than anyone imagined. David said the man was incredibly fast, so he had to use a great deal of strength and energy just to land a blow. David asked Joseph, "What do you mean by not letting it go?" While talking to the Duke, the boy kept his eyes on the guard, who had not moved or reacted to their conversation at all. If he remembered correctly, this feeling was just like the unease he felt when he faced those criminals in the dungeon. Could the man behind Joseph be one of them? The Duke asked what was wrong. David had been speaking, but he suddenly fell silent. The boy did not understand the reaction. Could it be that the Duke's subordinate is giving something away? Duke Joseph Gracia was one of the most powerful men on the continent. Surely, he could see what David was seeing now. Could it be that only the boy could see these things? In that case, he decided to ask if perhaps the Duke was sensing the appearance of a star, and David was not wrong to cast the bait. As Donovan's face grew dark, the Duke put his teacup on the table, saying he was referring to an organization that supported the children of the stars, the Clavier Nebula. He could not believe something like that could exist on the continent. Yet the boy's words did not arouse his suspicion. Joseph asked if he had discovered it himself, and he replied that, before the professor arrived, he had to work a little to make the enemy confess. Glancing at Donovan, the boy laughed and said it was so much fun watching him cry and beg for his life. David wanted to explain in more detail, but the Duke refused and asked him to write a letter, because he could not listen to the story any longer. The corporal did not insist and leaned back on the sofa with a smile, realizing there was no need to continue. The moment the young man finished his brief story, Donovan completely lost control, realizing they had agreed on everything. The Duke stood up and said it was time to leave, understanding that his urgent intervention would be necessary. Finally, David said there was something important to know about these people, and a curious Joseph asked what it was. David scratched the back of his neck and replied that it was a long story, and it would be rude to distract an already busy man. He promised to organize everything and send a letter to the Duke of Grantia by nightfall. The young man was sure he would find it very interesting, especially the part about Daniel, and Donovan's reaction was immediate. That very night, the young man slept soundly in his bed in the dormitory, having sweet dreams. Donovan, who had sneaked into David's room, drew his sword and stabbed the boy in the neck, and the entire room lit up. When the light faded, the Duke's guard realized there was no one in the bed. David's voice from behind him said he was thinking rat number 3 would not come today. Donovan was furious, but David told him to look in the other corner of the room before they fought. The guard broke into a sweat as the boy added that he had a special surprise for his guest today. In the corner of David's bedroom, sitting in an armchair, was the young Duke Joffrey, silently and furiously staring at Donovan. After a moment of silence, Joffrey said that his father's bodyguard needed to explain this situation immediately. A few hours earlier, on the top floor of the Navarre Pavilion, David had met with Duke Joffrey. Joffrey came as soon as he received David's message that Donovan was going to attack the boy that night. But the Duke did not believe this information, because this knight was one of the most talented and loyal in Grantia. He was his father's bodyguard. Now, immediately after appearing at the academy, the boy suddenly made such a statement. David replied that Grantia had changed in many ways during the last 4 years. Unwilling to argue further, the boy invited the Duke to his place to see for himself. In any case, Joffrey had nothing to lose. If David's words turned out to be true, traitors could be hiding their identities within the Grantia family. If that happened, the young man would have to personally take care of getting rid of the third rat. Now, Joffrey, who had heard David's suggestion, demanded an explanation from Donovan for his behavior. David laughed and said that a rat won't confess just by being asked, and that the Duke was very naive if he intended to live in a cruel world, instead of offering an explanation. Donovan suddenly raised his leg and stomped it hard on the floor. Rays of energy began to shoot out from his foot, quickly covering the entire floor of the room. David suddenly felt his whole body grow heavier as Donovan used his aura against them. The Duke of Grantia's guard lunged at David, striking him again and again. Faced with such a frantic onslaught, the corporal could not stay on his feet and was sent flying a distance from his opponent. Joffrey, who had seen the whole fight, yelled at Donovan, demanding an explanation and for him to stop. But this shout only provoked the Duke's guard, who then chose his master's son as his target. Donovan's attack was as fast as the last one, and the young Duke barely managed to dodge the blows. Luckily, Joffrey did not yet know how to control the radius of his aura and could not use his technique, because his rage would have affected the others. These words only irritated the young man more, because Donovan was right in his assumptions. The Duke could not take such a huge risk, attacking the young lord for the third time. The traitor said that, despite everything, he was truly sorry. He did not want their relationship to end this way. But that bastard, David, had ruined everything. Joffrey observed that Donovan's skills were very different from what the boy knew, and he asked how long the traitor had been hiding his abilities. Donovan said that traitor was the wrong word because, from the very beginning, the man had never been a knight of Grantia. Joffrey instantly lowered his hands and said he was convinced, and that David could do whatever he wanted. At that moment, the corporal sprang into action. The boy repelled the traitor's attack and said that, in any case, it was very sad that Joffrey had been so moved by a single sentence. The young Duke replied that he hoped David understood this was a very serious matter for his family. After what happened today, a bloody wind would blow in Grantia for some time. And unexpectedly, the Duke lunged directly at his father's subordinate. Donovan saw that despite his fatigue and exhaustion, the boy was still able to use mana. After Joffrey struck and knocked down his opponent, he was surprised at how strong the swordsman he had dared to face was. Donovan could not believe what was happening. Could it be that the boy had also been hiding his strength? But there was no reason for it. Could young Master Joffrey have improved so much in such a short time? It simply could not be. David interrupted the traitor's musings on the Master's son's genius with another attack. The boy said that Donovan was probably feeling free, and now so distraught that he had completely lost his vigilance. The corporal's blow was so powerful that Donovan could barely withstand the pressure. The traitor already regretted getting involved with these two monsters. He had underestimated his opponents. David was surprised by Donovan's quick reaction. The boy, in turn, also did not expect him to be able to dodge the blow. The boy was so absorbed in this thought that he did not notice the traitor's counterattack, which threw him to the other end of the room. Donovan's attack caused a lot of noise in the bedroom, and the former knight was very angry with himself for it. As the professor could arrive soon, the traitor decided that fighting was no longer an option, and that he had to retreat urgently. So he headed for the door. The man was extremely irritated. He could not believe he had run into so much trouble because of a damn boy. He realized that it had been a mistake to think he could defeat those two. First he had to hide, and then find a way to get rid of them. Joffrey's voice interrupted the traitor's thoughts as he flew toward him. Already catching up, the boy said the guard was right. The boy added that, unlike his father, he was not yet mature enough, and could not properly use the sword of the storm. But it was foolish of his opponent to run away like that. No one else would fall into his trap. The Duke's former guard understood that there was only one traitor who had to be punished. The next moment, when Donovan looked back, he saw a powerful tornado behind him, caused by the boy's attack with the sword of the storm. The traitor knew he could not fight a technique that powerful, especially with the kid in such a rage. But he had no other choice. As the mighty whirlwind engulfed Donovan, he could only manage to utter a single word, "Star," when it was all over. Joffrey sheathed his sword and declared that from this day forward, no one in the family would ever speak of that guard again. David looked at Joffrey with a smirk and said, "You must have been really pissed off." But now, it was unclear if they could even send that scoundrel to Rodelin in his current state. He replied that he would only sever Donovan's tendons. Jeffrey added that, regardless, he was glad David was here because he needed to report the situation to the family immediately. The boy looked the corporal dead in the eye and said they had to list all the traitors as soon as possible. Before David could even react, Jeffrey turned and dashed off, yelling that he was leaving the rest to him. The corporal was annoyed with the young duke's behavior. He was the one who'd caused all this trouble, and now David had to deal with it. David was so furious he did not notice someone approaching from behind. Until he heard a voice, the boy turned, relieved, saying someone had finally arrived, only to be bombarded with questions. Headmaster Donald asked what kind of storm had passed through, and if the boy had been attacked. Alongside the headmaster, the boy saw instructor Emma, who was wearing pajamas with a snake design. Seeing his private tutor, the boy complimented her outfit, but she ignored it, telling him he needed to answer their questions. Donald backed her up, adding that Emma's pajamas were not important right now. It was a relief the boy was not hurt, because he had a lot to explain, and David agreed to his elder's demands. But first, the boy asked the headmaster to repeat something after him. He had decided to test everyone he suspected this way. Donald laughed and asked what exactly he should repeat, and David said it was the phrase, "Daniel is an idiot." Emma and Donald stared at the boy in stunned silence. They did not understand what it meant, but in the end, the headmaster agreed to the boy's request without any issue. Shortly after, in the headmaster's office, Donald learned there was a spy in the Grantia family, a very grave situation. The headmaster praised the boy for his work, saying that thanks to David, they had managed to avoid a great deal of trouble. The boy decided not to tell anyone, not yet, about his ability to see mana. After all, he was not even 100% sure of it himself. Heaven forbid that information ever got out, not just him, but everyone around him would be in grave danger. Donald assured him the Grantia family would conduct a thorough investigation, so David had nothing to worry about. His grandfather pointed out that after the incident in the locksmith's village, the Empire was once again in the boy's debt. Donald added that, as headmaster, he also wanted to thank David personally, and asked what he needed. David decided to seize the opportunity. Without a second thought, David blurted out what he wanted to do within the academy, and asked if he would be allowed. The next day, David stood by the bulletin board in Felion Plaza and announced his project. He asked the crowd if they were tired of club activities being restricted by the academy. He had some ideas about that, and some great news for everyone. A special adventure club. A student tried to ask what the name meant, but David cut him off, saying that it was, of course, an excellent question. David explained it was a constructive club for developing personal talents that would be of practical use to the Empire. Furthermore, it was the only club headmaster Donald had approved to operate outside the academy, which caused an even bigger stir. Finally, David announced that anyone who wished to join should come to Halilion's first arena, at the time listed on the flyer. As David spoke the final words of his speech, Sita flew from his shoulder, and a girl passing through the crowd saw it and stopped in her tracks. She completely forgot where she was going and moved closer to the crowd to get a better look at the strange creature. A few days later, in Halilion's first arena, a dejected David was complaining to Florence about his luck after the whole spectacle in the plaza. He was trying to recruit new talent, but only his friends and acquaintances showed up at the arena that day. Mary laughed and asked if David was serious, reminding him of what he would done during his so-called interview. He would beaten people senseless under the pretext of testing their skills. He also said some really sketchy things to those who were not prepared to risk their lives. After that, rumors spread like wildfire through the academy that you needed 10 lives just to join this club. After listening to his friends' complaints, David shot back that this is what real battle is like, and those gossips are just a bunch of cowards. After all, he only wanted promising people, like the third-year student who was just now staggering to his feet after regaining consciousness. David said the guy insisted, even though he told him there was no need to test his skills, since they already knew each other well. He said the third year had clearly passed. The student, whose name was Danny Brown, sincerely thanked David for accepting him. David warned him up front that this club would be extremely difficult and asked if Danny was ready for that. The third year cheerfully replied that this was exactly what he was looking for. His goal was to become even stronger. David replied that in that case, everyone present could leave for the day. They needed to rest before the real work began. Thomas asked what he was going to do, and David replied that he had some time, so he would wait a little longer just in case. David hoped another talented person might show up. But after a few hours with no one appearing, he finally lost hope. The young man said it was time to get ready and thanked Florence for her help. She had taken the time to come and help him. The girl replied that she was really sorry. If it were not for helping instructor Emi, she would have applied to join too. David stared at Florence. He could not bring himself to tell her. He could not accept her into the club. He looked at the commander and realized he would have to make a choice soon. Either make her give up her dream of becoming a general, or not. It was a difficult decision. He had to think it through carefully. A girl's voice shattered his thoughts. The stranger said she was relieved he was still in the arena. And David asked if she was here for an interview. He asked if she wanted to join the club. But she asked if she would be able to do something if she did. The girl replied that if she joined the club, she could touch it. David started stuttering, asking what exactly she wanted to touch. Suddenly, an indecent thought crossed his mind, and he yelled that she must be a pervert. The strange girl told him to calm down, that she was not talking about him. He had it all wrong. She meant the creature he was holding in his arms. Hearing this, David laughed and said she should have just said so from the start. That is why he misunderstood, pointing to Sita. David added that this little guy was always with him. So if she joined the club, she could definitely touch him. Seeing her reaction to the news, David was finally convinced. She was a very strange person. He could not believe he had not noticed her until she came right up to him. She was definitely no ordinary student. Not simple at all. The stranger asked what she had to do to pass the interview. David replied that she had to show him her technique. The girl introduced herself as Ruby the Knight, a third year from the Magic Division, and announced she was beginning the interview. Both David and Florence were stunned as they watched the girl unleash dark magic on the magical training dummy. Florence commented that what they were seeing was incredible. Ruby handled dark magic with such ease. But David was shocked by something far more significant. It was faint, but the blood-red energy radiating from Ruby was unmistakable. The core of her magic was undoubtedly a shadow claw. It was pointless to argue with the boy about it. Finally, a massive explosion erupted from the girl's attack, bathing the entire arena in red light. Florence shielded her eyes. But David, stunned by the sight, could not react. He just stared at Ruby. When the smoke cleared, he saw the magic dummy sliced in half and declared the duel unnecessary. Ruby had passed. But David's curiosity about her aura grew. As he was about to ask, her voice echoed in his mind, asking how he could see it. It turned out Ruby the Knight was a telepath, but she insisted they not speak of it aloud. If anyone else found out, it would be bad. She telepathically suggested they leave and talk in private, as she also had something to ask David. Finally, Sita was in Ruby's hands. The sorceress examined it closely, muttering to herself. A few minutes later, she was already tickling Sita's belly, squealing with joy, and she told David it was a dream bird, a creature born from absorbed mana. Truly fascinating. The boy felt the same way about Ruby the Knight herself. He had heard rumors that her kind had abandoned the Empire long ago. But now, his entire worldview was shattering before his eyes. She was a vampire. Ruby explained that not all of them left. A small number of vampires remained. But they kept hidden, seeking no trouble. David noted that despite this, she had dared to come to such a famous club, all for Sita's mana, which she had sensed at the gathering. Ruby replied that she had sensed the creature the moment she saw it in the square. Sita possessed the energy of blood magic, the innate magic of her kind. David finally understood. Sita was using the abilities of a vampire. The first thing it did after it was born was drink blood. Ruby was shocked by this. She asked again if the creature truly used vampiric magic right after being born. David confirmed it. And her next question was how long ago Sita had been born. 3, or maybe 5 years, at the very least. David replied that it was 2 months ago. And the girl could not believe what she was hearing. The creature before her pulsed with a thick, bloody aura. If that was true, then maybe it was possible. The girl asked David if she could ask a favor of him and Sita, a question that made him uneasy. Ruby said she initially only wanted to see Sita, but if he agreed to her request, she would help him in return. Of course, she had her own experiments to run, but once she was done, she promised to help David. The next day, the friends gathered at the Nest, the headquarters for Fillion's clubs. The Adventure Club now had its own building. David was impressed by the Academy's facilities. To give an entire building to a student club, it was an incredibly generous gesture. But before they went inside, David decided he had to tell his friends just how much they had grown. looking at Mary and Thomas. He asked if they had the Grand Cappadocian weapons sent by Duke Grantia, and they confirmed they did. Mary had swapped her twin blades for a two-handed sword that better suited her strength, and she was eager to try it. Thomas showed off his magic bracelet, crafted by the will of the magic city Delphium. He said the bracelet's superior mana control felt like it had doubled his speed and strength. Mary asked why David told them to come armed, but he just said he would tell them inside, seated at the table. David said they were probably wondering why he created this club, but their objective was simple. David wanted them to hone their talents as fast as possible through real-world experience. He did not say why out loud, but he knew they had to be ready for the inevitable day. The first place David suggested for the club's expedition was a mountain range still unknown to the Empire. This range was called Bidian, and when his friends heard the name, a collective fear fell over them. David said that, as they knew, such places were highly unusual, which would make it a great experience for the whole team. Besides, he had some personal business there, which he did not want to discuss yet, but simply informed them of. But first, David said, they needed to solve some problems the club members had. Problems they did not even know they had. David drew his sword with a smile, telling them to follow him at once. It was time to duel. Thomas and Mary did as he asked, but wondered what kind of problem he needed to solve with them. His friends guessed that he wanted them to graduate early, so he told them not to be surprised. David explained that once they left on their mission, they would be gone for at least a week, right when they were supposed to have classes. This could interfere with their club activities, and he pointed out the headmaster could not just grant them special leave. Therefore, he wanted to propose a solution. They should, just like him, graduate early and become completely free. For that reason, David led them to the second-floor club room to begin a private lesson. He wanted to see their skills for himself. He told his opponents to attack him, using whatever style they were most comfortable with. Don't hold back, because I will only be using my scabbard. He warned that if Thomas and Mary went easy on him, it would not be any fun, so they would better be careful. Mary glanced at Thomas and said that since it had come to this, they might as well give it a shot. They had to show him just how much stronger they would become in such a short time, and Thomas had no objections. The girl drew her two-handed sword, and the boy began to activate one of his signature magic spells. Mary decided to strike first, lunging at David with a powerful blow. David managed to leap back. He really liked her determination. She was incredibly strong. But before he could finish the thought, he saw Thomas raising shards of the floor into the air, and the mage yelled to Mary that they were starting. In that instant, all the airborne stones shot toward a single target, David. On the other side of the room, the boy deftly dodged every stone, so Thomas could use his telekinesis like this now. David even had to use his scabbard to deflect the relentless volley of rocks. Thomas had a very useful ability. While he was busy with the mage's attack, he almost missed Mary flying towards him, yelling at him not to block, but to dodge. David took his friend's advice and leaped aside at the last second. As Mary's sword smashed into the floor, the boy let out a laugh, realizing that if he had not dodged, he would be dead by now. Mary did not let up. She unleashed a flurry of new blows, trying to land a hit on David. And then, the moment came when the boy switched from defense to offense. And now it was Mary's turn to block his strikes, which was proving to be very difficult. David was pleased, in so many ways. The two of them had already shattered his expectations. Thomas saw David pushing Mary back and rushed to help her, using the same technique but on a much larger scale. The attack was so powerful that David had to abandon his assault on the girl and focus on defending himself with his scabbard from the stones raining down from above. After a few minutes, the dust from the stones began to settle, and Thomas's assault ended. David sheathed his sword and said his friends had improved their skills tremendously, especially since they worked so well as a team. This could only mean one thing. Even without David in class, no one was slacking. In the corporal's eyes, Thomas had achieved something special, becoming a completely different person. To be honest, even David was surprised by the improvement. Thomas asked if the test was over, and David replied that, of course, it was more than enough. He believed their development would not take long. A month, or even 2 weeks, would be enough. Hearing no objections from his friends, the boy announced that, in that case, their special training would begin. Thomas and Mary yelled that they had just finished sparring, but the boy could not care less. He chased them around the hall, yelling for them to move faster. It got to the point where they were both crying, screaming at the top of their lungs for someone to save them from the relentless David. From that day on, Thomas and Mary dedicated all their time to personal training, even cutting back on sleep. 2 weeks later, the headmaster was shocked to see the early graduation certificates the boy placed on his desk. Every member of the Travelers Club had managed to finish their classes early. And this was no joke. David added that, of course, not all subjects were included, but with such success, Donald should grant them permission to leave. And the headmaster could not help but be amazed. The headmaster of the academy stated that, as promised, he would grant them a pass to leave. He wished them a safe journey and success on their adventures. The next day, the friends began their first mission for the adventure club and headed for the mountains. Mary was surprised that they had just started their journey. Yet the air was already thick with pure manna. Training here will be even easier. Danny was pleased with the situation and asked David what they were doing next. The boy replied that he would tell them when they got there. His friends asked what they were going to do there, and David replied that they might not believe him. But there was something they needed to find for their own development. Meanwhile, in a temple deep in the heart of the forest, an elf sensed that something grand was unfolding, for guests had arrived in this inhospitable land. After a while, David announced their arrival, and his friends breathed a sigh of relief. They stood on the mountain and gazed down into the valley, where an entire orc encampment was spread out below. The boy said there were a ton of them down there. Danny was shocked that the orcs had built an entire village, and David replied that you could often find them in godforsaken places like this, far from any people. There are not many of these creatures now, but they reproduce so quickly that soon they will be all over the mountain range. This could threaten all the nearby human settlements, so they have to get rid of them as soon as possible. David declared that this would be the first real battle for the members of the Travelers Club. He asked Thomas and Mary if they could handle this task, and the mage replied that David was a little late in mentioning they were hunting orcs. Now that Thomas saw just how many orcs there were, he wondered if the club members would be all right after a battle like this. David replied that orcs were the ideal opponents for them. But there was a catch. The dominant species in these lands are ogres, and his friends definitely can't handle them, especially their leader, a two-headed ogre. That monster is so strong that last time, he barely managed to defeat it. But the ogres won't show up for a while, so for now, there should not be any problems. And so, he was about to give the order to attack. Suddenly, David heard a voice from behind, saying they had good intentions, but that they should not go through with it. David spun around and saw a stranger behind him, whose appearance shocked him, as he had not sensed the creature's presence until it spoke. The elf explained that he was merely a priest who resided in these mountains, serving an ancient soul by the divine name of Siniel. As David drew his sword, the elf urged his friends to accompany him to safety. He insisted it was too dangerous to stay there. Even as David pressed the blade to his throat, Thomas and Mary did not understand such cruelty from him, but he simply replied that there were too many lunatics around these days. He turned to the elf and ordered him to listen carefully, and not to move a muscle. When the elf indicated he would obey, David yelled out, "Daniel is a bastard." A short time later, the friends were following the elf, who mentioned that as a worshipper of God, he did not take kindly to such words. He called it the most uncomfortable moment of the last 200 years, to which David replied not to worry. It was a shout of respect. The boy asked how old the elf really was, and he replied that he would stopped counting the years long ago, so he had no idea himself. After a short pause, their new acquaintance said he would count at about 1,000, which provoked a huge reaction from the students. David glanced at the eccentric man smelling flowers along the path and thought, so he was alive even before the empire began. But there was something else. The elf had said something about it being an inopportune time for a duel. He affirmed this and explained that the monsters in the area had been behaving very strangely lately. Another phenomenon had occurred. The orcs, who are not usually nocturnal, had started roaming the mountains every night, and the ogres, who rarely leave their territory, have been appearing here far too often lately. The elf believed that since the reason was still unknown, a little caution was necessary, which is why he stopped his new acquaintances from carrying out their plan. The eccentric announced they could relax right there, and in the next moment, the group found themselves standing before a portal. The elf led them directly to the temple of Siniel, the one he served, and invited them into the majestic building. Danny was left speechless by the sight. The temple had appeared out of thin air. Did the elf cast some kind of magical barrier over it? The stranger's abilities were astounding. Thomas asked David if he knew a temple like this even existed here, and he replied that Thomas should have seen the look on his face. The elf looked at the friends, and once again invited them into the temple. This being was far from the ordinary elf he appeared to be at first glance. When the students entered the main hall, they saw something they never expected. It turned out that Siniel, the being the elf served, was just an ugly rock. The elf replied that the stone had a purpose, but he doubted they would want to hear such a long story. He offered to store their belongings and let them rest, since there were many spare rooms in the temple, adding that they could let him know if they needed anything. Mary said this was the perfect time for David to ask where he needed to go, since he wanted to find the cursed eye. The elf, surprised, asked if he had heard correctly. Why would the boy need such a monster? After studying David for a moment, their new acquaintance asked, "Is it because you are cursed?" But in truth, the elf did not need confirmation. It seemed he was right, for he could feel a strange and dangerous echo emanating from the boy. Soon, they were all sitting in the gazebo, having tea and talking. The elf said that the moment he saw the boy, he knew at once that he was no ordinary student. David laughed, but inwardly he was tense. Not understanding how he had fallen under this eccentric spell, he gripped his sword, thinking that maybe he was worrying for nothing. Perhaps this elf had no connection to those monsters. He could not see their aura on him, and the elf had not reacted at all to the name Daniel. Suddenly, the elf's voice cut through his thoughts, saying he seemed to be lost in thought, and offered him some tea. David stared at the liquid swirling in the cup, wondering if the elf had done something to the drink. The tea sat on the table before him, and he began to notice a strange scent growing stronger and stronger around him. He had never experienced anything like this before. He looked up at the elf and froze. Seeing an immense current of mana swirling around him, the elf remained perfectly still, a calm expression on his face, and simply asked if the young man enjoyed the aroma of the tea. David's eyes lit up as he answered. Like a whole new world had just opened up before him, bursting with vibrant new colors. He asked how Jerry had done it, and Jerry explained it was a tea brewed from rare medicinal herbs, found only along the ley line, that heightened one's senses. The effects would not be immediate, but because David's energy was sealed by a curse, the changes for him were dramatic. Jerry promised to give the boy the ingredients he needed to drink the tea regularly. The elf warned him to stop using the cursed eyes to lift his curse, and the boy asked what was wrong with those creatures. Jerry explained that those monsters do remove curses, but they consume a part of the bearer's life force along with it. A few times might not cause any harm, but if the young man kept doing it, nothing good would come of it. David's very life would be at risk. He then asked if David truly did not know this when he chose to use them. David admitted he had no idea about that information. He just wanted to get rid of his curse as fast as possible, something Jerry could understand. Jerry warned David to stay as far away from the cursed eyes as possible from now on, because if something went wrong, the consequences would be dire. David recalled Professor Secret telling him something similar once, that removing these curses was difficult, even for her. That is why during their last meeting, Lillian said she needed to prepare thoroughly. But even though David had agreed to help, he was still incredibly impatient. Could it be that all of this was his fault? The boy gripped the hilt of his sword, thinking that if he was not careful, he might die before he could even catch that massive monster. Looking at the elf, Jerry, the boy realized he still had no idea who this man truly was. In his past life, he could not clearly remember if they had ever met face to face. And yet, Jerry felt so familiar to him. David admitted he was in a hurry, since those mad fanatics had become very active lately. Jerry asked him, "What fanatics?" And David replied that they were dark, vile people, waiting for the arrival of the star. The elf listened intently to the boy's words, saying nothing. He could not believe it. The fanatics who came for the star, they had returned. That night, Jerry approached the stone he worshipped. If they were truly the fanatics David spoke of, then they were definitely plotting something. The elf could feel it. Another catastrophe was on the verge of happening, one that would claim the lives of innocent people. Jerry was only worried about one thing. Would he have to stand aside and watch again? If not, could this boy be the god's answer for him? Would he finally have to get involved? Suddenly, Jerry heard David's voice behind him, asking why the elf was not asleep yet. Jerry asked what brought the boy to the main hall so late, wondering if he could not sleep, but he simply replied that he wanted something to drink. David admitted he had been watching the elf this whole time. He was curious, was that stone a divine statue? And what did it mean? The elf explained that once every 1,000 years, his church transports thousands of stones to the sacred land in the farthest corner of the empire. The strongest typhoons always rage there, and most stones do not last more than 200 years before completely eroding away. But even in such harsh conditions, Some stones have remained for thousands of years, proving they can transcend time itself. These stones contain noble souls, and in Senior, they become divine statues. The elf still remembered the day he carried this very stone alongside his brothers. David felt a profound weight to the story. The boy realized there must have been many priests here before, and he wondered how Jerry ended up all alone. Jerry replied that it was all much more complicated than it seemed. The elf understood he had dedicated his entire life to a god that would never answer him. Jerry's faith had wavered more than once, and he too had wanted to abandon it all and just walk away. But some kind of premonition always stopped him, which is why Jerry remains here to this day, feeling that Senials would be the catalyst. This deity, sealed in stone, might one day save the world. For the elf, it was simply his destiny, a burden he could not pass on to anyone else. The elf Jerry was absolutely certain that the moment he spoke of was coming soon. The next day, putting Jerry's harsh words behind them, the friends began to prepare in earnest. This unique tea, brewed by the elf, had a special effect that David's companions could feel for themselves. With the help of the ley line's energy, the members of the Travelers Club managed to sharpen their senses. Meanwhile, David himself went into the mountains with the elf Jerry to find more medicinal herbs for his treatment. Jerry was kind to strangers and showed genuine concern for them. But for a guy who had been through so much, it was a little strange. And so, 2 peaceful days passed in the majestic temple nestled between the mountains. But, as always, tragedy was lurking just around the corner for the friends, a tragedy that brought immense damage, an indescribable pain. The image of the elf Jerry's bloodied body, slumped against a rock, would be forever seared into David's memory. On the day of the attack on the orc village, the friends said their goodbyes to Jerry at the temple gate, and he was deeply worried about their fate. He pointed out they still had not figured out the reason for the monster's strange behavior, insisting it would be better to prepare a bit more. David replied with a smile that the elf did not need to worry about them. They could handle it. The orcs were just acting strange. They had not gotten any stronger, based on the intel. That meant they would not run into any trouble, and Jerry could stop worrying about them. Besides, their short vacation was almost over, and they had to get back to the academy. The elf sighed, realizing there was nothing he could do. In that case, Jerry decided to cast a spell on the students, one that would let them pass through the barrier so they could freely visit the temple. Jerry had to make sure that, if anything dangerous happened, they could immediately escape to safety. Right here. Finally, the elf warned them to stay on their guard. Their group might be strong enough, but the forest was deep and dark. Meanwhile, in that very forest Jerry mentioned, an elf was slowly losing her patience. She could not believe he was this hard to find. She realized she would probably have to lure him out. But could she really do it with these stupid animals running around? In the end, the female elf decided she had no choice but to go there and meet Jerry herself. The Travelers Club watched from the cliff as the orcs divided the treasures they had plundered from the village. David realized they had to act now. Those creatures had started stealing from people. He asked his comrades if they were ready to fight the orcs. It is time to destroy them. Meanwhile, the orcs shared their loot, trying on pendants and boasting that the treasures suited them better than the human children. One of the monsters put on a pendant, recalling how the child it belonged to had whimpered as he killed him. Suddenly, the monster's conversation was cut short as the friends were teleported by Thomas from the clifftop down into the valley. The orcs were completely disoriented as Danny and Mary struck them down with their swords. Silence fell over the clearing. The other monsters stared at the newcomers with a mixture of shock and hatred. A second later, the first of them charged, but one by one, they were cut down by the blades of the Filian students. Finally, only 2 orcs remained, and one of them was struck in the head by a massive stone. The second orc stared in shock at his fallen comrade, already dead on the ground, but he was so focused on his dead companion, he never saw the massive boulder smashing into his own head, and just like that, the last 2 orcs fell dead, side by side. The enemies of the Filion students were finally defeated. David was thrilled with Thomas's advanced abilities. The kid had finally learned how to shoot, like a wicked mastermind. David leaned into his prodigie's ear and whispered that it was time to wipe out every last monster. A new horde of orcs stormed the valley, and Thomas unleashed his full power against them. When the dust settled, David's companions asked what their next move was. Thomas, with terror in his eyes, stammered that he was sure to face severe punishment for what he had just done. But David walked up to him, assuring him that if he was punished for this, they all would be. He turned to the rest of the team and asked if they were with him, and they all agreed. Danny told Thomas not to worry, even though he would probably get the worst of it. As Thomas wept, David thought that his friends had performed well in actual combat, and their trip to the mountains was not in vain. In the end, he concluded they could still get a bit stronger. But David's thoughts were cut short by Sita's pawing. David looked at the creature and asked what was wrong. "Why are you so worried? Is there something in the bushes?" Venturing deeper into the clearing, he and Thomas realized they had found a captive. The girl was unconscious and covered in blood, bound tightly to a tree. Thomas and the corporal rushed to help her, and the mage yelled that the orcs must have left her there just in case. David started untying the ropes and ordered Sita to use her healing magic on the girl. "Now!" Sita obeyed her master's command and, in an instant, the girl's eyes fluttered open to see the boys in front of her. She had regained consciousness. David asked if she could speak, but instead of words, blood started pouring from her mouth. The corporal panicked at the sight. Could it be? Sita's healing did not work on this captive elf. After a few seconds, the bleeding stopped, and the girl realized David was surrounded by a familiar aura. Could he have been at the temple? She grabbed his shoulders, tears streaming down her face, and pleaded with him to take her there. To Jerry. Right now. Suddenly, the elf screamed that they had to go, that if his friends were too late, Jerry's life would be in danger. After that desperate cry, the girl finally lost consciousness, leaving the group of Felian students completely bewildered. A short time later, David burst through the portal into the temple, yelling for Jerry to come to him at once. The elf was in the main hall. Seeing the boy, he immediately asked why he had returned. Did something terrible happen? David told him to look at the elf. He explained they had found her at the orc camp, and she had said she needed. As Jerry listened, he looked again at the girl's face on David's shoulder, and suddenly realized he recognized her. He said the elf's name was Eve, and he was desperate to know what had happened to her. Meanwhile, at David's request, his friends searched the entire orc camp, but they did not find anyone else. Thankfully, she was the only captive. Mary decided if that was it, they should head back to the palace. But then she saw Thomas hunched over a monster's corpse. She approached the mage and asked what he was staring at so intently. Thomas answered that these orcs, they were strange somehow. He pointed to the body lying before him, and asked if this had ever happened before. Mary replied that he was right, that she could not understand what it was. Thomas said he would never seen anything like it. It was very similar to hidden dual magic, but he still could not understand why there were magic circles on the orc corpses. The elf lay on a bed in one of the temple rooms. Jerry sighed wearily. She could finally rest now. David stood anxiously by the bed and asked Jerry if he was really okay. Maybe he needed help too. He pointed out that not even healing magic had worked on Eve. And what if the elf had also been hit with some strange poison? Jerry replied that David had given him an antidote, so he would be fine. He owed David a great debt, for he had almost lost his precious sister. The elf explained that she also believed in Siniel, as Eve had been a devout follower before. He looked at his unconscious sister on the bed and said her faith was truly sincere. He did not know how he could ever repay such a great debt to David for saving her. David scratched the back of his neck and said Jerry was exaggerating, but he was still curious about who Eve was trying to warn him about before she passed out. The girl was so worried. She even begged him to warn Jerry of the danger. David decided to stop beating around the bush and ask Jerry directly if something or someone was threatening his life. The elf turned away from him so he could not see his face and said that honestly, he did not even know who they were. The only thing he knew was that they worshipped some unknown being as their god. These people were behind most of the major crimes, and they kept their identities a complete secret, as far as Jerry knew. They called themselves the Church of Nebula. Clyger. David exploded like dynamite. He could not believe they were after Jerry. The elf said they often sent uninvited guests his way. That church had not made a move in the last 100 years. So he thought they had given up. But it seems they are back in action. David tried to persuade Jerry to come with them to Filian Academy, but Jerry replied that he could not betray this place. Besides, if he left, the people in the nearby villages would be in danger, and he could not let that happen. The elf placed a hand on his shoulder and told him that he and his friends needed to leave this place as soon as possible. Jerry sincerely hoped the danger would not catch up to them. With that, the elf added that he hoped David understood his position on the matter. David did not argue. He just told Jerry to wait for him, as he was going to bring back the strongest person he could find to help. Until then, he wanted Jerry to hide and stay out of any fights. but the elf agreed to all of David's conditions and promised to stay hidden. Finally, Jerry said he wanted to give him something for saving Eve, and placed an object in David's hand. When he looked down at his palm, he saw a ring. The elf told him that with its help, he could reach the magic tower, and if he ever went to the magic Tower of Dawn, he should show it to the librarian. In that library, David would surely find information about his curse. Squeezing David's hand one last time, Jerry pleaded with him to be careful and never let his guard down. The past few days had been very enjoyable for the elf, he told his new friend with a smile. David scratched the back of his neck and chuckled, replying that it was not goodbye forever, saying his farewells and promising to return soon. The moment David vanished through the portal, the elf sighed warily and asked his sister if he should say he was happy to see her, or would it be better to treat her like the assassin the church sent. The girl, her back still to him, gave a predatory smile and said her brother should not speak to her that way. Turning to face him, she added that the church had not laid a hand on Jerry for a long time, but the elf pointed out that they chose her for the assassination, and she retorted that a person who gave his own patient a paralyzing potion had no room to talk. Jerry shot back that he had no choice in that situation, unlike her completely senseless plan, the shadow of Ameshheim captured by orcs. It was ridiculous, but Eve said she had no other way to get here. Since meeting with Jerry was so difficult, she tried to get his attention using monsters, but as expected, that was not enough. Then, unexpectedly, they came to the elf's rescue. These kids really had a massive amount of energy, which could be useful for Eva. Of course. At first, the girl wanted to lure her brother in by slitting their throats, but suddenly, Eva remembered the old days and decided against it. She asked Jerry if that information had affected him. The elf glared menacingly at his sister, and replied that if it were true, he would not let her leave. The elf laughed. She was not afraid of Jerry's threats. Her brother just wanted her to stop joking around. Unexpectedly, the girl actually stopped, and said it was time to carry out the church's order. Eva said that her task was to convince Jerry LeMayshana to switch sides. If he refused, Eva would not hesitate to kill his brother, David, who had almost reached the orc settlement. He suddenly felt something was wrong. He looked back and glanced towards the temple. His companions appeared behind him and hurried to catch up. They had been looking for him for a long time. The boy asked if they had searched the orc village, and Mary replied that no one was there, but that Thomas had found something suspicious. David asked what it was exactly, and the mage said that immediately after David left, he had found something strange on the body of a slain orc. The boy had never seen magic circles like those before, and David even asked if he would hurt him right. While the friends were discussing all the details, a powerful explosion echoed from the direction of Jerry's temple. But it was not just the explosion that posed a danger to the friends. Unexpectedly, a two-headed monster came flying towards them. It was a two-headed ogre in the flesh, and it was incredibly ferocious, as the monster smelled human blood. Meanwhile, in the temple, a fight to the death was also being waged, with a sister trying to kill her brother, but Jerry was no fool. He used the Ventus technique against Eve, in a matter of seconds. A huge tornado formed in front of the girl, rapidly approaching her. But Eve was not frightened. On the contrary, she was delighted by her opponent's reaction. The girl believed this was exactly how her brother should be, and she wanted to anger him. The elf had no intention of just defending herself. She accumulated a huge amount of energy and directed it towards her brother. When the two forces of the brother and sister clashed, a powerful explosion occurred, but neither of them won. When the effects of the explosion subsided a bit, both opponents became visible. Facing one another, Eva was not going to give up so easily, and decided to repeat her attack. But this attack was also repelled by Jerry's powerful defensive shield, and it seemed that her brother was stronger than her. Finally, due to the intense pressure they exerted on each other, the siblings caused another powerful explosion that sent them both flying in different directions. Eva laughed out loud, pointing out that for an old man like Jerry, he was still as agile as expected. To her, killing such an excellent specimen would be a great loss. So she asked Jerry if he had changed his mind and would join them, at least temporarily. She assured him that he could claim a good position, but he replied that he had to refuse the offer, as he had no desire to serve heresy. Jerry pointed out that Eva had gotten rusty. Who would have thought she would be so slow? Her church clearly does not keep tabs on its followers. The girl was not angered at all by her brother's comments. She laughed, and replied that she had not even warmed up yet. She said that Jerry was focused on buying time for the kids, so he was not paying her any attention. He even made a fool of himself in front of the boy, so that he would leave as soon as possible. Jerry said that if the girl crossed the line, she definitely would not be able to return unharmed. Eva laughed. She was not at all afraid of her brother's threats. She considered herself very clever. With a smile, she asked what to do, but in reality, Eva had already made a decision long ago. There was an explosion in the direction of the valley. Jerry turned around at the sound. He looked fearfully in that direction, where according to his calculations, David should be at that moment. The elf was so distracted thinking about the boy that he did not notice Eva was behind him, preparing to attack. She said her brother had finally been caught, that he would let his guard down and did not even notice. A moment later, his hand was severed from his body and fell to the ground. His sister had managed to strike her brother. Meanwhile, in the forest, the members of the Travelers' Club stared in awe at the two-headed ogre. It was the first time they had ever seen such a monster. David shouted for his companions to run back immediately, as they could certainly not defeat that monster. But it was already too late for warnings. The two-headed ogre hit Danny with one of its gigantic hands before he could jump to dodge. The boy went flying at such a speed that his friends could not follow him. Danny crashed into a tree and lost consciousness. One of the ogre's heads immediately turned to Mary and Thomas, who froze, sure that they would be the next victims. The girl saw the giant monster throw one of its fists towards them and knew she had to run. But, despite the danger, Mary and Thomas remained paralyzed, unable to move. Not even the fear of death made them move from their spot. Their friend David saved them, managing to block the monster's blow with his sword at the last moment. The boy held the two-headed ogre's fist with his weapon, and made his friends worry about him. David repeated his request to Mary and Thomas to take Sita with them and flee. The corporal would take care of that giant monster by himself. Suddenly, the ogre's pressure turned into a decisive blow, which the boy parried with a counterattack with his sword. David shouted that Thomas and Mary should grant his request as soon as possible, and they agreed without hesitation. David looked closely at the face of one of the ogre's heads and clearly saw a magic circle in its eyes. The boy remembered that this circle was the same as the magic circle of the giant from the dungeon. David gripped his sword. There could be no mistake. This was the work of Nebula Clager's organization. While the boy was thinking, the two-headed ogre attacked, but David managed to jump aside. Any of the boy's attacks were met with the monster's fierce resistance. But he was not going to give up. David realized that the two-headed ogre was still as tough as last time, and the monster brandished its fist to deliver another blow. David did not have time to dodge, so he had to endure the pressure of his opponent with his sword. Fortunately, he was strong. This strategy was doomed to fail from the beginning, as the monster was still much larger than David. A few seconds later, the corporal was already flying away from his opponent, to the other side of the clearing. But the sword made from the shell of Sata's egg served the boy as a shield, deflecting the energy of the ogre's attack. The monster was still as strong as ever, realizing it could not catch the agile boy with its bare hands. The ogre uprooted one of the trees growing around the clearing. In fact, David would have been delighted to meet this monster again at any time. After all, they had an unfinished duel. But the two-headed ogre did something it should not have done. It attacked David's friend, Danny. Thomas and Mary ran to the boy, who was still unconscious, and began to heal his wounds with Sita's help. David could not forgive anyone for hurting his friends in front of him. The boy shot to his feet. Done with the games and empty talk, he moved in a complex trajectory so the two-headed ogre could not calculate his path and repel the attack. In a few seconds, the boy reached his opponent and leaped from the treetops above its head. Nine remembered that in his past life, he had never managed to catch that monster. This was only because the boy had been unable to pierce its thick hide and deal any damage. But now, today, everything was different. With this sword and the technique his instructor Emma had taught him, the boy used Emma's fourth style, called the Whirlwind of Swords, against his opponent to pierce the monster's hide. It all lasted just a few seconds, and in the end, the boy flew over the barrier and landed on the ground. Losing sight of its enemy, the ogre began to turn its head in every direction. David knew it was worthless. It was simply because for the two-headed ogre, it was all over. It was already dead, and a second later, the monster crumbled into tiny pieces. The boy sheathed his sword, not very satisfied with himself. David still had much to learn. The boy had fought for a long time against such a weak adversary, and the giants that awaited him were much stronger. David called his friends, and they quickly came to his side. Mary was carrying Danny on her shoulders, and the corporal asked how the boy was. The girl replied that there was nothing to worry about, that Sita had helped administer first aid, and that now they needed a professional doctor. But it seemed the boy's condition was not so serious after all, and David felt a true sense of relief. The corporal ordered his friends to take Danny with them, and returned to Fillion Academy. Thomas asked David what he was going to do. The boy replied that he would go back to Jerry's temple. He could not ignore the powerful explosion he had heard before the battle. But when David went through the portal, he was shocked to see the destroyed temple. David had left there only a short time ago, and did not understand what had happened. Looking back, he saw Jerry, with only one arm, approaching him. The elf, ignoring his pain, asked if he was okay, feeling very relieved. He said he was sorry he could not help them, but his body was still not in good condition. David did not understand what he was talking about. The boy believed that no one could be protected in that state. He asked what had happened and who had done this, but the elf replied that he had to leave. Jerry pointed out that everything was calm now, but no one knew when the attacks would begin again. Before the elf could finish his sentence, his body was pierced by enemy energy. David looked in shock at his now close friend, the elf's blood splashing his face. While David, in shock, tried to figure out how to help Jerry, Eve landed on the ground behind him. The girl said she had almost lost her balance, and asked if it was okay to treat friends that way. In fact, Eva never thought that even without an arm, Jerry would be able to perform such a powerful technique. The last powerful tornado almost cost her her life. The destruction was very severe. Eva looked at her brother and asked what would have happened if she had really died, but he only responded with a cough. The elf girl pointed out that if it were not for the protection of the stars she was under, who knows what might have happened. Looking at David, she said it must have been really incredible to survive the battle with the two-headed ogre. Eva stopped joking and said she had gotten distracted. She recalled that David was seeing this face for the first time, so they could greet each other again. The girl ran her fingers through her hair, which was now half blonde, and thanked David for saving her. Finally, the boy realized that the elf girl was actually the fierce monster, Jerry's sister. The boy could not believe that he himself had brought the girl to the temple for her to cause all this mess. Eva thanked David for helping her cross the line. The elf girl promised that for that, she would kill the boy very quickly so he would not suffer. A second later, Eva's energy beams flew toward David. The boy did not expect such speed. When all the effects of the explosion subsided, Eva saw a large crater where David and Jerry had been standing. There was no trace of the boy. She could not believe he had managed to dodge the attack, and even save her brother. He was not just any boy. David, meanwhile, leaned over Jerry's body and ordered Sita to begin healing him immediately. The elf had to be saved at all costs. The little dragon focused all its energy and activated the healing rune. There was no time to lose. David was furious. Wasn't it enough to destroy the forge and spy on the Duke? Now you have crawled all the way here too. Eva laughed at the boy's anger. To her, those complaints seemed quite amusing. Eva guessed that the boy had met her children. She had heard there was a boy destroying the followers, who were carrying out her tasks. In that case, it turned out that this extraordinarily powerful boy was David. Eva could not believe the boy had reached such a level at such a young age. It turned out her children deserved what happened to them. The girl struck at the boy again and again, and he barely managed to dodge. The elf girl said she was very interested in David. The boy defended himself skillfully, but Eva was curious to see what else he could show her. David saw Eva's reflection on his sword's blade, and realized he had to defeat the elf with a single blow. The boy decided to attack, and the roles in this duel changed very quickly, forcing Eva to retreat. David tried to break her defense, and quickly delivered one blow after another, their swords constantly crossing. The elf said the boy liked her a lot, and it would be a shame to kill him. Eva offered him to join her sect. Jerry's sister assured him she would take care of the boy, and asked if he liked the offer, but he replied that the girl was talking nonsense. Eva replied that he should not fall apart, that he had no other choice, and released streams of energy not aimed at David. The energy blast suddenly hit Jerry, who was lying near the rock, and the elf even regained consciousness from the pain. As Jerry's scream echoed in the clearing, Eva commented that if David refused, she would kill her brother first. While the elf told David to run immediately with his last strength, Eva said Jerry's life depended on the corporal's choice. But the girl's pressure had no effect on the boy, and he replied that his choice was to cut her into pieces. He shouted that Eva was a crazy witch and attacked her, forcing the elf to jump back to a safe distance. When Eva landed on the ground, she sighed dramatically and said she no longer knew what to do after such a response. The girl wanted to have the boy on her side even more, but David's resistance was fierce. Jerry watched the fight with his last strength, but he already felt his consciousness fading. Eva was delighted. thinking it had been a long time since she had met such a talented swordsman. Suddenly, the elf girl grabbed David by the arm as he tried to attack her again. She looked at David and said slowly that she was really sorry she had to kill him. She asked him to stay still, because otherwise she might kill him. And a second later, the boy received his first wound. Eva said that when David opened his eyes, the light of the star would be waiting for him. As the corporal fell to the ground, he saw the sword blade approaching his neck and knew he had to dodge it quickly. Unexpectedly, a mana shield appeared between the boy and Eve, which the girl was unable to pierce. The elf girl said angrily that Jerry had entered the game again, and had once again protected David. The furious brother replied that he had already told her that, if she touched the boy, she would regret it dearly. The only one worried about Jerry was the corporal, who shouted that he should not overexert himself, that he was capable of facing Eva on his own. But Jerry replied that David was a good kid, that he had managed to buy the elf time. But now the boy could leave everything else to him. Suddenly, Jerry's mana glowed blue, and he pointed his finger to the side, saying, "Back." At that moment, the elf's mana forcefully pushed David away from Eva. Jerry's sister screamed that she would not just stand by and do nothing. The moment Eva tried to move, she realized she was trapped. Looking up, she saw several binding spells cast upon her. The elf girl was completely shocked. She could not understand how her brother, so gravely injured, could pull this off. Jerry declared that it all ends here, with a final farewell to the sister he once knew. He unleashed all his remaining mana at her. The girl felt an incredible surge of pain as the mana intensified, followed by a massive explosion. David saw the elf drawing on his last reserves of strength and realized he was going to finish this. No matter the cost, blood spilled from Jerry's mouth. He knew he had to end it all. Right here. Right now. Even if it meant burning away his very life force. Eva screamed. How dare an old fossil like Jerry, who clings to ancestral spirits, do something like this? After her words, Jerry's mana around Eva began to fade, transforming into her own dark mana. The girl was wounded, but she insisted they were the chosen apostles of the star, and as long as its blessing protected them, no one could dare stop them. Looking at her brother, she added that, in other words, relics like Jerry were no longer needed. Eva declared that her brother must die right here. Right now. City heard her words. She flew through the air, positioning herself between the two warring siblings. Jerry realized his attack had failed, and reached out to David with his thoughts. There was something he had to tell the boy. The elf said they were running out of time, so he would get straight to the point. It seems Eva can neutralize my attacks with a technique called Star Blessing. Jerry noted his sister was injured and her movements were restricted. Something David could exploit. That is exactly why. Jerry thought. The boy needed to leave at once and prepare for the next fight. He had to leave this battle to the elf. Eva noticed her brother and David communicating and sneered that no one gave them permission to say goodbye. The girl gathered her mana and launched an attack straight at David. Jerry yelled in terror, telling the boy to watch out. But the corporal shot back that giving up was not an option, because they were not done yet. Of course, this girl has no idea. But he stopped running from fights a long time ago, bracing for another clash. David yelled at Jerry to finally put his faith in him. The elf girl glared at the corporal in a rage. She had shown the brat pity. And still, he refused to stand down. Eva summoned a second stream of mana, firing several energy arrows toward David. Jerry was not about to stand by, even if the boy told him to, and blocked her attack with a storm of lightning. Eva glared at her brother and said that he and that brat had pushed her over the edge, but the elf cut her off, blasting her face with all the lightning his mana could muster. As the mana subsided, Eva asked her brother if he really thought that would work on her. Her focus was entirely on Jerry, so she never saw David rushing toward her. The elf girl screamed that as long as she had the star's blessing, they could not even lay a finger on her. But as she spoke, David struck, severing the hand that held her sword. Blood splattered across his face and clothes, and he hoped she still felt so untouchable. The elf girl froze in shock, unable to comprehend how he had broken the star's blessing, but he was not about to explain. Instead, he unleashed a flurry of lightning-fast strikes, slicing her body to pieces, even as blood erupted from her many wounds. She still could not believe what was happening. Those were to be her final thoughts. David looked down at his opponent and said flatly, "Now you can go ask your precious star." As she fell into the next world, Eva finally realized this was the end. And soon, she would have the answer she had sought for so long, in her mind. She turned to her brother, certain that he understood what she meant. Eva's body hit the ground, and David could finally rest, leaning on his sword. In truth, the corporal knew he had been incredibly lucky. Eva had let her guard down, trusting in her blessing. Otherwise, he would have been the one lying there. In his past life, only he could even touch the giants. They possessed the power to nullify all attacks. And it intrigued him that Nebula's pawns could also use that power through the star's blessing. With his last ounce of strength, Jerry called out to the boy, asking if he was all right. The boy remembered his wounded friend. David yelled for City to heal him. But Jerry said it was no use. He wanted to ask David for one last favor. The final request of his life. But halfway through his words, the ancient elf coughed, his strength failing him. Jerry said he was sorry to be in such a state in his final moments with David. The corporal said it was his fault. But the elf stopped him. He said it was only a matter of time. That no one was to blame. He warned David that a long and difficult battle lay ahead, that he would be wounded many times, and that many would fall, though he had no right to ask. Jerry begged the boy to see this through to the very end. The elf believed with all his heart that David could defeat the great evil threatening all of humanity. Suddenly, a green light emanated from the elf's body, so bright that David had to shut his eyes. When the boy could look again, Jerry had already begun to change, slowly turning to stone. The boy cried out that something was happening to the elf's body, but Jerry only smiled and touched his face. Finally, after thanking David for being his answer, Jerry passed away, promising to be with him until the very end. The stunned corporal watched as the elf's body transformed into a perfect spherical stone. The next day, David went to the Sineal Stone to bid farewell to his fallen friend. After their farewell, the friends finally left the mountain range and the temple, of which only ruins remained. The members of the Travelers Club returned to Philin Academy, bringing their first adventure to a close. With many more yet to come, the headmaster of the academy received David in his office, impressed by his report on the group's first expedition. But Donald noted that the boy seemed somehow too hardened. The boy replied that they just ran into some psycho, and promised it would not happen again. It was important to him that the headmaster did not ban the newly formed Travelers Club. But Donald replied that he was asking about David's own wounds. Their time with Jerry may have been brief, but the elf had grown very fond of the boy, and losing someone like that is always difficult. That is why Headmaster Donald asked the boy one more time if he was truly all right. David answered that he would be lying if he said he was, but if he just sat around torturing himself, he would only disappoint the ancient elf. So David insisted the headmaster had nothing to worry about, and thanked Donald for his concern. Donald understood the boy's behavior, and what he was trying to suppress deep inside. So he said that this time, he would turn a blind eye to everything that happened. The Travelers group destroyed an orc village, and even managed to defeat a powerful criminal. He could not very well punish students for such achievements. But if the boy encountered anyone from that organization again, he had to promise not to be reckless. No matter what, Donald was responsible for this academy. And he could not just stand by while his students were getting hurt. David replied that he promised. And after a quick farewell, he hurried out, promising to meet with Donald before their next expedition. Donald realized the kid hardly had any classes left, since he would finished all his coursework early. That is why he had no idea this was about to start. A little later, at the Adventure Club building, David ran into someone he never expected to see. The boy asked what brought his guest here. Or rather, when he would manage to get back to the academy, Duke Jeffrey was anxiously waiting for David to arrive. He wanted to talk to the corporal about the Nebula Clager organization. David asked what was going on. What was this urgent talk about Nebula Clager? For the last 15 days, his family had been running a massive investigation to find the rats in their ranks. Clenching his fist, the young man said that, for now, they would manage to identify 19 traitors, 5 of whom he had dealt with personally. The traitors still left alive will be taken to Rodolin for interrogation. However, there was one major problem. It seems the Grantia family's interrogation methods no longer work on the traitors, as none of the 11 captured have lied. Therefore, given how cautious they are, we can only assume one thing. David finished his thought for him. He also believed the rats might have learned how to resist interrogation. The young man clutched his head, tired of one problem constantly being replaced by another. In the end, it seems the only way to identify the traitors is to personally track their mana flow. The Duke said that was all he wanted to share, and that he would pass along any new information, hoping to continue their collaboration. The Duke wanted them to work together in the upcoming midterm evaluation. But David had no idea what that even was. 2 days before the midterm exam, the students were taken to a deserted island belonging to Philin Academy. called Philand. The exam participants lined up in rows before instructor Emma, who made sure everyone was present. Finally, the woman announced the rules for the midterm exam. As you all know, my classes are practical, and I would have loved to hold this test on a real battlefield. But that is impossible. Much to my regret, the Academy's rules do not permit it. David coughed, feeling a wave of relief at that news. Instead, you will be transported to this island, where you can engage in real, unrestricted battles. Of course, you do not need to worry about actually dying, since the Academy has prepared protective gear for this very purpose. The moment a participant is unable to continue fighting, a spell will activate and transport them back to the Philian Academy courtyard. Furthermore, the Academy will have the best medics on standby, capable of healing even the most grievous wounds with a mere flick of the wrist. Do not worry about the how or the why. Just get in there, fight any battle, and give it everything you have got. Finally, the woman announced that her students were to fight in and kill to their heart's content today. David noted that Emma was getting a little too into this, holding up a bracelet. The woman ordered them to come forward one by one as she called their names. Once you put on this accessory, you will be transported to the designated coordinates. Looking over the rows of students, Emma called out Florence's name first, and the girl answered with enthusiasm. David thought, as expected, the commander is participating in this too. Unexpectedly, he overheard his classmates whispering behind him that she would get a passing grade just because of her position. They did not like having an underperformer in their class, but at least she would never have to worry about coming in last. David was offended by those words about the commander, because they perfectly described her current situation. Watching her happily take the bracelet from Emma, he understood it was an objective assessment of her skills. With her skills, only death would await her on the battlefield, but the commander had no other choice. After putting on the bracelet, the boy found himself in some kind of forest. Looking around, David thought he was alone. He even smiled, wanting to believe that for once, luck was on his side, but that was simply impossible. Meanwhile, from behind a tree, another student from Emma's class was already watching him. The student was furious that he had to face that damn monster as his opponent. In the end, the student realized he had no choice and lunged at David, swinging an axe. When the smoke cleared, the student heard David's voice from behind, saying it is a bit much to attack a younger kid from behind. David placed his blade against his opponent's neck and said that is probably what seniors do, and if he was right, then he was very angry. But David did not yet know that several more opponents were watching him from the edge of the clearing. Finally, he sensed another presence, and said it seems the students have decided to form a temporary alliance. I guess at Philian Academy. That is not a bad option for facing your main enemy. Spinning around 180 degrees, he threw his sword at an opponent hiding in a tree, as one of the students was eliminated. David said that clearly was not the best strategy. The leader of the temporary alliance yelled that the surprise attack had failed, and that everyone should get ready to fight. Not even a monster can take on all of us at once. We have the advantage in numbers. But David calmly replied that he did not mind if they all came at him at once. In fact, that would make things more interesting. A few minutes later, the boy was already sheathing his sword. Maybe because they were second years. It took him a little while. David was worried about Florence, who'd been pushed to the edge of a cliff. Her opponents did not think she would last this long, but seeing her now, the guys had no doubt this was the end for her. Their leader asked why Florence would not just give up and end the test. Looking at those surrounding her, the girl realized this was beyond her strength, but at least she could launch a surprise attack. Since their leader was Frank, the top third year, Florence believed they were not expecting to take a hit. It was precisely because of that carelessness that those fools left themselves wide open, giving her a perfect opportunity. Florence now had only one chance. A chance to take them all out in a single strike. The guys never expected such a sudden turn of events. She pounced on them like a lioness, and their first instinct was to fall back. But Florence's sword still managed to hit some of them, and the boys were bleeding. Florence knew she could not stop now. Their leader was still standing, so she had to gather all her energy and aim it at Frank in one go. She lost her momentum when he countered with a mace to her chest. The blow was so powerful that Florence was sent flying a great distance before crashing to the ground. Frank said he was curious to see what she would do, but all he saw was nothing more than a clumsy child's game. He said Florence was not a stupid girl and that she understood perfectly. No matter how hard Emma's assistant fought, She did not have the strength to defeat Frank. The guy suddenly burst out laughing and said he enjoyed watching Florence struggle anyway. Meanwhile, David watched this exchange from a nearby tree branch. Glad he would made it in time. He knew it would end this way. For the commander, this fighting style was the best strategy. First, she deceives her opponent using her chosen terrain. Furthermore, when facing a superior force, she was able to gain an advantage and hold it. But right now, the current general, Florence, could not emerge victorious from this battle under any circumstances. The fact was that we, a boy and a girl, were an abyss apart in level and skill. Florence was not going to go down without a fight. She lunged at Frank once more, but he was able to block her attack. He asked her what exactly she had decided to do. Did she really think she could withstand his pressure? Florence answered yes. She said the test was not over yet, in case he had not noticed, and she was not going to give up. Suddenly, the girl attacked Frank with such force that he could barely keep the mace in his hands. But no matter how strong the commander's blow was, she saw that she had only managed to scratch her opponent's face. Frank was enraged, yelling that Florence was good at irritating others and striking the girl in the back, as Florence fell to the ground. The boy said that for a student falling behind in her studies, she had acted with dignity. But what had happened? Why was the girl so angry? What was she counting on when she pointed her sword at him? Did she really expect support or some kind of ability? Why did not she want to surrender and fight a first-year student with no outstanding talents? Honestly, it seemed to him that the girl understood better than anyone, that she stood no chance against him. But in that case, Frank could not understand why the girl had done it, why she had dared to take such a foolish step. Florence paused for a moment and then replied that she simply had to, remembering her past. Emma's assistant said she had to become a general, and Frank snorted loudly, not understanding what that had to do with anything. Florence replied that it was directly related to the duel, that she could not give up on her dream. The girl believed with all her heart that this dream was her destiny, something nothing could replace. Frank swung his mace at her and said it was time for the girl to stop talking about a dream. She did not understand at all, lowering his mace toward Florence. The boy said he did not want to hear that nonsense anymore. But Frank never expected the girl to have a defender. David split the boy's mace in two with his sword. The corporal apologized for interrupting the conversation and added that, in his opinion, Frank should stop. The surprised third-year student did not understand what had happened just seconds before and why this boy was thanking him for getting old. But Frank had no chance to explain this thought, because David struck him down with his sword, choking on his own blood. The boy cursed himself for being so reckless. David sheathed his sword and asked Florence if she was all right. The girl thanked him for saving her. The commander was curious how the boy had ended up there. But David was not going to answer that question because it seemed trivial to him. David admitted he wanted to hear something from Florence, which was why he had protected her from her enemies. The girl looked at David and asked if he was going to talk about why she wanted to become a general. When his body language confirmed she had understood correctly, Florence asked him why he was interested in that question, and he replied that it was important to him. Emma's assistant lowered her head sadly and asked the boy if he had heard anything about the Night of the Fangs. David asked if she meant the invasion from 10 years ago, which was the first battle between the Empire and the Beastmen Alliance. Indeed, the Beastmen wanted to stop the Empire's expansion in the north. But that night, the girl lost her family. Florence remembered how, as a little girl, she would ask where her mother and brothers were going at dinner time. Her family looked at her, standing in the doorway. But the girl was still too young to understand the events unfolding around her. Finally, Florence's mother leaned down to her daughter and said she could not do anything, as she and the girl's brothers had urgent matters to attend to. The woman stood up and, looking at the man holding the girl by the shoulders, told him to take care of her daughter. In Florence's memory, this was her last conversation with her own family. She learned most of the information much later. That day, the town's knights participated in an operation to block the collapsed wall. And it was not a strategy. They were simply left there to die. All because of wrong assumptions about the Beastman's strength. That day was a tragedy. Soon, as David probably knows, negotiations were held to end the war between the Empire and the Beastmen Alliance. Instead of ceding the Beastmen's territory, the Empire incorporated them into its territory. But for Florence's village, whose inhabitants were sacrificed to achieve this result, nothing changed. The Empire simply erected meaningless tombstones in the cemetery. The girl remembered seeing one of the surviving warriors in that cemetery, who had lost an arm, weeping over the graves of his comrades. He stood beside her and cried out to the tombstones, not understanding why his comrades had died. Some might say those events were a noble sacrifice, but the girl disagreed. If it had not been for that, her relatives would not have died. They could have negotiated peace first. And if they had to fight, there were many other ways to take advantage of the terrain. All those deaths that day were not a noble sacrifice. They were the result of the leader's negligence and incompetence. And she knew that for sure. Even now, as she told this story, the girl realized she still could not bear it. Florence said she was going to become a general, so there would be no more senseless sacrifices. The young woman was sure she would achieve her goal of becoming the best commander-in-chief in the empire. Because the memorial representing those who could still be alive was of no use to anyone. Suddenly, Florence realized she had gotten very absorbed in her story and apologized. David replied that it was not a pleasant story. But it was precisely because Florence had finally opened up to him that the young man now knew something for certain. David decided once and for all, as expected, that he could not abandon Florence. But at the same time, he was not going to turn a blind eye to the death approaching the girl. He did not want to feel that again. Jerry's death was enough for him, even though he had not known him as long as the commander-in-chief. Suddenly, the conversation between David and Florence was interrupted by a torrent of blue mana that grew with each passing second. Florence immediately recognized who it belonged to, and David gritted his teeth. This guy was so impatient. He turned to the girl and said it seemed their time was running out, so David decided to say something briefly. He asked her if she was familiar with shadow mana. The conditions to awaken it were difficult, but once she learned to use it, she would become much stronger. The boy said that one of his friends, referring to the commander-in-chief herself, had become famous with it, and that she was just like Florence. The boy was sure the girl would succeed, so he encouraged her to learn more about this mana. Seeing Florence's enthusiasm, he told her that, for now, it was enough for her to know that David had decided to be on her side, and that he would undoubtedly help her. The future commander-in-chief did not know how to react to the boy's confession. She was very moved by his concern. Without waiting for a response from the girl, David suddenly pushed her off the cliff. The boy smiled and said that third place would be enough for Florence today. As he watched the girl fall into the abyss screaming, David said they would see each other again very soon. The boy had solved one problem, and now there were only two of them left in that place. With the Duke in front of him, David said that, judging by the pomp with which he had appeared, Joffrey's companions had already abandoned him. The Duke agreed with this statement, adding that only the two of them remained on these islands. He drew his sword and said he did not need to explain to David what that meant. The corporal followed his lead, replying that no explanation was needed, since David understood the circumstances better than anyone. He pointed out that Duke Joffrey had been wanting to find this out for a long time, and now the moment had finally come. The two young men crossed swords, and a brilliant light illuminated the rock. The energy from both was incredibly powerful, and now it would be clear which of them was stronger. Florence woke up with a scream of horror. She still felt as if she were falling. But when she saw a crowd of students in front of her, looking at a large screen in the sky, the young woman realized she was already at the academy. Looking at herself, Florence realized she had been healed, which meant she had failed the exams and returned. Suddenly, the girl remembered what David had told her before she lost consciousness. Florence had come in third place. This could only mean one thing. Only those two madmen remained on the island. Meanwhile, the fight between the boys had turned into a chase. Jeffrey tried to catch his opponent, who was flying through the forest. Realizing David was too fast, Jeffrey activated his mana, which flew ahead of him and twisted the air into a tornado. David called the guy insane, but the Duke had learned to split his storm sword and direct it straight at his target. Of course, it was dangerous, but if the Duke decided to disperse his power, David had a chance to counterattack. The boy used one of Emma's teaching styles against the Duke, called the long sword. When the two forces collided, another powerful explosion occurred. David barely managed to block the Duke's counterattack. If the Duke had not split the power of his aura, the boy would have already lost. David wondered what had happened, as Duke Granch's growth surpassed all his expectations. Jeffrey's mastery of the storm sword was now much more skillful than when they had captured Donovan the Rat. He even matched David in attack speed, and back then, he lacked that kind of speed. How was that possible? David noted with great dissatisfaction that this idiot had become much stronger than he himself had been at that age in his past life. The Duke was also surprised. Of course, he was not using the full potential of the storm sword, But he could not imagine the boy would confront him like that. David could cut through mana. And moreover, the boy had perfectly mastered Emma's sword technique, enhancing his abilities. Suddenly, Jeffrey felt that due to the increased speed from his mana, he had already reached his limit and needed to end things as soon as possible. David thought that if the Duke adapted further to his movements, he would have no chance of winning against his technique. David prepared for another attack. He could not hold back any longer. He had to finish Jeffrey right now with a single blow. But another clash between the two students ended in a draw again. They were wounded, but still standing. Time was running out, so David decided to try again and lunged at the Duke. Duke Grancia activated his storm sword again to defend himself, raising a large tornado in the middle of the clearing. But Jeffrey's attack was not powerful enough. And when the wind died down, he saw David in front of him. The Duke saw that the boy had to quickly dodge the storm sword. But even after doing so, David managed to counterattack. While Jeffrey was busy assessing his condition, David attacked him for a third time. Duke Grancia smiled at his opponent's actions and said that David never ceased to surprise him. David did not like being laughed at, and he replied that he had cut Jeffrey with his sword, but he was still very happy anyway. In the boy's opinion, the Duke was truly a madman, and they clashed again in a fierce battle, inflicting more wounds on one another. Both gifted students were very stubborn and fought for victory. Meanwhile, the audience at the academy could not take their eyes off the screen. They could not believe this was a fight between first-year students. They believed it would be fairer for the academy to give them a separate exam. Even if a war broke out there, the forest would not suffer so much. Florence, hearing all this conversation, was very worried about David. Emma, on the other hand, was delighted. The fight was interesting, and both candidates had grown significantly since entering the academy. However, the woman could clearly see that both fighters were exhausted. So whether they liked it or not, the next exchange of blows could be the last. The boys faced each other, swords crossed, with neither willing to yield to the other. The Duke said he was lucky to have found such a worthy opponent, and that joining the academy had been the best decision he had ever made. Jeffrey asked him if he thought it was time to put an end to their duel. David replied that he thought the same, that they needed to end it, because he already felt he was developing an attachment to the Duke. The boys attacked each other again, and a third powerful explosion occurred. Jeffrey was going to give it his all and warned his opponent, wanting David to show him everything he was capable of. Hearing these words, the corporal smiled, and once again the boy was convinced that Duke Grancia was definitely insane. But after saying these words aloud, David thought that he had to win this guy over to his side. But before doing that, he needed to show the Duke who was in charge on this island. David leaped forward and struck Jeffrey before he could react, and in an instant, he was already behind him. The Duke could not understand how his opponent had become even faster with such injuries. But David landed blow after blow without stopping. Jeffrey could not keep up with his current pace. No matter how hard he tried, the strain such extreme speed put on David's body was unimaginable. The Duke could not understand one thing. Did the boy not understand the consequences that awaited him? Raising the sword above his head, the Duke shouted that, thanks to David, he had learned something new again. Plunging his sword into the ground, Jeffrey invited his opponent to attack. David seemed to have been waiting for that invitation, and he lunged at the Duke. David was almost beside himself with rage. The damn bastard could not reach him. So he decided to release the sword's mana in front of himself. Due to his injuries, the Duke could not control his mana properly and felt intense pain using it. Jeffrey probably had a strong desire to win, but David had no intention of giving up. The corporal understood that they were both approaching their limits. They simply did not have time for a tedious and long fight to the finish. The young man decided to reach his opponent with a powerful leap and finish him with a single blow. But Jeffrey said he was expecting the boy to pounce on him, and David did not disappoint. The Duke began to gather even more mana to put all his strength into the upcoming counterattack. By all indication, this clash was going to be the last in this brutal duel. The Duke used the aura of his storm sword to its fullest, which formed a dome around the young men and released a beam of energy into space. The shockwave destroyed everything around the two opponents, turning the living forest into a pile of churned-up earth and stones. When the energy dissipated in a huge crater, David and Jeffrey remained standing. While the Duke tried to hang onto his sword, David decided to secure the outcome and leaped at him. The corporal had no intention of dying with the Duke. He did not think he would put so much force into his sword that even he himself would suffer. Duke Grancia saw his opponent approaching, and David thought he was truly crazy when it came to swordsmanship. But thanks to this Mad Duke Geoffrey Granshaw, the boy realized something important. David realized that entering Filion Academy had been the best decision he had ever made. Today, one of them would die on this island. And David had no intention of being the victim. Every spectator held their breath. And Instructor Emma sighed in relief as the end was finally in sight. The two clashed once more in a ferocious battle, the clang of their weapons ringing out across the field. Once again, a brilliant flash of light erupted, obscuring both victor and vanquished from sight. When the light faded and the smoke cleared, the onlookers saw that both opponents were still on their feet. At first glance, it seemed like nothing had changed. Unexpectedly, the Duke announced that he had nothing more to show David. Geoffrey Granshaw's legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground at David's feet. The corporal scoffed at all the Duke's big talk, only for him to end up in this state. Muttering that the victory was his, he too began to fall to the ground. Both of them lay side by side, motionless. The duel was finally over, in the plaza of Filion Academy. The spectators watched the scene in stunned silence. Once the crowd realized it was over, a huge uproar erupted, the students cheering that the midterm exam was finally finished. A short while later, David came to his senses. He was lying on a bed in the infirmary, his body still aching from his battle with the Duke. Florence and Emma were at his bedside, waiting for him to awaken. Instructor Emma told him the exam was over. She said that he and the Duke had caused such a mess that cleaning up after them was still a nightmare. But in her opinion, their duel had been magnificent and worth it all. Emma added that since David woke up first, it meant he had more stamina than Geoffrey. At the very least, that news lifted his spirits, and he yelled that it meant the Duke had lost. Emma replied that it could not be called a victory, nor a defeat. After a brief pause, the instructor announced that both of them had gone down at the same time. Therefore, after some deliberation, it was ruled a draw, and both students would share first place. David lowered his head, hoping that was the end of the matter. But Emma noted that he was taking it better than she would expected. She and Florence had both thought he would start screaming and refuse to accept the result. But instead, David just asked who they thought he was. He scratched the back of his neck and said he would already predicted this outcome. That bastard Geoffrey turned out to be an extremely strong opponent, far stronger than he had previously thought. The outcome of their fight was obvious to him. But now, he planned to train even harder so he could defeat his rival once and for all next time. Emma looked at him and thought that he had not just improved his skills. It seemed he had matured a little, too. It was all for the best. There was no need to be upset. Both of them had gained valuable experience from this fight. Especially David. Instructor Emma told him that he had finally managed to use his mana. David was stunned by this revelation and asked Emma if he had really used mana in his final attack. David stared down at his hands. Come to think of it, he did feel something strange the moment he struck. Emma confirmed it. That was sword energy, which can only be unleashed using mana. David had reached a whole new level, completely different from where he was before. The instructor watched his reaction and realized that, judging by his expression, he would not be able to do it again at will. The instructor said they needed to address this urgently because, unlike other students, he was under special restrictions, and no one knew when their enemies might appear again. The instructor ordered Florence to take David to that useless bastard at dawn tomorrow. At first, Florence did not understand, but after a moment, she asked if she meant Professor Gerard Stonestone. The next day, Florence met up with David. Florence had not seen the professor in a very long time, and David could not believe Emma had ordered him to do this. David asked Florence if Gerard was really that good, and she replied that he was the best when it came to mana control, and everyone used to go to him for help. During mana control classes, students sometimes lose control, and their cores begin to harden. In those situations, they just had to take the students to Professor Gerard, and he would fix the problem with ease. David asked why Emma disliked him, and Florence said she did not know why, but she figured they just did not get along. She told David that once he met the professor, he would understand, as he was a very peculiar person. David just smiled and let it slide. It had nothing to do with him. Anyway, what mattered was that he would finally be able to use mana. But if this Professor Gerard was really that good, it might mean he knows something about General Florence's mana. In his past life, very little was known about shadow mana, so he knew almost nothing about it himself. Since they were going there anyway, it would be a good chance to ask him about it. Florence, who had overheard David talking to the Duke before they left, asked if he had accepted his offer. David burst out laughing and said yes. It was an offer he could not refuse. in the Travelers Club lounge. Jeffrey stated that he and David had agreed to meet right after being discharged. Duke Grancia declared he would not settle for a draw either and grabbed his sword, but David told him to calm down, saying he was also unhappy with the result. But he would invited him for a different reason. The Duke was confused by his words. He could not imagine any reason for the invitation other than to fight, but a moment later, he saw David holding out an application form for the Travelers Club, offering him membership. We go beyond the school grounds and get real combat experience. Jeffrey asked if he really wanted to befriend an enemy who would one day defeat him. With a scornful snort, Duke Grancia asked why David thought he had nothing better to do. He turned for the exit, saying he would not listen to such nonsense. But as he walked away, he heard David laugh and say he was planning a welcome party with all the club members. The party was scheduled for the very same day his sister, Willow, was moving to the capital. Jeffrey stopped in his tracks and yelled at David to repeat himself, asking if Lady Willow was truly moving to the capital. A second later, he was running back, bombarding him with questions and demanding details. Where was the party? Would it be safe there? Would she have security? But David had no intention of answering, because Jeffrey was not even a member of his club. So why would he give him those kinds of details? However, if the Duke decided to join the Travelers Club after all, he might just change his mind. Once Jeffrey signed all the necessary papers, he handed them over to David. It only took a few seconds, but as soon as the paperwork was done, Duke Grancia started demanding that David tell him everything. David recounted all of this to Florence, adding that this was the man who would one day lead the Grancia family, and now he was worried for their future. Finally, Florence announced they had arrived at their destination, Professor Gerard's workplace. David looked up at the enormous, Gothic-style tower, with crowds circling around it. The tower was marked with the number 41. David wondered why the tower was so gloomy. He could understand why Professor Lillian had been so scared. But what is with this kid? Their conversation was cut short by a voice from behind them. The man asked why the wicked swordswoman's assistant had come to see him. When they turned around, David saw Professor Gerard himself standing before them. Florence stammered a greeting and explained that David was having trouble controlling his mana, so the instructor had sent them to him. Gerard asked mockingly if Instructor Emma had really sent them to him over such a trivial matter. Looking at David, the man said he was probably a promising student, but Gerard immediately asked how much money he had on him. At first, the corporal did not even understand the question. The professor replied that he was not a volunteer and that he charged for his services, staring intently at David's face. He asked again how much money the young man had prepared to achieve his goals. David could not believe what he was hearing, so he asked the professor if he was serious. As David yelled that the professor was trying to extort him, he sarcastically replied that the young man had exceptional analytical skills. Gerard said he charged a minimum of 10 gold coins for an hour of work. And that, of course, was per person. The professor was not joking at all. He was completely serious about everything he said, scamming his students. David said he had no money, but perhaps there was some way to negotiate. Gerard replied that, as an alternative, the boy could go to hell, and if the boy was going there anyway, he could ask that bitch. Instructor Emma, for 10 gold coins. Gerard was about to leave, but he suddenly stopped, saying there was another option, and that the students should follow him. He wanted to offer the boy and girl a deal, and it seemed the friends had no other choice. Along the way, David kept answering Gerard's questions about Jerry's ring, and did not even notice when they arrived at the room. The place was very strange, and David could not say it was clean. Rather, it was empty, like a prison. As soon as they entered, the boy could no longer hear any noise from the street. Could it be that Gerard had cast a silence spell on the entire tower? Even the locks on the doors were reinforced with magic. The corporal wondered what the professor was doing in there that required such powerful protective magic. Gerard sat at the table across from the boy and girl, and said that before getting down to business, he would like to take a look at the ring. David said that object was very important to him, and asked the professor to be careful. But the professor replied that the ring was also valuable to him. Looking at it more closely, he felt how pure and ancient the mana it contained was. The dragon had dedicated over 2,000 years to the study of elemental magic. Holding the ring in his hand a little longer, Professor Gerard suddenly sensed that it was not a dragon's mana, but an elf's. The young man was surprised, but Gerard replied that to become a professor at Filion, you had to be able to do at least that much. Finally, the professor returned the ring to the boy, and told him the conditions were simple. He asked for permission to release some mana from the ring. He explained that for his experiment, He needed the mana of a long-lived race that had practiced magic for many years. Of course, there are high-level elf mages in Filion, but their mana does not even come close to that of this artifact. For a young man still studying at the academy, he had managed to establish some impressive connections. Gerard said that, in return, he promised to fully support David in all his endeavors. The offer was tempting, but David wanted Professor Gerard to help solve Florence's problem, which made her jump in surprise. The professor replied that he only needed a sliver of mana, but the young man set additional conditions. David stood up from his chair and said that if they could not reach an agreement on this matter, he would leave. The professor was not going to change his mind. David and Florence headed for the exit, and Gerard said he would offer a 50% discount. It was all in vain, and in the end, the professor accepted. He noted that David was also very good at negotiating, and the young man thanked him for the compliment. Gerard said that to start, they should examine the student's problem. If Emma had sent the boy to him, the problem was serious. He activated the magic circle in the middle of the hall and asked David to stand in the center. The professor himself approached the boy and stood behind him, placing his hands on his back. A second passed, and Gerard said the boy had only recently started to feel mana, but there were almost no traces of its use in his body. David replied that he could only feel mana, not use, all because of the monster that had placed a curse on him. Gerard knew this was no ordinary curse. It was now trying to close David's mana channel, which had barely managed to open. He said he would now try to pour his mana into the channel and force it open, and that the pain would be like a knife running down the boy's spine. But David had no other choice. He had to endure this torture. A moment later, even though the boy was not ready, the professor began his treatment method, and David screamed with all his might, while David experienced intense pain. The professor managed to establish a connection with his mind, and so everything was working correctly. But suddenly, Gerard felt a huge wave of dark energy envelop him in a matter of seconds. The shocked professor could not understand what he was seeing. That thing was enormous. He had never seen anything like it appear inside a normal boy. The professor tried with all his might to fight the darkness inside David, but it prevailed. Suddenly, the professor was sent flying out of the circle and began to vomit blood in front of the students. David ran to him and asked if Gerard was all right. Why had he stopped the procedure so suddenly? But instead of answering, the professor suddenly began to recite a spell that was supposed to open something. The words Gerard spoke were familiar to David. He had definitely heard them before. It was the same spell that Corin had used. With that spell, they had entered Separatio, and now it was happening again. At that moment, Professor Lillian was reviewing some documents when she realized that Gerard had suddenly opened her door, and she wondered why. Seeing David and Florence with the professor, she asked what was happening, and the students pleaded for her help. Lillian rushed to Gerard, trying to comprehend what was happening, and shouted that the professor needed help urgently. After placing a magic circle over his head, the woman saw everything with her own eyes. She asked the corporal if it was true that Gerard had poured his mana into David, and the boy replied that they wanted to expand his mana channel. Lillian replied that the professor had acted too hastily because, in David's case, it was necessary to proceed with extreme caution. She believed that part of the boy's curse had now transferred to the professor through the mana. This curse was of the highest evil, so no one but the boy could withstand it. If things continued like this, Professor Gerard Stanton would die. David asked Professor Lillian if the professor would die because of his curse. The sorceress replied that if they did nothing now, that is what would happen. Fortunately, the curse had not had time to penetrate deep into him, so the woman was sure she could remove it. After a few minutes of hard work, a many-eyed monster shot out of Professor Gerard's mouth. With a deft move, the woman tore it from her colleague's body, and it immediately began to growl with rage. Lillian yelled for David to cut the creature in half, and the young man, without hesitation, did as he was told. When it was all over, Florence rushed to help the professor, who was barely breathing. Gerard thanked Lillian for saving him, but she replied that it was thanks to his quick reaction. If the curse had penetrated any deeper, nothing would have worked. She asked if he remembered her story about recently meeting a student with the worst curse, and that it was David. The boy ran to the professor and asked how he was, and he replied that everything was fine, that thanks to David he had had an unforgettable experience. He never would have thought that such an incredible curse could exist. It must have been hard for the kid to live with it. But regardless, Gerard believed he would kept his promise, and the boy was stunned by this claim. Gerard urged Professor Lillian to examine the student's condition immediately, honoring her colleague's request. The woman was shocked to see mana flowing freely through David's body. The professor rushed to the boy's side and began to examine him more closely. Although faint, his mana channels had opened. She asked if the boy had recently tried to remove a curse, or perhaps fallen into a pit with cursed eyes. But he replied that he had done nothing of the sort. Lillian said she did not know why. But the curse that had blocked his mana had weakened, and even now, a strange force was still destroying it. It could be compared to rain and wind wearing down a giant boulder. Of course, the curse was still trying to seal the boy's mana channels. But thanks to this power and the expansion of the channels, it was not easy. David was thrilled and asked if he could use his mana now. Lillian replied that, in theory, the boy would have to train for a long time to use it, because the curse was still trying to block his channels. But if David trained every single day, in 20 years, he would succeed. David was not at all satisfied with that prediction. What is that supposed to mean? 20 years. He could not wait that long. Lillian thought it was a miracle, because without completely removing the curse, which is extremely dangerous, the only way for the boy to solve this was through training. Gerard said there was a way to speed up the process, that it all depended on David's effort. But he could significantly reduce the time. The professor suggested using a mana training method he had invented himself. He placed his hands on the boy's back again and told him to listen carefully. From what the professor could tell, David could only control a very small amount of mana. The boy's channels had just opened, and they were much narrower than those of other students. If the boy learned this method and trained diligently, expanding his channels, he could increase the amount of mana he could use. It all depended on the boy's abilities. But in 5 years, according to Gerard, he could use as much mana as the others. The professor said he would now pour his mana into the boy, so he could understand where his channels flowed. It was still risky, but with David's curse weakened, there might not be another opportunity. Gerard announced they would begin, and in that same instant, the boy felt an incredible pain throughout his entire body. This training method differed from others in that the boy had to adjust the speed and direction of his mana with the utmost precision. David could not rush. His task was to carefully guide his mana. The boy had to strengthen the weak and slow channels with his own powerful mana. He had to retrace the path Gerard had shown him, step by step, without rushing, using his mana. After all the careful manipulations, the boy's mana would gradually become his own strength. He asked if he understood exactly what to do, and the boy replied with a firm and decisive yes. David agreed to try again, but on his own this time, and the professor was astonished. He had shown the boy the path only once. Yet he remembered everything and guided the mana perfectly. But in fact, it was logical. If that vixen had taken an interest in him, David's talent was on a completely different level. Gerard lowered his hands and said that, thanks to David, he would no longer have to deal with this curse. But the boy was barely listening to his mentor. He stared at his hand, where he could see his own mana swirling. The boy realized he was changing, becoming someone completely different from who he was in his past life. Back then, David could not even dream of mana. But now he could use it calmly. Looking at Gerard, the boy sincerely thanked the professor for his work. Now the boy understood perfectly why the professor demanded money for his services. But suddenly, Gerard collapsed to the floor, unconscious. When the sorcerer came to, he said that he had solved David's problem. So now David had to fulfill his part of the agreement. David replied that it would not be a problem. But first, they had to tend to the professor. The professor retorted that his condition was irrelevant. To him, saving her was far more important, even at the cost of others' lives, and he begged David to fulfill his request now. Just as they had agreed, Gerard clung to the boy's uniform. He was not going to give up on what he had planned. I need the ring. Lillian said the professor must have suffered a temporary lapse due to excessive stress. Apparently, he needed the ring for the research he had been talking about all this time. She looked at Gerard and told him this was all happening because he was still clinging to the past. David and Florence decided to get the professor to the doctor's office quickly. Florence hurried the boy along, because the nearest clinic was in the lection building. All the doors were about to lock, and they had no more than 5 minutes. But unexpectedly, everything went wrong. The magical lock on the door grew stronger because Gerard had used his magic on it. After that, he pointed to the opposite end of the room and said that the students now had to turn around and go in that direction. David looked in that direction and saw that, instead of a wall, a passageway was forming before his very eyes. The boy looked at the professor and told him that did not look like an exit from the tower. that he had to open the door blocked by secret magic. But Gerard insisted they had to go down before the rose withered. After descending the stairs to the very bottom, Florence and David froze. Unable to understand what was happening, David did not know what Professor Gerard was doing there. But he felt they had seen something they were not supposed to. In the middle of the large hall, the boy and girl saw a huge vat filled with some kind of liquid, in which a beautiful woman was floating. David moved closer and said that this woman must be the reason Gerard had caused all this commotion. The boy laid the professor on the floor and asked Florence to help him. He wanted to look for something that could help them. This basement contained traces of horrific experiments with monsters and suspicious ingredients. At a glance, the boy realized. In fact, David could not even imagine how far Professor Gerard had gone. He wanted to explore the mystery of resurrection. He looked at the professor and wondered what the hell he was doing there. Gerard said he was almost finished, that there was just a little left to do. David read the first journal entry, which said that, fortunately, the professor had managed to preserve the body before it began to decompose. The body is the vessel that houses the soul. As long as the vessel was intact, there was still a chance. The man firmly believed he could bring his one and only wife, Selena, back to life. Everyone around him said no one had ever been resurrected. But that did not matter. Gerard decided he would never give up. The 54th attempt to bring someone back to life was described. But the heart Gerard bought from the northern black market did not work. During his 76th attempt, he was dismissed from his post. Without money, he could not continue his research and needed a source of income. Using his position as a professor, Gerard was able to move Selena to the basement of Fillion's magic tower. And from that day on, he became a teacher. The man could not stand teaching foolish things to students. But he had no other choice, as it was the only way to cover the expenses of saving his wife. There were so many entries in this journal, but the result was always the same. No progress had been made. As he wondered why the professor was so dependent on money, he unexpectedly found this. And everything clicked. Of course, ingredients like these are not easy to come by. And getting them through normal means is impossible. In the end, this man did everything in his power, and even the impossible, to save the one he loves. In his past life, David had seen this sort of thing many times. People so madly in love they would throw everything away. Even now, he knew someone just like that, Duke Geoffrey Grantia. The only problem was, people like that never had a happy ending. There were always those who would exploit that weakness to destroy them. Suddenly, David read that the professor had no choice but to make a deal with those suspicious individuals. Now, in his hand, David held a note apparently sent to the professor by those same suspicious people. Suddenly, Gerard's voice cut through the boy's thoughts, asking what he was doing. The professor asked if he had been snooping through his things, and David replied that of course he had not. The boy explained he was just looking for something that might help them, to make his story more believable. David added that he could not even handle his own mana properly, let alone figure any of this out. Meanwhile, deep within a remote cave, the leader was informed that contact had been made without a hitch. There was some hesitation at first, but sealing the deal was now just a matter of time. He desperately needed the essence of pure blood, something only its owner could provide. The leader found it amusing that Gerard was willing to go through hell for some woman. In his opinion, humans were incredibly foolish, but that worked to his advantage. Gerard gave the ring to the boy, apologizing for making him wait so long. David asked what exactly the professor had done. I only needed a single drop of mana. But thanks to you, the next stage of the experiment is complete. I am grateful for everything. Gerard said he assumed David already had a general idea of the experiments being conducted in this lab, though he knew it was rude to ask. He requested they keep what they saw a secret, and David had no problem with that. The professor was pleased with the boy's answer and sincerely thanked him for his help and understanding. Unexpectedly, Gerard turned to Florence, telling her he wanted to deal with her problem now. Staring intently at the girl, the professor said it probably would not be as difficult with her as it was with David. But Florence also radiated a rather unusual energy that he could not quite grasp. After bidding Gerard farewell, the two went their separate ways, each to handle their own affairs. David was glad he would manage to swipe something. He reasoned that if a connection between these suspicious people and the cult could be proven, it would be another lead in his investigation. Maybe Professor Gerard Stanton himself was a member of that same cult and had helped him. But that did not clear his suspicions. If that turned out to be true, David would have no choice but to do what must be done. The entire content of the note had vanished. leaving only these stains behind. Maybe it is some kind of magical code. In that case, it is complicated. Thomas will have to take a look. The bloodstains grew larger and larger. Then suddenly, they lifted off the note and floated into the air. David watched this strange phenomenon, wondering how it would end. The blood seemed to dance in the air. Suddenly, the boy heard Ruby's voice. She said it was a letter written with vampiric magic, and she came because she sensed it. The vampiress had not expected to see David there, just as he had not expected to see her. It has been a long time. David said that ever since she took Sita with her to investigate. He had not heard a thing from her. They were probably both just really busy. He asked how the investigation was going, and she replied that thanks to David and Sita, they would made significant progress. In return, she taught Sita blood magic, and as expected, the beast's talent surpassed her wildest dreams. She said David would be shocked when he saw it, too. Remembering the letter, she asked him where he got the blood letter. He asked in surprise what she was talking about. Surely she meant the note. A blood letter is a primary form of blood magic, used to compress vast amounts of information. Vampires often use these letters during secret negotiations. To read it, you just need to pour mana into it. Suddenly, words written in blood appeared in the air, saying to go to the indicated address to get what you need. The blood essence is the next material for the professor's research. But since when did the nebula get into charity work? Ruby could not believe it either. That crooked hook, who signed the note, would agree to such a deal. David asked if she knew them. Crooked Hook is an organization of young vampires, none older than 200 years, who engage in all sorts of vile and dark deeds. They justify these acts as the rebirth of the golden age of vampires. But those creatures are completely immature. What makes this even stranger is that these vampires are talking about the essence of pure blood. That is something incredibly rare, even in the vampire world. Ruby asked David if he could tell her who the original recipient of this note was. It is a very important question. Because if that person takes an offer like this lightly, they could lose far more than just their life. David's words made her grow deeply concerned for the professor's safety. He told her that he would actually found the note in Professor Gerard's lab. Ruby was expecting something strange, but he meant Gerard Stone, the former head mage of the Full Tower. David was stunned. The professor? Is he really that amazing? Ruby said his magic is legendary even among vampires. He is one in a million. The boy asked if that meant Professor Gerard was not in any danger and could handle this himself. Ruby replied that he is powerful enough to dispose of several immature vampires at once. But if he truly needs the essence of pure blood, things could take a very different turn. It is a special item with a high concentration of vampiric mana, harvested from the body of a long-time blood magic practitioner. This item can be incredibly effective, depending on how it is used, unless the vampire who possesses the essence releases it personally using blood magic. It is nothing more than an ordinary red stone. In other words, without the vampire's cooperation, obtaining this essence is impossible. David asked if she meant the professor would have no choice but to accept their terms. Ruby replied that she had a pretty good idea of what they wanted from Gerard. The goal of Crooked Hook was clear. Meanwhile, the vampire representatives were already waiting for the professor at the entrance. And finally, they saw him appear. It was their new candidate for subjugation. The one the master spoke of, the mage Gerard Stone. One of the vampires asked another if that sorcerer was really so powerful, because he could not feel any energy coming from him. The other replied that they should not let their guard down. He is still in his prime. He even fought against the Holy Sword. Emma, turning to Gerard, the vampire greeted him. But he replied that he did not see their master there. The vampire replied that he was waiting for the professor inside. But before that, would you mind removing your cloak? The vampire assured him it was merely a precaution, as they needed to confirm his identity. Gerard said that vampires have a fearsome reputation, but in reality, they are just cowards. The professor threw back his hood and revealed his face, asking if that would be sufficient. The vampire thanked Gerard for his understanding, adding that it was indeed enough to let him pass. He said he would lead the professor inside. But then he suddenly spotted the hilt of a sword beneath his cloak. He did not understand why. But suddenly Gerard approached him and said he had seen this before. With a flurry of blows, the professor wiped out every vampire but one, slicing them to pieces. David, disguised as Professor Gerard, smirked and said the monsters could finally pass on. A few days earlier, Ruby and David were talking again at the Travelers Club, and she had brought the transformation potion he would asked for. She said that with this potion, he could take on Professor Gerard's appearance for 30 minutes. Even though the transformation period was short, The effect was perfect. So he could fool the crooked hooks. Ruby asked David if he was sure he could handle them alone. Sure. They were young for their kind. But they were still over 100 years old. She did not know what he was capable of, but she offered to go with him. David replied that if two of the same race were to fight, she would be the one in danger. He just laughed and promised her nothing would happen to him, telling Ruby not to worry. Of course, that was true. Because he was not one of them. And now, disguised as the professor, David had already wiped out nearly the entire vampire squad he would come across. The head of the vampire he would been talking to rolled to a stop at the feet of the last survivor. This vampire could not believe it. A human was standing before him. And he was definitely not Professor Gerard. The young man suddenly grabbed the vampire's face and squeezed hard, silencing him, threatening the creature with his sword. The young man told him that from now on, he would only answer the questions he was asked. He had to, if he did not want to lose all of his limbs. A short time later, he was moving through a dark tunnel, lit only by the sparse torches along the way. Just as the vampire had said, there were no traps on the path. The guard turned out to be more honest than he would expected. If David had known beforehand, he could have avoided excessive casualties. But there was nothing he could do about it now. In any case, this temple felt strange to him. Maybe because of the drawings on the walls or the atmosphere. It was as if he would seen it before. Suddenly, he caught a strange scent, which grew stronger with every step he took. David decided this was no time for distractions, because he had much more important things to do. A terrible stench of blood came from the door ahead, and David stopped to steel himself for what was behind it, then pushed the door open. The boy saw a horrific scene. One of the vampires was drinking blood from a severed arm. Others were doing the same beside him. And the vampire in the center said he was grateful to Gerard for coming all this way. This slender, blond man smiled and introduced himself as the leader of the Crooked Hooked, Gregory Arnstaffel. He added that he was sorry to have to show him such an unsightly side, but since the professor was late, they had to start dinner. Gregory asked Gerard if he wanted to join their ceremony, telling him to calm down, since there were no living people here, and therefore, no one to save. David tried to remain calm. He had to focus on his main objective, and replied that the sight made him sick. He asked if there were not too many guests for a simple exchange. But Gregory replied that he should not feel pressured. They just needed to attract new talent. It had been a long time since the members of the Crooked Hook had. But Gerard should know their intentions were sincere. The professor said that did not matter, and asked what the terms of the deal were for the pure blood essence. Gregory replied that it was simple. Through a blood oath, guaranteed by his very life, the professor would become a member of their family. Gerard replied that was nonsense, that the vampires just wanted to make him their slave. Gregory replied that it was a shame the professor saw it that way. It was nothing so modest. Rather, the professor would cast off his weak human flesh and receive an honor he could not even dream of. Together, they would give new life to the vampire race. But first, they would have to get rid of the previous pacifist generation. They would be direct witnesses to these historic events, and Gregory was giving Gerard the chance to experience them. According to the Bloodhook leader, the professor would be a proud warrior in the holy war for the rebirth of the vampire race. After spouting all these pipe dreams, he asked Gerard if he did not consider it an honor no ordinary person could ever have. The professor replied that he knew nothing about honor, but he could not imagine how insane the members of the Bloody Hook were. Gregory laughed, pointing out that since he was still human, it would be difficult for him to grasp such a profound meaning. He suggested he think it over as the exchange took place, since this was his only chance to obtain the pure blood essence. Gregory guaranteed that if the professor refused now, he would never get it anywhere else, because even they had trouble obtaining something so rare. The professor replied that, given the situation, it was obvious they would not let him leave so easily. Gregory nodded and snapped his fingers, and at that moment, vampires swarmed around him. The minions of the Bloody Hook surrounded Gerard. In the head vampire's opinion, this might help the professor make the right decision. Gregory pointed out that the professor should not even resist, as if he had not yet realized that the flow of mana here was unstable. The equipment installed here was of the highest quality, and no matter how powerful a mage Gerard was, he would not be able to use magic, and if he decided to force it, his mana core would explode and Gerard would never be able to use mana again. Finally, the vampire said that since it had come to this, the professor should consider if this is how he wanted things to end. After all, he would just become a lifeless piece of meat, like his precious wife. And to the vampires, Gerard would be a delicious bag of blood. Gregory asked the man what he thought, assuring him it would all be over quickly if he accepted their offer. Unexpectedly, Gerard began to remove his hood, saying the vampire bastards had prepared quite well for this meeting. But I would not be me if I could not handle this. In the professor's voice, David said he was happy to be there. Gregory was stunned when he realized the guy was not Gerard, and demanded to know who he was. As he screamed at his underlings about how this man appeared, the guy gripped the hilt of his sword. David did what he always does, using a combination of lightning-fast strikes to get rid of all the vampires within his reach. He had no intention of answering Gregory's question of how, because he saw no difference between that and telling him his entire plan. Finally back in his own form, David, with his sword on his shoulder, told all the vampires to shut their blood-sucking mouths. Gregory erupted in rage, screaming that such a pathetic little man had some nerve doing something like this. But while the blonde vampire was screaming his lungs out, David had already appeared right beside him. Before Gregory could even process what was happening, he smelled blood all around him. It turned out David had managed to sever his arm with a lightning-fast strike. The guy was not stopping there, and he followed up with several more slashes. After the assault, only the torso and head of the vampire Gregory remained. For a centuries-old vampire, the pain was unbearable, especially since it was the first time he had ever experienced it. In the end, Gregory could not contain himself and threatened David again, who stopped the torrent of nonsense with a punch to Gregory's face. The vampire flew across the room screaming in agony, and the boy told him to stay put. First, he had to finish what he was doing. The limbless vampire could wait. The other members of the Bloodhook organization watched in awe as this unknown young man proved to be overwhelmingly strong. Their leader was defeated without even being able to counterattack, so they all gathered to attack the boy together. David said he once heard Florence say that the mosquitoes, use blood as a weapon. Now the boy saw with his own eyes that it was true, for rivers of blood flowed all around him. One by one, the vampires charged their opponent. They had no other choice. This attack was called the Bloody Harvest, but David could not understand. What was this pool of blood, growing larger and spreading all around him? Finally, a vampire yelled that their victim was trapped, and after that cry, the others closed in on the boy to strike all at once. But their hopes were shattered, as the boy skillfully dodged the undead's attacks. He reached every single opponent, inflicting fatal wounds. But for every one that fell, another took its place, eager to die. The tide seemed endless. The vampires were fast, and on top of that, they possessed a terrifying regenerative ability. Suddenly, an enemy far from David fired a blood projectile at the boy. The tactic was effective, as the corporal was forced to dodge, leaving his defense slightly open. The boy realized these vampires even possessed intermediate-level magic skills. Without a doubt, this was the power of the blood hook. In that case, the boy decided there was no point in wasting any more time. He spotted another vampire closing in on him. With a single, devastating strike, the boy split its head in two. The vampire did not even have time to let out a scream. David unleashed a storm of blows upon his opponents, giving them no chance to regenerate. The boy wanted to end this problem at any cost. But one of the vampires suddenly noticed something strange. This place blocked mana, and on top of that, the boy's legs were bound. It was impossible to understand how he could do such things. The vampire began to wonder, was this stranger truly a normal human? Meanwhile, the boy noticed the pensive vampire and asked if he was planning to attack. This bloodsucker was the only one left alive in the room, aside from David. David feigned being trapped, explaining that it was because his sword was special. With those words, the young man stepped out of the twisted pool, and the vampire's first instinct was to run. It turned for the exit, but David caught it in a single leap, cleaving it in two. The boy stared at what remained of his opponent. That cowardly bastard really tried to run. In the end, it did not matter. The boy had dealt with the pests. Now, he had to remember where he and Gregory had left things. Gregory felt a prickling sensation, as if he were being stabbed by countless needles. He could not understand what had happened. He had only just regained consciousness. David sat beside him. His sword plunged into what remained of the vampire's leg. The corporal said he was worried Gregory would pass out completely, so he was trying to bring him around. Gregory had thought his clan members would deal with this guy, but now he saw they were already dead, their bodies strewn across the floor. David leaned toward the vampire, telling him he would played around for too long. Now his friends were in this state, and surely Gregory did not want to join them. If David was right, then they should come to an amicable agreement. And Gregory should hand over the pure blood essence. The vampire gritted his teeth, realizing the dire situation he was now in. He never thought it would come to this. Suddenly, Gregory exploded, screaming that his brothers could have still been alive. What the hell had they done to them? And why? David did not understand who the guy was talking to. Had he gone insane? The corporal did not sense that the person the vampire was speaking to was right behind him. Suddenly, a voice from behind ordered him to move aside immediately, warning that the newcomer would not repeat the command. A second later, David was sent flying across the room, and not by his own choice. The corporal clutched his throat, realizing that if the stranger had wanted him dead, he already would be. The stranger stood in the same spot, his gaze fixed on what was left of Gregory, paying David no further mind. The man said he was disappointed that Gregory had offered a deal. Since Gerard was supposed to become his servant, his red eyes locked onto the vampires, as he asked why the bastard of the Arnstoffel family made promises he could not keep. In response to Gregory's objection, the man stated that he was not only obsessed with primitive things, but also incapable of telling right from wrong. With the words that the Bloody Hook leader's plan had failed, the stranger began to generate blood energy. David, observing from a distance, suddenly heard the stranger announce he was taking Gregory's pure blood essence. Following those words, blood began to gush from Gregory's body, slowly filling the entire room. The leader of the Crooked Hook clan begged the stranger to stop, to give him another chance, as Gregory faded before his very eyes. But all his pleas were in vain. The pure blood essence finally formed in the stranger's hand, leaving nothing of Gregory but a pool of blood. David asked what the man planned to do after making such an unexpected appearance. The man looked at the boy in surprise. The corporal stated that if the stranger was the true master of the pure blood essence, he had better cooperate with him, especially if he wanted to live. The stranger remarked that the boy was just as proud as Gregory. He called David an interesting human child, and asked what would happen if he chose to refuse his offer. David instantly exploded with rage and prepared to attack, declaring that in that case, he would teach the arrogant killer a lesson. As the boy lunged at the stranger, the man remarked that the kid's fangs were sharper than they first appeared. The corporal managed to damage the man's body, which was now reinforced by bloodlust. The man stepped out from the shadows, saying that in that case, it would be fitting to introduce himself by another name. He asked David if he had any other talents, offering to help him prove it. The self-assured stranger was incredibly strong, and David found it difficult to withstand his blows. The bloody cutter technique was used against David, and the boy, once again, had to use nearly all of his sword's power to hold it back. But in truth, the pressure only irritated David, and in the end, yelling for the man to leave him alone, the boy sliced the attack in half. Seeing that the boy had endured the last attack, the stranger unleashed the twisted shot on David. David recognized this type of attack immediately. The vampires had used it against him only moments ago. Of course, this attack was far more powerful. But that did not change the fact that it was the same magic. David did not fear this power. He was able to stop this attack too. Slicing through the mana like a knife through butter, the man smiled, saying David possessed an incredible talent. He had never met anyone like him. And it was not just that the boy could so easily block his attacks. The man realized that David seemed to be shredding his mana to pieces. At first, the stranger had not expected anything worthwhile. But the boy was proving to be an interesting opponent. The corporal gritted his teeth, retorting that the damn mosquito was acting like some big shot, and it was getting on his nerves. The young man lunged forward, screaming for the man to shut his mouth, or he would shut it for him. The stranger simply laughed, praising the young man for his impressive speed, raising his hand and generating energy. The man said that in exchange for what the young man had taken from him, he would grant him mercy. Unexpectedly, the fight was interrupted by a third party, who ordered them both to stop at once. The newcomer landed with such speed that she kicked up a cloud of dust all around her. Both of them were shocked to see Ruby D. Knight as the smoke cleared. The girl looked at the stranger, addressing him as Patrick. She stated it had been a long time, adding that she was not at all happy to see him. David wondered what she was doing here, since she would told him not to come. But the words caught in his throat when he realized Ruby D. Knight actually knew that scoundrel. Ruby replied that everyone knew him, that his name was Patrick von Warsaw, a relative of the great vampire lord, as well as his most loyal assistant and protector. Patrick replied that he could never have imagined the circumstances under which they would meet again, especially in a place like this, with deep emotion in his eyes. The young man said he had truly missed the girl and asked how she had been. It was unexpected. It had probably been 83 years since their last meeting. But Patrick was curious as to why the girl had decided to get involved in this boy's affairs. Though it no longer mattered. The most important thing for the vampire was that they had met again. But Ruby interrupted him, insisting that he not come any closer. The girl said she still had not forgotten what happened that day. Ruby Denai could still see that horror, even with her eyes closed. During their last encounter, she clearly saw Patrick standing beside her and the little girl he held in his arms. The vampire replied that the girl probably needed a little more time to forgive him. Ruby knew that ending was inevitable. Patrick had tried to harm the master and had been unable to save his sister, who was no ordinary person. That girl was always laughing about something. But the boy understood that the past could not be changed. Patrick understood Ruby's feelings perfectly. David realized he had gotten himself into some kind of family dispute and was eager to get out of there as soon as possible. Ruby asked why Patrick had a bloody knife. If he had really gotten involved with those miners. And furthermore, if the vampire had lent them pure blood essence. She asked him if the boy had any connection to the professor. Gerard Stone. Patrick replied that if Ruby knew him well, she would be able to guess what those dealings were. The boy, covering half of his face with his hand, said that at that moment they had not determined who the winner was. When they met him by chance on the other side of the continent, they faced each other in combat like true warriors. Opponents like that could be counted on one hand, and if the sun had not risen, nothing would have stopped them from determining the winner. Since then, Patrick had tried to pursue Gerard, but he had disappeared without a trace, and he had yet to find any sign of the professor. For several years, their fight remained unfinished, until these little ones arrived and offered them a deal. Gregory claimed to know Gerard Stone's whereabouts, and said that if they were given the pure blood essence, they would not only bring him the man. Bloody Hook promised to make sure Patrick could enjoy fighting him for all eternity, and killing him over and over again. The cunning of these little insects was very tempting, but it was all in vain. It turned out to be nothing more than childish babbling. In the end, all the members of this clan ended up just like the deal they proposed. However, thanks to this human boy, Patrick once again felt the sweet taste of battle. When he decided to measure his strength against him, Patrick realized that in 10 years, in just 5, this boy would definitely be able to drive his sword into his neck. This old vampire had never seen such a mysterious energy as the one David possessed. He was greatly impressed. But now was too soon. He could not make the same mistake twice, and hurt Ruby again. Patrick generated the pure blood essence and released it toward the boy, telling him that he could take it. Nin finally got what he had come for, the pure blood essence that Gerard so desired. The boy asked Patrick if it was valuable to vampires, and he replied that they normally did not give such things away, not even at the cost of their lives. But what good would a single thing be if he gave it to his killer and the girl he met many years later? Perhaps that would be enough for forgiveness. Finally, the vampire said he would take that wall, and immediately directed his blood energy towards it. After breaking the wall to pieces, Patrick said that his powers were still intact, and that explosion was David's energy. The boy's energy had seeped even into the walls of this building, and Patrick hoped that when they met again, the boy would be even stronger. Then the vampire would enjoy the battle even more. David told Ruby that this vampire was extremely strange. But was that energy really the corporal's obsession? Sometime later, in the tower, David gave the pure blood essence to Gerard. The professor asked him where the boy had gotten it, and what had happened in general. The man could not believe that David would give him something so precious so easily, and David confirmed that he had indeed spent a lot of energy to obtain it. David said the professor did not need to know all the details, and the professor, grateful for such an act, even knelt before the boy. All the long years of trials Gerard had gone through flashed before his eyes, and, with tears in his eyes, he again sincerely thanked the young man. David could not take it anymore, and knelt next to the professor, telling him that he had not even given him a chance to show off. Meanwhile, Patrick watched the whole scene from outside. At last, he had found Gerard Stone. The vampire thought that the only thing more boring would be a fight with an old friend, who had long since given up. But it was interesting to see how the professor lived now. While watching what was happening inside the tower, Patrick still felt Ruby's presence nearby, and told her not to worry. Ruby replied that she knew Patrick was not one to do such despicable things and that, of course, he would not harm the two of them. In fact, the vampire had come here to thank the boy for helping his friend. Patrick could not believe what he had just heard. Did he really have to thank that human, David, for such a confession? He was very upset that he could not stay with Ruby forever in that moment. It was time for Patrick to return. He said that lately, even among vampires, there had been many problems due to certain gangs, which had led to the House of Pure Blood Essence disappearing into the air. Patrick said one last thing. If you need help, you must call me. I will always be at your disposal. Little by little, the vampire turned into a bloody flower, and a voice on the air said that the girl would forever be his blooming rose. After that, Professor Gerard began his 144th experiment with the help of mana and pure blood essence. According to the professor, it would be a long time before any changes could be seen, but this expectation, however, gave him hope and forced him to keep living. Gerard said he was so happy about what David brought that he did not immediately realize that something about the boy had recently changed. The professor noticed that a kind of cursed energy seemed to be flowing from the boy's body, and it was getting stronger and stronger, as ironic as it seemed. Perhaps the boy had acquired this energy from Bloody Hook. David replied that it was a little different. Although you could say that, rather, the corporal thought that he had just been lucky. David had already thought that it was a very familiar place, but he did not expect to be right. Could it be that Jerry's soul was really in this dungeon? This huge stone radiated a familiar energy. Since the place was well guarded, it was unlikely that Bloody Hook had managed to visit it. To David, the entire space resembled an ancient, abandoned temple in the mountains. Suddenly, the large stone in the center began to emit a flow of energy, so strong that the boy had to cover his face with his hand. The energy enveloped him in a dense layer, and David felt it penetrating his body. Gerard said he did not even understand what kind of gift from fate the boy had received. But one thing was certain, luck like that was very uncommon. As the energy inside the boy grew stronger, David's mana also expanded, perhaps for some purpose, but for now, it was enough to point out that the boy's mana had grown significantly during the time they had not seen each other. There was no longer any point in David controlling it, because he was already controlling it unconsciously, and he noticed these changes in himself as well. The corporal hoped that this time, he could fight not with some pathetic copy, but with a true sword. 3 days later, in a town called Marvas at the foot of the Romera mountain range, something was stirring. The peaceful villagers, busy with their fishing, were suddenly visited by fully equipped troops from the Imperial Army. David, Geoffrey, and Thomas also arrived in this town. But why? According to the rumors, had dragons appeared there? This news forced them to rush to David's homeland. 4 days earlier, the Duke had shared this information, beating Willow to it. The information was that the monsters living in the Romer Mountains had suddenly gone berserk, and were now approaching the city. Fortunately, according to the Duke, they had not reached the peaceful inhabitants yet, and soldiers of the Imperial Army had already arrived in the city. Geoffrey pointed out that he had been informed that very morning of dragons being sighted high in the sky over the mountains. These monsters were the masters of the sky, able to kill with the venom in their fangs and claws, which is why even the best warriors tried to avoid them. If such creatures attacked the city in a swarm, Willow's chances of defending it would drop to 0. And that was how Geoffrey convinced them to leave immediately to rescue David's sister from the danger. David could not forgive the monsters for this. They had spent so much time planning his sister's move, and now everything had fallen apart. He decided that as soon as they got his sister to safety, he would bury those monsters alive in the mountains. David ordered Geoffrey to go on ahead and find the Imperial troops to deliver the message, while he and Thomas would join them later. The Duke asked if they really needed to split up, and David replied that he wanted to take a look around, as he felt something was wrong. Finally, David warned the Duke not to even think about courting his sister if he did not want this to be the last day of his life. The Duke became indignant, replying that he only wanted to ask her one question. His lady was in danger, and as a loyal warrior, he could not allow that to happen. Before the corporal could reply, Duke Grancia spurred his horse and rode off. Thomas asked what David meant by something being wrong. Had he noticed something strange? The corporal replied that peaceful creatures had suddenly started to rise up, and giant monsters had appeared all around them. Doesn't that remind you of something, Thomas? This already happened in Grand Cappadocia and in the mountain range. The destruction started in the exact same way. He was certain all of this was happening precisely because those bastards from Nebula Clager were behind it. For now, it was just his guess. So first, he had to investigate the scene of the incident. In this life, he was an ordinary warrior, but thanks to his unusual mana, Only he was capable of finding and defeating those monsters, a few kilometers away from his friends. At that very moment, a great horde of orcs was moving through the forest. Klager, a member of Nebula, sitting on the giant ogre's shoulder, said they had forced all the monsters to rise up quickly and easily. He even felt a little pity, because if it were not for the Baron, he would have punished all those sinners long ago. But now there was nothing to be done since he was their new leader. Suddenly, the orcs stopped dead in their tracks. As if they were afraid, the scoundrel tensed, not understanding what was happening to them, as they all seemed to be rooted to the spot. Could these stupid orcs actually be afraid of something, but with their brains? That was simply impossible. They were incapable of feeling fear. Suddenly, the forest lit up with a red glow, and he saw the silhouette of a warrior with red eyes, as the stranger began to move in his direction. An enormous mana energy in the shape of a beast appeared behind him. The villain saw a giant sword and claws blacker than the shadows of the night. He could not believe something like this was possible. How could this creature have been hiding here all this time? How did it end up in this forest? But those thoughts were cut short by the beast's paw striking his face. In an instant, the tiger tore off the criminal's head, and the sentence was carried out. After that, the ogre lunged at its opponent, but the same fate awaited the monster. In the end, all these creatures died, dismembered with bare hands. The mere sight of this opponent instilled a primal fear in the others. And from that moment, the hunt began. With Harold Torgan as the target, David and Thomas, making their way through the forest, suddenly saw that the entrance to the city on this side was already blocked, which was annoying. Moreover, at the entrance were prison guards, not regular soldiers. The guards announced that no outsiders were allowed through today, and those who wished to enter must use another route or wait for the gate to open, anticipating any objections. They stated it was an order from the Imperial Army, as the city was under attack by monsters. Finally, the guard said this order had been given by Harold Torgan himself, which made David's eyes widen. Harold was the leader of the Imperial Army's strongest unit, the one who had defeated Instructor Emma and received the Empire's finest sword. Thomas remarked that things must have gotten so bad that a sword master had come here. David saw no logic in this. Could it really be just because of some monsters? One could think anything. But David's ideas about the situation were correct. Those scum from Nebula Klager were involved. He told Thomas to get ready, as they had to jump this wall and scout the nearby forest. The corporal was sure that traces of those monsters were somewhere nearby. Meanwhile, a flock of dragons was already flying towards their location, with a rider mounted on one of them. The rider could not understand how this had happened. Her brother was on the ground now, but he had not responded in a long time. He had told her to wait, but he was taking too long. The rider was worried something had happened to her brother, in which case she would have to take some preemptive measures. The girl pushed her negative thoughts aside. In any case, the dragons were the core of the entire plan, and if she flew back and forth, it would only create more problems. The slightest mistake could ruin the plan, and in that case, the Baron would never forgive her. Therefore, the rider decided to simply fly to the final destination as planned. Her only duty was to deliver the dragons safe and sound. Taking any other action could be dangerous for the entire mission. But the girl did not know that David and Thomas had already spotted her. David told Thomas to start the attack, and a few seconds later, a rock struck one of the dragons in the head, and an avalanche fell upon the flying monsters. The rider panicked when she saw a huge rock fall on the dragon flying beside her. She could not understand where it had come from. But meanwhile, Thomas was gathering his mana for the attack. When there were enough stones within the dragon's reach, he ordered them to explode. The fragments from the explosion pierced the monster through and through, like bullets from a gun. The rider flying nearby steered her dragon away, as her squadron lost one of its assets. The girl could not believe her eyes. She thought it was impossible for someone to control stones of that size so easily. The rider thought that it might be possible if the most powerful mage was on the ground, right now. But she knew that was impossible. The criminal was so lost in her thoughts that she did not notice David was already very close to her. He soared towards one of the dragons, finally finding a worthy foe to test his sword, and with a single slash, David took the beast's head. The boy realized the sword was far more powerful than he would expected. The power and range of that strike were incomparable to any blade that lacked mana. This blow stunned the girl, who was starting to realize she had fallen into some kind of trap set by the Empire. As the girl looked away, her eyes fixed on the second minion's head, David landed on the dragon's back right behind her. He asked her if she really thought such giant goons would not be visible from the ground. Seeing the cultist's shocked expression, the boy laughed, explaining that he grew up here and knew this area like the back of his hand. A moment later, the rider regained her composure and began gathering mana for an attack, screaming that he was nobody to interfere with her plans. In the next instant, the arm she planned to attack with was severed from her body. David apologized, saying he was not quite used to the quirks of his new sword yet. He only meant to cut her wrist. Whatever his plan was, David ended up severing her entire arm. Seconds later, an indescribable pain shot through her, and with tears in her eyes, she started screaming that the stranger was a complete bastard. The boy said that if she was so badly hurt, he would just have to finish her off. If she was on such a difficult mission alone, maybe she was forced into it. Someone was controlling her. David brandished his sword, telling her he was the cure. Because of bastards like her, his town was now in danger. He ordered the rider to stop pretending and answer truthfully. "What are the monsters with you planning?" Through her tears, the girl begged David not to laugh, telling him that the stars themselves had granted her this fire. But because of godless people like him, the entire grand mission had crumbled before her very eyes. David could not figure out what kind of cunning trap this was. But he had not yet seen the giant dragon that had appeared right above him. While the corporal interrogated the girl, the dragon was already closing the distance. Finally, David sensed something behind him. He glanced back and was completely stunned. Only a few meters separated him from the giant dragon, and the monster had already opened its jaws. David realized the girl had deliberately played dumb about the attack just to lure him into this trap. The rider burst out laughing, screaming that the insolent boy had figured it all out far too late. According to her, this dragon was the strongest of them all. It was nothing compared to the one he had captured earlier. She screamed that it would swallow him whole in an instant. But suddenly, a brilliant light pierced through the dragon's face. When the light faded, the dragon's body split in two and it died instantly. On the other side of the monster's corpse, the boy saw none other than Harold Torgan. The rider was just as shocked. She never expected to see a warrior like him here. Could it be that they all knew about her plan? David knew anything could happen now, because Master Harold Torgan was a complete unknown to him. And then, just as the boy had predicted, it happened. The powerful tiger marked him as one of the villains. Harold attacked the dragon, which still had two people on its back, unleashing his mana in their direction. In an instant, the last living dragon's head was severed from its body and began to plummet. But the tiger decided that was not enough, and further dismembered the giant monster's body into several pieces. David was shocked to see that Harold Torgan had not even used his sword for the attack. He did it all with his bare hands. How could this master attack with so much power, even without a weapon? A few seconds later, the dragon's body, along with the rider and David, crashed to the ground, causing a massive explosion. When the dust and smoke cleared, Harold was standing on the rider's back, holding David by the throat, lifting him into the air and squeezing tighter and tighter. Harold told him to think carefully before answering who they were. The corporal was furious. That stupid cat had lumped him in with those fanatics. Did he really think I was involved with those rats? Their eyes met, and David managed to ask Harold if he wanted to die. A moment later, he swung his sword and shouted, "Torgan, shut up and let me go." The counterattack was effective, and the tiger released him. The boy grabbed him by the neck. There was a huge difference between them. When David tried to attack, he knew Torgan could easily defend against a single blow, but now the tiger was not even resisting. This was probably how he defeated Instructor Emma, even without a real fight. The boy understood he could never defeat him. He released his grip on Torgan's neck, but he knew the tiger would not wait any longer. It was clear the sword master had made a mistake, and now he targeted the boy with renewed intensity. Unexpectedly, after a few seconds of silence, Harold said that the boy was, in fact, a former corporal. David was bewildered by this comment. He did not know how to react to words that sounded so foolish, yet were completely true. The giant tiger approached and told the boy to raise his sword at once. He seemed to be giving instructions, telling him to change his stance from the side to the center, behind his head, and with the words, "Now you must defend yourself." He attacked with his weapon, causing an explosion. When it was over, Harold said their exchange was not bad, though most of the attacks clearly lacked power. But Torgan also noted that the boy's defense was now flawless. However, all the techniques David used during the fight seemed very familiar to the tiger. He asked if the boy had learned from Instructor Emma, and David replied that he was a student at Filion Academy, stating his name. David asked the tiger if he wanted to come study with them. But then again, it would not be a fair match. Would it? A noble fighting a fragile student, leaping back to create distance. David shouted that the tiger was about to fail his test. The boy grinned and asked if the sword master understood what he was saying. Harold Torgin's brow furrowed. This boy was so rude. It was hard to tell who was the mentor and who was the student. In the end, the tiger apologized for his rude greeting, saying it is much better to get to know someone by fighting them. He said that if the boy was a warrior too, he should understand what he meant. David just smirked and gave a sarcastic snort. A moment later, David lunged at Harold, saying, "In that case, it is time for a proper greeting," but, lost in the heat of the duel, the boy did not notice two creatures leaping into the clearing behind him, a hyena and a bear. One of them intercepted David mid-lunge, grabbing him by the neck with a massive red paw. The bear turned to his commander and asked what kind of little creature he was holding. The Grey Fighter, a member of Harold's army, was a captive hyena and captain of the 3rd Squadron. Denise. She asked if this boy was one of those cultists. The red-furred member of Harold's army was a captive bear, captain of the 2nd Squadron, named Bradley. Bradley glanced at Denise and said it was obvious, since the kid decided to attack with a sword after all, saying they always settled matters like this the same way. The bear hurled the boy across the clearing. David managed to right himself in midair and landed on his feet. The bear charged after him, trying to attack while the boy was still off balance, but to his surprise, Bradley realized this strange kid had somehow gotten behind him. Bradley had to admit, he was up against a very unusual kid. Suddenly, the fight was stopped by a lioness, who threatened both of them with her swords. She demanded to know why Bradley was fighting without the commander's permission, calling his behavior utterly disgusting. She hoped another punishment might finally knock some sense into the bear. The lioness was the commander of Harold's army, and her name was Lucy. Finally, Harold Torgin himself decided to step in, saying they should stop there, that the boy was not one of those madmen. What the bear saw was just the boy's greeting in response. It turned out David had earned the commander's recognition. Bradley could not believe that Brat could be honored like that. But the tiger replied that you could not expect any less from the kid. All that talk had to stop, for they were in the presence of Emma's very own student. They were talking about the very woman who had crushed their entire army, the Chinese sword, more terrifying than any monster. Bradley, remembering his time in Vietnam, said that frankly. He thought that woman was a dragon in human form. Bear rushed over to David, grabbing his hands and apologizing for his behavior, admitting he sometimes jumps to conclusions. Bradley insisted they forget all their misunderstandings, while David wondered just how badly Emma had scarred them for them to act this way. Harold asked Lucy if the situation had turned out in her favor, and she confirmed it had. She reported that, just as the tiger commanded, they had dealt with the flying monsters. Moreover, the commander no longer needed to worry about the cultists controlling them. David looked to the sky and saw members of Harold Torgin's army flying into the clearing from every direction. As the warriors lined up before their commander, Lucy formally reported to the tiger that the ambush was a success. Harold said it was time to formally introduce himself to David. He said he was from the strongest unit of the Imperial Prisoner Army. Furthermore, by the Emperor's will, he commanded a secret squadron to hunt down cults, and he was the one tasked with destroying the Nebula Clager sect. David had to ask again, just to be sure he heard right. He was interested in this cult hunting detachment. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Romera mountain range, in the city of Nimbat, people spotted the guards. Willow, who was also out on the street, could not understand what was happening, so she asked someone to explain. A few seconds later, Jeffrey appeared before her, and she immediately recognized him as one of David's friends. The young man apologized for startling Willow, but explained that due to an emergency, they had to bring in the army. Jeffrey hoped she would forgive them for their rudeness, and of course, for the sudden news. He knelt before her and introduced himself, saying they had the honor of coming to help Miss Willow with her move. Gazing at David's sister with love in his eyes, Jeffrey asked if they should begin packing her things. David, wanting to satisfy his curiosity about the cults, awaited an answer to his question. David knew full well that no such unit existed before. Could it be that the palace grew concerned about the cults after he captured the Nebula Clager gang? But he never expected such a detachment to be led by the swordmaster Harold Torgin himself. David asked how the tiger had managed to find all the cultists hiding there without revealing his identity. David had heard that even forbidden interrogation methods did not work on those bastards. So the tiger asked if Emma had been the one to tell him that. Suddenly, Thomas's scream cut through their conversation, and David whipped his head around. The boy was dangling in the air, held by the neck by one of Harold's soldiers. The jailed hyena reported that the boy had been wandering the woods, raising suspicion. So they caught him. He asked if the commander wanted him to finish Thomas off right away, because the kid's constant whining was hurting his ears. As Thomas screamed out for his friend, David admitted that, however embarrassing, the boy was with him. When night finally fell upon the forest, they reported to the Tigard what they would discovered while dealing with the local cultists. Lucy said the scoundrels had taken control of the monsters' minds, and it looked like they were about to stage a surprise rebellion. But it was all just a ruse. The criminals' true target was the mountain range itself, or more specifically, the road that cuts through the Romera Range. This road was one of the nation's main arteries for transporting goods, carrying roughly a third of all cargo. By destroying this road, they could undermine the nation's economy and deal irreparable damage in a single blow. No wonder those rats tried to use the monsters to seize this location. Still, David could not understand how those bastards managed to pull it off. The road through the mountain range was incredibly valuable, so they were under strict orders to ensure this mission went off without a hitch. But a place like this was not easy to destroy, not even with a few dozen monsters or a full-scale uprising. David could not believe it. He leaned in toward the female rider and told her that, if she wanted to live, she had to tell him what they were hiding. The girl closed her eyes and smirked, asking if he really thought they feared death. Suddenly, the girl's face was bathed in a brilliant light, and through it, David heard her call him a sinful monster. David saw the manner of the three captives begin to merge into one. The girl declared that even though her skills were lacking, she begged the starry path to take every last drop of her body's energy, one final time. She wanted to burn all the traitors who dared interfere with their righteous mission to walk the starry path. Sometime later, three members of Nebula Clyger cautiously made their way through the forest. One of them looked to the sky and said that their comrades had, in the end, dared to perform such an ignoble act, even though they were just a small group of cultists. They stalled Harold's detachment until the very last moment. Those noble followers had to make such a sacrifice, while the other two turned to the Baron, believing it was better to postpone the attack. But the Baron disagreed, saying it would only give their enemies more time to defeat them. If that happened, it would be harder to plan another ruse involving the sacrifice of their noble followers. The Baron believed they could wait no longer, even if it was not their primary objective. They would seize the entrance to the Romera mountain range from those filthy sinners. The sphere in his hands activated, illuminating the clearing with magical circles. He explained that this explosive device was developed by the great scientist Douglas, who personally combined 30 spells and embedded them within it. This sphere could destroy everything around it, and all they had to do was protect the device until it absorbed enough mana. The former commander of the Guard Army and the former mage of the Green Tower readily agreed to carry out the Baron's order. One of the men mentioned a rumor that after this mission, the Baron would receive the position of the recently deceased senior guard. He asked if he had received the blessing, and the Baron laughed, confirming it and adding that it was not usually done this way. It was done for this mission, as they needed a power that could save them from the blast. So the blessing was granted ahead of time. Of course, the Baron's power now can't compare to the late Elder's, but with the blessing he received, he can now easily repel any enemy. No matter what, it must be said, the Baron's reaction was lightning fast. He managed to create a magic shield the moment he sensed the enemies approaching. The Imperial Squadron's attack was repelled by the dome of the cultists' protective barrier. The Baron said they could only direct the device to gather mana from this spot, but now they could be interrupted. The Nebula Clyger members could not understand how they had been found so fast. Harold asked if the conspirators truly thought they could hide from him, because the moment they set foot in Romera, he knew exactly where they were. The Tiger said he was just waiting for their numbers to dwindle. Harald Torgen called them hunters, blinded by greed and faith, and challenged them to a duel to try and defeat him. 10 minutes earlier, Harold had asked if the captured rats were using mana like gunpowder to blow themselves up. He ordered Lucy to retreat with the entire squad, promising he would handle it himself. But he did not have time, because David lunged at the prisoners first. As always, the boy performed a series of his signature moves at lightning speed, but the explosive energy the captives had accumulated immediately dissipated into the air. The rider, shocked, could not believe her eyes. This boy had left her utterly speechless. She and her brethren wanted to attack their enemies with their last burst of energy, But everything went wrong, and the girl, besides losing her mind, felt devastated. Her brethren died with her in that moment. The boy looked back at their bodies and said that if they were going to do such perverse things, they were better off dead. Harold watched David's movements, unable to believe the boy could dissipate such powerful magic with simple physical strength. Now the tiger was finally convinced that this boy was truly using the mana from his own body. David turned to the tiger and told him that he had fought the cultists and understood everything, that you can't treat these rats with kindness, that even if you free them, they will never change. They definitely had some hidden objective, and the leader of this cult was at least as powerful as Harold, if not more so. And if Torgen was leading the cult investigation team, he had to know how to find its members. In that case, he had to cooperate with David, who would ensure they received the Emperor's mercy. Now Harald Torgen stood before the trio of conspirators who, in fact, were not that difficult to find. The Baron realized that before the tiger attacked, he had not sensed the presence of any mana. He thought it was not mana, but some kind of wind caused by a normal collision. The Sword Master, Harold, in the man's opinion, probably understood immediately what it was when he heard the distinctive sound. No matter how you looked at him, Harald Torgen was a true monster. But the Baron only offered him fawning greetings. The man confidently told his minions that they had enough strength to resist such a monster. They had to endure all trials for the sake of the destiny bestowed upon them by the stars, even if it meant sacrificing themselves. The trio began to prepare for battle in an instant, activating their mana. While the tiger was in no hurry, Harold said the mage had allied himself with some high-ranking swordsman, which he found to be a good move. If the tiger had brought his warriors here, the rats would be good opponents for training. The swordsman tried to reach Master Torgen with his technique, but the latter easily dodged his attacks, which the rat considered an honor, striking blow after blow. The young man shouted with excitement that it was an unprecedented fortune to encounter such magnificent warriors. The boy challenged the tiger to show him why he was called the Grand Sword Master. He wanted Harold to break his weapon. In that case, it would be a great honor for the swordsman to die at the hands of such magnificent warriors. Unexpectedly, Harold decided to grant his opponent's request, and grabbing the blade of his sword, he shattered it to pieces. The tiger said the boy had claimed it was an honor to fight them, but in reality, he dared say such a thing while using a power that did not belong to him. With a devastating blow, Harald Torgen tore his opponent's head off with his paw. The tiger said the boy should not have dishonored the honor of other warriors by calling himself a warrior. The other two cultists were next in line, watching in shock as their companion met his end. Before the young mage could activate his mana, Harold had already split him in two with his paw. Next in line was the leader of the rats. While the Baron was still hiding behind his protective dome, the tiger struck the protective shield with such force that it was almost completely buried in the ground. The Baron looked familiar to him. Decades ago, in the western village of Aden, thousands of peaceful residents were sacrificed in the name of black magic. The explorer of the border between life and death, who had suddenly disappeared, was the bloody Wend of Aden, known as the Baron. The Baron narrowed his eyes in satisfaction, considering it a true honor that the master himself knew his name. But the man had long since abandoned his former activities. Now he was just a simple researcher of the starry path. But Harold did not care. The tiger had finally shattered the protective dome. Torgen did not care who the cultists were. To him, the only truth was that the rats had to be destroyed. In the cult hunter's opinion, they were incapable of reform. In this, he completely agreed with David. Unexpectedly, the Baron activated the patronage of the stars, and Harold was thrown far away from the man. The tiger's attack failed. The Baron said that not even his carefully selected followers could stop the tiger, and now he too could feel how strong the Sword Master was. But the Baron was sure that in the face of such great power, bestowed by the stars, even he would be unable to resist. The man said that even someone like Harold was nothing against the power of the stars. Just a pathetic swordsman, having completely lost all fear. The Baron spread his arms and screamed, asking what the tiger was going to do in response. He asked Harold how the power of the stars felt, and begged the stars themselves to listen to what Torgen had to say. The tiger considered it all to be nonsense. The Baron was deceiving himself, thinking he had started a new life. But he was still under that delusion. This is what Harald Torgen considered his opponent's greatest and most fatal mistake. The Hunter Baron, blinded by his own delusion,